What is happening, you guys? And welcome to another episode of the Finn's Tailgate. I am your host, El Capitan. And tonight, on the tailgate party that never seems to stop, we have updates. We have injury updates. We have updates on the multitude of scenarios of the absolute insanity that we find ourselves in for what could be a postseason for maybe the Dolphins. Got to take care of business, obviously. Other things need to happen, but also all kinds of just weird stuff all the way around. So we'll get into all that, and we'll get into all the other good things. Got some other stuff, as you guys know, or maybe you haven't found out. It is going to be Flacco versus Skyler. It'll be the battle of the backups. What a show. Listen. Flacco had like 300 yards or something like that, 2 touchdowns last time played the Dolphins. You guys saw the intro video. That was before the last time the Dolphins faced the Jets. I just went ahead and recycled the video. I'm not gonna make a whole new or have HB in the back make a whole new video. But it feels like all is lost on this season. But a win, a couple of things go right for the Dolphins, and who knows? Maybe we're in the playoffs. I don't think any Dolphin fan feels very confident about this playoff team. But hey, maybe they make some noise in the playoffs. Maybe they, start putting it together. Maybe Skyler Thompson comes out and says, "This is my football team," and goes out there and puts on a show and dices people up and finds himself still in a playoff game and just hits his stride somehow, comes out of nowhere. Or maybe Tua comes back and he just puts it all together. I don't know. Maybe we go to the playoffs and we get completely obliterated. We're going to open up a panel at some point. Want to go into some of these articles, go into some of the news, some of the other stuff, and yada, yada, yada. But before we do, guys, make sure you guys are hitting the like button, subscribing if you're new, and checking out all the great content we have here on the channel. The Finn's Tailgate, myself, El Capitan. You got the Rabbit Dolphin with Lou coming at you, doing it all the time, anytime. You got color commentary, doing the coffee and a cup of color, sometimes co-hosting with myself, all over the place. You can see him over on Miss Finn's. He'll make appearances on other channels. He's all over the joint. You got DTA Dolphins Debrief, doing the shorts, doing the episodes. DTA is going to be doing one tomorrow around 4. You guys also make sure you're on Twitter. You can check out and follow everybody on here. And DTA and Lou, a lot of the times they'll host spaces and they'll jump in with Batman as well, hosting some spaces. So just to keep you guys, just keep it going. And then Late Night Exhale with Ali, also Broken Takes with Ali. They're going to be recording some stuff here for some new Broken Take stuff. So keep a lookout for that. Can't wait to see what the guys got planned. It'll be nice. A lot of scenario talk and things of that nature. Cash App, Venmo, the Finn's Tailgate, help support the channel in any and every way you can. You guys can also support by hitting the link in the description for Fanatics.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
And also a link in there for our gear. Get you guys some good TFTG gear for the ladies, for yourself. Hoodies, hats, cups, beanies, flags, all of your TFTG geek attire. You got some DNA. All good stuff, guys. You already know. Also, link is in the description for Fanatics. If you use offer code #TFTG, you'll get 10% off your purchase with Fanatics. So make sure you guys take advantage of that good stuff. Shout out to everybody in chat. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Pseudo Spike, Cool Rich, guys in here first. Some of the first. Lucas, Scott, what's happening? Shout out to the entire chat. Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate you, bud. John Featherland, my guy. What's going on? Fins up 74. God Soldier. What's going on? Jay. Fins Tailgate. Skyler Time. You already know. DTA in this, man. What's going on, DTA? Lou. What's good, Lou? I see you, Michael K. K. Adams is a dirty little. Oh, man. California, my guy. Mark, hello. Good evening. $72 undefeated Roadrunner. What's going on, guys? Clement, how's it going? Liz, good to see you. Bill, Joe, family, guys, make sure you're supporting by becoming a member like Joe. One of the best ways to support the channel is to become a member of the channel. We always appreciate it. There's 3 different tiers in which you can contribute, and also, guys, use the super chat. Get in on it. What's up, Batman's Pop? Skyler Time. Skyler gonna do his thing Sunday. Yeah, I think we all see the talent that Skyler Thompson has. He has some significantly good arm talent. He looks a little, rattled in there like a rookie you would expect at times. But once he settles in a little bit, he starts slinging the rock pretty well. If Skyler Thompson comes in and he's feeling it and goes ahead and wins this football game and plays the way I think we know his arm talent can, whether he can process, read defenses, make right decisions, bounce back when he has wrong decisions, endure the hits and the pressure of being a quarterback and thrive, I think we'd all feel really great about that kind of situation. That would be awesome. So if that's the case and that's what ends up happening, then it would be nice if it would be nice if there was a bright spot to end the season, hopefully to get to the playoffs and see some more of that in the playoffs from the young man. I don't know what the coaching staff will do, but I do know what lies ahead if we have a loss. Imagine if the Bills end up beating the Patriots and the Dolphins end up losing to the Jets. The Jets just put on a pathetic performance against Seattle. They only had 6 points the whole game. Joe Flacco's coming in, which, hey, listen, Joe Flacco's a seasoned veteran. He had some decent passing success against us the last time we seen him, but the reality is they don't have the same running game, not even close. That running game is depleted. Their running backs that they were cooking with earlier in the year all went down with injury. Their O-line's banged up. I'll go into the injury report and show you guys. We got some guys on the injury report as well. Bill, you got a birthday coming up? Oh, what? Bill, you need a birthday wish happening. Happy, birthday wishes. I'm sure I'll be around on Sunday to wish you on the day. Hopefully we get to see Skyler Thompson do his thing on your birthday. I know you were a big Skyler fan. Hopefully the rest of the guys on offense don't ruin drives like with penalties. Yeah, I agree, man. Penalty killing drives on, converted third and longs, or vice versa with the defense, a good stop, but there's some holding somewhere. God, that seems to just always be the time, the costly penalty that comes. Yeah, you're right. It tends to happen when Skyler's doing really good that there's some kind of negating penalty given by the offense where Skyler's now at 3rd and 36 or something stupid like that after he picked up a 3rd and 20, or 3rd and 25 or whatever the hell it is. So, but we will, we'll root for this team and hopefully, we're going to root for the Raiders tomorrow, which is weird in itself, but because there's some crazy scenarios in which can happen with, neutral sites and all kinds of nonsense going on that the NFL said that is going to be in play for how they handle this scenario. A lot depends on as far as seeding and who can do what and how they're going to handle it A lot of that gets corrected if Saturday the 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 Chiefs lose to the Raiders, which is a high ask. I mean, it's Streveler or whatever the hell his name is over there as their quarterback. It's gonna be a big ask. But if it's pulled off and comes through, then all kinds of other scenarios become possible as far as how important the games become for the Bills and the Bengals and home field advantage and stuff like that. And we'll get into some of that too. Guys, make sure you guys are hitting the like button and subscribing if you're new, if you're watching on Facebook or Twitch or somehow watching on Twitter, because for whatever reason, I don't know, it's ever since I switched to this computer, it doesn't connect to my Twitter for some reason. I don't know why, but I have to figure out what's going on there. I thought I did it, but let me see something real quick. I'm going to try something here and see if I can get this Twitter connected, because that hasn't been going live on Twitter, and I don't know why. It says beautiful. Your destination was reconnected and we're good to go. I don't know what's going on. Error occurred, usually temporary. Go live on Twitter. It's not working. Just hasn't been working on Twitter. I don't know what Twitter's problem is lately, but if you guys are trying to watch on Twitter, you should have already came over to YouTube anyhow. You messed up. Should have came to YouTube. What's happening, Kevin? No, we need KC to lose. No, KC wins and they get the number 1 seed. So I'll go into and shout out to Adam Beasley for posting this, but the NFL announced to all the clubs this neutral site type of situation and the scenarios in which how they end up in this situation. The NFL announced today that the Week 17 Buffalo Bills and Cincinnati game will not be resumed and has been canceled. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell informed all clubs of his decision earlier today. This was the other day, anyhow. His quote said, "This has been very difficult. We continue to focus and recover for Damar Hamlin's and encouraged by his improvements on his condition," which he did video call the team today. And so he's been feeling a lot better. And, his story, not to get off track a little bit because I want to read this article, but his story really reminds me of a guy named Iggy Johnson. If you guys don't know who Iggy Johnson is, he was a D1 athlete projected to go in the first round. He played corner. He was super small, but super aggressive. He was like 185, 189 pounds. He was really, really good, but he got super injured playing football and, lost the use of his arm and just a whole tragic story. But the guy didn't let it ruin his life. He became a motivational speaker and a self-made man. And the good Lord had tested him and he came out a better, stronger person for it. And he goes around, he does these motivational speeches and he's been on big networks and stuff like that. He's really made, that it's a terrible thing that's happened to Damar, but we'll see how his life continues and how we can take this very sad thing and turn it into a positive thing. Maybe there's better ways and technology they can add to the to the suits to monitor these guys. We know that the NFL has been doing stuff like that anyhow, monitoring them for sports performances. Maybe there's a way to monitor them during play and all other stuff to prevent injuries. This could really, I hate to sound, I don't want to sound insensitive, but he could be poster child, as they call it, for lack of a better term, about, spearheading change that is forward thinking and very good for the future of NFL and some very positive ways. And, he finds his success in his life and his mark and success afterwards as a, a good young man that had a tragic thing happen. Anyhow, among the key factors of this decision, not playing the Buffalo-Cincinnati game to its conclusion will have no effect on the clubs qualifying for the postseason. No club would qualify for the postseason. No club would qualify for the postseason, and no club would be eliminated and based on the outcome of that game. Talking about the Cincy Buffalo game, it would require postponing the start of one game. What did that say? It would require the postponing the start of the playoffs for 1 week through affecting all 14 spots. Let's see. It would require postponing. Okay, that's what it says. Thereby affecting all 14 clubs, which that qualify for the postseason. Making this decision prior to Week 18 is consistent with our competitive principles and enables the clubs to know the playoff possibilities prior to playing the final week of the regular season game. Canceling the game between the Bills and the Bengals creates potential competitive inequities in certain playoff scenarios. In an effort to mitigate those inequities, the clubs will consider tomorrow in special league meeting a resolution recommended by the commissioner. And here's the two elements that they're going to talk about. Number one, the AFC Championship game will be played at a neutral site if the participants of the teams played an unequal number of games and both have been the number one seed and hosted the game had all AFC clubs been a 17-game regular season. Those circumstances involve Buffalo and Cincinnati qualifying for the game as a road team and are listed below. Scenario 1. Buffalo and Kansas City both win and or tie. A Buffalo versus Kansas City championship game would become a neutral site. So Buffalo and Kansas City both, this is the second scenario. If Buffalo and Kansas City both lose and Baltimore wins or ties, Buffalo and Kansas City championship, Buffalo versus Kansas City championship game would be at a neutral site. So that would give, meaning if Baltimore beats Cincinnati doesn't have that, and Buffalo and KC lose, if they come and find themselves in an AFC championship game, they will then again find it there. So they're essentially giving Buffalo a victory as long as they have a victory in the final week. It really puts the same amount of emphasis of what would have potentially happened in the Cincinnati game. So if the Bills would have won, then they would still need to win again in the final week, no matter if the Chiefs win on Saturday or not, because then they could potentially leapfrog them. If the Chiefs lose on Saturday and the Bills lose on Saturday, the circumstance stays the same between them if they find themselves in an AFC championship game going against each other, but it changes the stakes for Cincinnati if Cincinnati loses in that situation, if either team were to face Buffalo or Baltimore. Scenario 3, Buffalo Bills and Kansas City both lose and Cincinnati wins. A Buffalo or Cincinnati versus KC, meaning that now Cincinnati then ties the record with Buffalo and Kansas City because Buffalo and Kansas City lost while they beat Baltimore the last game of the year, this giving the same scenario in which Cincinnati could gain the same amount as the other two teams. That's kind of the stuff we were talking about before this game. If you guys would have watched me on Sunday, I talked about how the Bills were going to lose and Cincinnati was going to win. So the final week of the year, all three teams have a chance to get the number one seed. You know what I'm saying?
What did you say?
I know it's a lot, bro. I know it's a lot.
So it sounds like what he had said was sounds like if either Buffalo or Cincinnati find themselves in the championship game, the NFL has figured that's an unfair advantage and either of those games will be played at a neutral site. Is that what I'm understanding?
if the Bills and Kansas and Cincinnati both win this weekend, then they'll find themselves if they find themselves in an AFC Championship game, it will be at a neutral site.
Either of those two teams
If
in the
one
TFTG
or the
game will be at a
other
neutral
lose
site.
now, hold on now. If the Bills win and Cincinnati loses, then Cincinnati will still get in the playoffs, but they won't. Buffalo will host them if they find themselves in a championship game, just like they would for the Ravens.
Right. So there's no way to decide a tiebreaker, basically, and that's why if it is that type of scenario, then it'll be at a neutral site for the championship game.
Oddly enough, this costs Kansas City the most because they'll find themselves, if they ever find themselves in any scenario, if Buffalo wins on Sunday, if they ever find themselves in any scenario against Buffalo, it will be at a neutral site.
Because Buffalo wouldn't have had the chance to overcome them for the top seed from not playing Cincinnati.
That's right. Gotcha. That's right. That's right.
So there's one scenario where KC gets the shaft.
That's right. And Kansas City's doing them the favor by allowing that to happen. It also makes things a hell of a lot more interesting as far as more legwork goes. If KC loses and Buffalo and Kansas City win, which I'm getting ready to get into that scenario. So let me continue on.
Sure. I'm going to jump back, but one other question I had. How do they already know this neutral location? Is there going to be bidding for it?
That was something they hadn't said yet. And I guess I would imagine that the neutral location would have to be in between the two teams geologically to make it as fair as possible. You know what I'm saying?
See, I'd imagine, or somebody.
Yeah, for their fans, because they got to answer to the fans still. You know what I'm saying? They can't say, hey, Buffalo and Cincinnati are going against each other in the AFC Championship game. They're going to play that in L.A. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you do – first of all, why would you do that?
Go back to Detroit then.
Yeah. I don't know. Philadelphia maybe. Geologically, probably it would probably be Detroit. You're right. It would probably end up being Detroit. It's a dome.
Or maybe the Colts Stadium.
Maybe the Colts. Maybe I don't know why they'd pick the Bears, but maybe the Bears Stadium. Somewhere around that part up in the Midwest.
Fun. All right. Well, guess what? Guess what that means for us?
Geologically equals rocks. I know, buddy. I'm sorry.
Right.
I know. I just realized that.
What it means for us is absolutely nothing. We've got to win Sunday.
So, yeah, I'm just going over these scenarios. All right. So, again, scenario 2, Buffalo and Kansas City both lose. Baltimore wins or ties. If Buffalo versus Kansas City championship game comes, then they'll be at a neutral site because they both lost. If Buffalo and Kansas City both lose, Cincinnati wins, Cincinnati finds himself against Kansas City, they too will be like Buffalo at a neutral site. If Baltimore defeats Cincinnati in week 18, it will have defeated a division opponent twice, but will not be able to host a playoff game because Cincinnati will have a higher winning percentage. So, damn. Will that mean that? Hold on a second. That doesn't make sense. If Baltimore defeats Cincinnati and there are two clubs are scheduled to play in the wild card game against one another, the site of the game will be determined by a coin toss. Wow. So, okay. If Baltimore beats Cincinnati in week 18, it will have defeated Cincinnati, a divisional opponent, twice, but will not be able to host the playoff game because of the higher winning percentage of a 16-game schedule versus the 17-game schedule from Baltimore. If Baltimore defeats Cincinnati and those two clubs are scheduled to play in the wild card game the following week for the third game, the site will be determined by a coin toss. If Cincinnati wins the week 18 game, or if Baltimore or Cincinnati are not scheduled, scheduled to play another in the wild card round. The game site will be determined by the regular scheduling procedures. Jeez, this gets into a freaking mess. As we have considered the football schedule, our principles have been to limit disruptions across the league and minimize competitive inequities, Roger Goodell said. I recognize that this is not a perfect solution. The proposal we are asking the ownership to consider, however, addresses the most significant potential inequities issues created by a difficult but necessary decision not to play the game under these extraordinary circumstances. So, yeah, how all of that affects the Dolphins is that, to me, it sounds like the Bills win, and they have, they don't play. Well, first of all, if Casey loses tomorrow, then the Bills can win the number 1 seed and fix this whole thing. Especially if whatchamacallit loses, like, that'd be crazy. But it creates a little bit more confusion for what happens with Cincinnati and Kansas City, but that's them to figure it out at a later date. So it doesn't give Buffalo any reason to lay down, that's for certain. And they should take care of business against the Patriots. I mean, if it was any other circumstance and this was a regular season game with still playoff implications, but not definitive final week of the year playoff implications, we would all be picking Buffalo to beat this Patriots football team. Let's be real. So it's really going to come down to the Dolphins taking care of business and beating the Jets, as they should. But, not anything is certain these days as Dolphins fans. So what's up, New Attitude? Dolphin fan JK, what's going on? James Santos. T-Bone Steak, what's up, buddy? Scummy, I see you, bud. So, yeah. Insane type of scenarios that could present themselves. Again, even if Kansas City wins, Buffalo still would like to win their game because it at least puts them at a neutral site and, outside of Arrowhead. Because, look, if Buffalo and Kansas City and, Cincinnati, they're all looking at each other and their stadiums and their stuff. Kansas City definitely has a home field advantage. It's going to be snowy and crazy. Not that Buffalo can't handle, but it's Arrowhead. It's going to be loud as hell. I know Bills fans travel well, but good luck finding tickets to that AFC Championship game. In the same aspect, it could be said about Buffalo if they host an AFC Championship game because of who's finding them at the last game of the year. It's cold as a muh there. Bills fans show out in droves. They will be loud and excited, I'm sure. And so that's a scenario they want to keep if they can get it. And nobody wants to go, back to the Bengals stadium because that place is pretty well cursed. So sorry, but it's true. A lot of people end up getting hurt in that stadium. A lot of very big accidents happen in that stadium, matter of fact. But I won't get into all that. All these teams got reason to play and reason to win in this final week, which is actually a pretty decent scenario considering everything, because even with KC winning on Saturday, it doesn't mean that the Bills lay down for any reason, because if Cincinnati wins and the Bills lose, the Bills will be traveling to both those teams in any scenario if they find themselves, or, at a neutral site with a team they could have hosted. So, all right. Injury report. Yeah, Mark. That's kind of the point that Color was was making about what the Bills will do the final week, that they'll show up and show out to, fight for their man, that, DeMar Hamlin, because he was, that's some way in which guys can handle it. It's like someone dies in battle, you go and you fight harder in battle in their honor type of thing. So yeah, I mean, I think we all in our hearts believe that and hope that that's the case, but also there's the case that guys play a little scared, and for good reason, especially because the ones that saw it up close.
Yo, and what was the first question you wrote down?
What?
Who won the game?
I don't understand.
So Hamlin woke up, and they said he wrote down a question. He wrote down a question and asked who won the game.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. So I mean, that just goes to show you what I was trying to illustrate. Like,
it's a real football man right there.
That's a humble individual. He was raised right. You can tell that what was on his mind when he woke up after all that was not himself.
He was worried about his team.
He was worried about what happened, what the results were to what he put his effort and his life into. And so it's the same as I can only speak for myself, but I'd be like, what do you mean you all stopped the game? You know what I mean? Or what do you mean you all want to push off the week? You know what?
Yeah. No way. Wheel my ass out there, bro.
Babylon 5 for 2 days straight. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I want football.
Wheel my ass out there, bro. I'm ready to go.
Right.
Exactly.
So the same with the players playing. The longer they let it linger, I mean, the only way to get through it is to push through it.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
That's true.
And do what you've always done. You've always had to put it out of your head. And they're probably itching to get out there and get it past them. You know what I mean? And get it out of their heads.
What's up, Pete? Fins up, buddy.
Start crack-a-lacking again. Not to make light of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that sentiment. You know what I'm saying? I just always move to all
you don't
possibilities.
Want to sound cynical, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I got to play devil's advocate sometimes, Color. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, it is an unprecedented situation. Sure.
All it takes is one or two guys to be in their head to really affect how the team is effective in any way.
But I tell you this: the longer they sit there on the couch, the longer they get away from football, and the more it's going to get in their head.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know Josh Allen enough. I've seen him get flustered. I've seen him get, chippy, get in his feels. How does it affect him? It'll be a massive, massive talking point. The pressure will be on. And you know what? They'll be looking to them, because what the last thing any football player wants to answer is, how do you feel about your buddy DeMar, after the loss? You know what I'm saying? Because after the win, you say, you know what, we all said we can't lose this for him. But after a loss, you hang your head extra low, and that could really crush this team going into the postseason. You know what I'm saying? And it's either gonna make you or break you, buddy. So
no doubt.
So it's an interesting point, to say the least. But going over the injury report real quick, everybody hit the like button, please, if you haven't. So, as you guys know, Tua is out, still in concussion protocol. Oddly enough, he's still in the early stages of concussion protocol, so I don't know. We'll see how that's monitored. There has been some videos surfacing of Tua. He seems to be pretty decent, but I don't know. Teron Armstead is doubtful, listed as doubtful in this game, which would be right on par with Teron Armstead, that if Tua is not out there, neither will Teron, which is a shame in a must-win football game for postseason. And if Teron Armstead does not play this Sunday, as he's listed doubtful with his toe, pec, knee, hip, ankle, fart, quick step, his scalp, and rib injuries. If he misses the game and Skyler Thompson wins, that would be a really big thing, because also still tackle Kendall Lamb is out, or doubtful, excuse me, with an ankle injury. And so we could be seeing, God, who do we got left? I mean, is Jackson going to be out there, and Little and stuff like that as far as tackles? Eric Fisher, I believe, is deactivated for the season, so he's done for. The other tackle, he never even made it on the damn field. The Dolphins signed a new tackle here recently, but do they trot that guy out there? I mean, it's ridiculous with this Teron Armstead and Tua love connection, where if one's not there, neither is the other. And we pay one a hell of a lot of money, and the other we depend on a lot to win football games. So really hard to depend on those types of guys in a game that's got everything on the line. Everything's on the line. I would expect those, Teron Armstead to play. But
speaking of coming off injured reserve,
what's going on, Q? What's going on, buddy? I hadn't seen you in a bit.
How's that knee doing, Q? How's that ACL doing? You obviously been injured or something. Now that y'all got a playoff shot, you want to come around again. I see how it is. All right.
No, Q's saying, oh yeah, because he's a Steelers fan. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Dolphins lose, and you know what? You're right. You don't see him. I'm the one that
first talked that into existence a couple of weeks ago. By the way,
he really is.
You're welcome.
There's a way and scenario with that. Yeah, I remember. Wow, you're right. You boys win. You can find yourself with, Kenny pick his nose and in the playoffs, while the Dolphins, the Jets, the Patriots, none make it. When it looked like for a while there that the damn whole AFC East was going to go to the playoffs, not too dissimilar than the NFC East. The fall from grace from Dolphins fans and Jets fans. It's just a sad thing. Honestly, what's funny is I predicted the Jets to only win 6 games, and they've only won one more game than that. So, and if the Dolphins take care of business, I will only have been 1 game off of my Jets prediction, which, yeah, Kenny pick his nose. You like that, right? I know you did. That'll make it 3 NFC North. I know, right? One of these 2 divisions going to get 3 of them in. So, certainly ain't going to be the South. It's not going to be the South. And it ain't going to be the West. So, it's either going to be the East or the North. It's going to have 3 teams in there. So, all right. Yeah. Questionable for the game. Teddy Bridgewater, as we know, is got a dislocated pinky in his throwing hand, which... whatever. I don't know if he got dislocated pinky. I think he got dislocated head. I remember that stiff arm. He got banned in the ground. I know his hand kind of got tangled up. Maybe it dislocated himself. That's only because he lost consciousness there for a blink of an eye and landed on all his weight too wrong from getting just mushed on that run, that interception that got ran back. But Cedric Wilson is doubtful as well. If he doesn't play, who returns punts? Special teams has already been a shit show. If we got a guy out there that hasn't been returning punts, trying to field a punt and flubs one and muffs one, now I'm going to be pissed, because in the last game of the season, Mike McDaniel, something I figured we would do more of and haven't seen since the early season, is Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle returning some punts. We could have used some of that on this special teams these last couple of weeks with them just reeling to get field position change. But what do I know? I don't know anything about football, apparently. Bradley Chubb still questionable with a knee injury. Alec Ingold is questionable with a thumb injury. I can't imagine that my badass, tough as nails fullback misses the game because of his thumb. So Alec Ingold will be there. Eric Rowe with a quad injury is questionable. That might not be the worst of things, honestly. It's not like they're gonna, if the tight ends kill us and if Eric Rowe's out there playing banged up anyhow, the tight ends are gonna kill us. So Ferrone McKinley III, you're up, my guy. Let's do this. Javon Holland had full practices all week. Cater Kohu's back. Jalen Waddle's good. Melvin Ingram, he's been good. Raheem Mostert should be there. So we're good on that aspect. As far as the Jets go, though, their tackle, Dwayne Brown, is out with a shoulder injury. Brandon Ecoles, quad injury, he's out. George Fant, their tackle, is out with a knee injury. Nate Herbig out with a calf injury. LaMarcus Joyner, safety, he's out with a hip injury. So Joyner and Brown are the big ones on this. The rest of these guys, I don't know who the hell all these assholes are. So I'm sure they affect that team in some way, but that team affects itself in enough. Their safety is questionable. Their big free agent tight end, CJ Uzama, he's questionable with an ankle injury. Mike Waite is questionable with rib injuries. I don't see how though, because from what I heard, Mike White has 5 broken ribs, or fractured ribs. I don't know. Jordan Whitehead, he's also questionable for the game. So their secondary is banged up, and I'm looking for Skyler Thompson to take advantage of that situation. I want Sky the Minigun Thompson to show up and put some darts on them. But I also want to see Mike McDaniel play it smart. The Jets' defensive front is still good. They're going to be looking to play spoiler. Ain't nobody got any reason to play other than to screw the Dolphins over. Jets fans and Jets players alike will be doing everything in their power to say, hey, Dolphins fans, with all that money and all that stuff, you ain't nothing. You ain't nothing either. You ain't going nowhere just like us. You get to stay in the doghouse with us with your shitty quarterback just like us. And that's how they're going to talk. And that's the shit we're going to have to listen to, along with the piece of shit Patriots fans who probably will lose and go nowhere too. But then they'll both get to gloat. Jets get to gloat about beating us twice. Patriots get to gloat about keeping us out. And we got to listen to that shit. Is that where we stand? Because if the Dolphins beat the Jets and the Patriots lose and we find ourselves in the playoffs, at least when it comes to dealing with Patriots fans, you'd be like, yeah, you caught us slipping because Tua had a terrible football game, throwing all these interceptions and just, playing terrible in that Green Bay game. But didn't cost us our playoff berth, and while we were in the playoffs, you guys were sitting at home. But I digress. Guys, make sure you're hitting the like button. I am going to drop the link for anybody who is feeling froggy to do that. And then I'm going to get into probably some of these articles if I feel so inclined. But yeah, the insanity of what will all this stuff happen with the Dolphins season. Watch how they pivot if we find ourselves marching into the playoffs. It'll be a good thing. I'll be happy as shit. But I don't know at the same time. Like, this is a weird thing. If the team quits on Mike McDaniel, that'll say everything. If the team fights extra hard for Mike McDaniel, maybe it helps his case with keeping his job if they decide to go after a guy like Harbaugh or something like that. Apparently, the Peyton Manning thing probably isn't looking so good for the Dolphins as far as what the Saints want and trade to get the guy. So Dolphins are in a delicate spot because what do they do? What do they do? I don't know. Got all kinds of folks in the back. Let's bring on Ali. I see you, Ali. Skynet is coming.
That's right. It is coming. You better believe it.
Ali with the new setup, looking good, looking sharp. Looks good. I like the green screen.
Thanks,
I got
man.
Greg in the back. What's going on, Greg?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, man. So Skynet coming. Skynet becomes live, Greg?
Yeah, Skynet's leading us to our first playoff win in 23 years, man.
Wouldn't that make this like the biggest game in the last X amount of years, a game to secure the Dolphins a playoff victory. I mean, think about it. We got to remember, it's not just a game. It's a game in which it puts the Dolphins in the playoffs. And it'll be a 7th round rookie that did it.
Yeah.
Color. Do you have something to say, Color? I see you popped up here.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
By the way,
Color.
if anyone's interested in getting their paper bags, Aldi's has them for like 10 cents a piece. FYI.
Right.
Yeah, it very well may be time. Is that going to be our next quarterback?
I was going to say, is that Color? It kind of looks like Color there for a moment.
That is
Color
the
grew his
rumor.
hair out.
I just heard paper bag. I thought maybe people needed one.
Oh, God.
No, I just think your entire front office and your coaching staff needs to have a blindfold so when they get shot and executed on the 9th, it won't be as painful to see.
Well, here's the thing, Mark. That might not be the case. Bills take care of the business, and the Dolphins beat the Jets. Even if it's a strong running game that does it.
Then you're going to go get dog whipped up in Buffalo.
No, we're gonna beat
Dog whipped?
We
What if
didn't get
Yeah.
Go ahead. You go first, man.
You're right, Ali, though, what you're going to say. It's not like you guys put the beating on us in Buffalo. I mean, I got to imagine.
Beating on us down in Miami either.
I didn't say that, did I? Did I say we beat
we
you?
didn't need to put the beating on
put
you.
the
You
beat
guys
down
were
on
doing
you.
it
You just-
yourself.
We got the dub. I
It isn't gonna
agree.
matter.
It wasn't
The Jets
it wasn't
are
like
gonna
we
end your
dog
season on
walked you.
Sunday anyway.
Huh?
The Jets are going to end your season on Sunday anyway.
Yeah, I don't think so, Mark. I see it more along the lines of the Bills just don't show up against the Patriots
No one's gonna
for
happen.
sentimental reasons, and the Patriots screw us. What's going on, Q?
Hey, Q, how's
What's
the mall
up, fellas?
country?
What's up, Captain?
Well, Q, the fan
What's up?
of the team that's actually going to make the playoffs.
What's up, Bobby?
7th seed.
I
Hey,
said, how's
hey,
the
first and
aluminum
foremost,
mall
man.
country, man?
Hey,
I'm
Happy
messing
New
with you.
Year.
You
Happy
know I
New
love
Year,
you, bro.
man.
Happy New Year, Dad.
Happy New Year to everyone. I haven't seen everyone since last
I haven't seen
year.
you since last year.
Yeah,
Where have you
it was
been,
like a couple
Q?
weeks ago. Man, I've been enjoying my holidays. Been watching some football. Kind of disappointed with Tua. What's been what has transpired and what I saw from him, but
by the way,
I'm
Q, I just want to know what is your love and affiliation for Tua? Is it
Well, he's
something
Samoan.
familial or-
I'm Samoan, bro.
He's Samoan.
I
It's
always got to
cultural.
root for my people, man.
Yeah, it's
okay.
cultural.
So you're
He's
from the Isle
never
of Man.
made two bones about it, and I appreciate that from Q. It's a bold, hard stance of honesty. It really is. It's
So
good.
you're a fan of
Yeah,
the underthrowing Samoan.
Oh shit, he's coming after you.
Damn,
now.
Q.
Was that a jab? Was that a jab, Mark?
It was a real jab. It was a real jab.
Okay, I felt that. I
was
felt
in your
that.
face with your garbage quarterback.
Oh, man.
Well, he ain't my quarterback. I'll tell you that.
Q
Kenny
roots
Pickett.
for Tua. Q
Kenny
roots for
Pickett,
Tua
that's
because
my
he-
quarterback.
Well, Q roots for Tua because of the cultural aspect, but he also he's objective and also realizes that not every Samoan on the island is good enough to be an NFL quarterback. So it's okay to say he ain't good just because you're culturally aligned.
Right, but it's quite an accomplishment, caller.
But you see what I'm saying, Q.
to think
You're
that
willing
people
to
from a
say-
small
you're
island,
will-
you think
that
about
I
it,
agree with.
But you're
compared
willing
to the
you've
entire
always been-
world.
But Q, you've always been willing to say, cultural likeness aside, a man still has to perform, and if he's not performing, it
Right,
is what
right.
it is. You know what
I
I mean?
agree. I agree. Yeah. I agree.
Q, isn't
But-
the
but
last
I think,
Samoan athlete
I
the great
think we
Peter
said-
Maivia of WWF fame.
What'd you say?
I said, isn't the last great Samoan athlete of note King Peter Maivia of the
Oh,
old
no.
WWF fame?
No.
No.
There's a lot.
A lot
Junior
of
Seau,
NFL.
Troy
lot of
Polamalu.
NFL.
He's a Pittsburgh
Yeah,
Steelers
a
fan.
lot of
Mark.
NFL Samoan culture.
I mean,
I'm telling
Samoa. They make wonderful defensive linemen.
Yo,
And linebackers,
he's a
offensive
Pittsburgh
linemen.
Steelers fan.
Come on,
I
man.
remember that.
They have the
Lace Will.
best.
That's another
hey,
great
what's
one.
up, everybody?
Gay NFL
Samoans
player.
have the
What up,
best sumo wrestlers, right?
Yes, they do.
No, those are
sumo
Japanese
wrestling,
people.
too.
No, I don't know if that's factual, but there is a Yokozuna, Samoan Yokozuna, which
Yeah, he's
means
dead.
he's like a champion.
The Yokozuna family actually has a Samoan like wrestling like deal. I saw like a whole documentary.
Yeah.
They're married
I
into
remember,
Samoan.
like,
They're
Samoan SWAT
aren't they
team or
like
something.
related to the Rock's family?
No, I think Yokozuna. Yokozuna is a title. It's a sumo title. That means you're like the champion. If you Yokozuna,
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like
if you're the
Caesar.
champion, you're
Not
Yokozuna.
everybody's a Caesar after Julius Caesar.
There's been some Samoans who's obtained that title.
Aren't you?
But
ashamed
Yokozuna
that
the wrestler,
is actually Samoan?
Yokozuna the
I don't-
wrestler, the WWF wrestler, what you're talking about, Ali?
A big man
Yeah,
that
he's a part. Yeah, he's a part of the Anoa'i family, part of the
I'm-
Chief Maia
does-
family.
does-
Roughly
Don't forget about your
translates
tribal
to goat.
chief.
Does anybody feel that negative energy from a Steeler fan wishing we lose?
Oh no, he definitely wants us to lose, and because he
That
knows
is-
that
we
the
need to.
Patriots are
I
We
losing.
need-
can
check
feel
this out,
the
Pete.
negativity
We need
through
you
the
guys to
internet
win.
right now.
In order for the Steelers to make the playoffs, we need the Dolphins to win. So that's not negative energy at all. That's
You
just
need us
the.
to lose.
No,
you mean?
no. You need the Dolphins to lose.
I mean, I need
Yeah,
you guys
yeah,
to
yeah.
lose. That's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
negative
I know.
energy. That's just.
No, it's rooting for your
Well,
team.
What you trying to
Get it.
say, Pete?
Yeah, but this is I can feel it. It's hurting the left side of my arm and my shoulder
No,
area.
you trying to
like, I
promote
don't need
something.
it.
You're trying to
Alright,
promote
go ahead.
something that shouldn't be
Well, you're
promoted,
holding
Pete. Come on now.
ETA, I like your handle. Circumcise the Jets. Yeah, that would be awesome, but there's nothing to cut.
Yeah.
Oh, ooh,
Damn.
ooh.
All right, man. You lined it up. I had to go there.
Question for you.
Hey, you know what? I start like it feels like hey, as a Miami Dolphin fan, fellas, it feels like we've been through 2 seasons in 1 season.
It
know,
has.
Tony.
That's
I
not a
feel-
joke.
I feel-
It's not a joke.
I kind
on
of
a
feel for
second.
y'all, man.
I want
On
to
the
say
real.
hi to Alex. I want to say hi to Alex, but Alex, it says HBK. Are you a strangler now?
No.
Yeah,
that's
oh,
the,
no.
That's the
Heartbreak
Heartbreak
Kid,
Kid, bro. That's
The Heartbreak Kid. Oh, well, HBK
Wrestler.
was
You
like
trying
an
to hit that sweet
acronym
chin
for
music?
for
I
a
think that was
serial
I think
killer.
that was the bind, torture, and killing. I think that was the
Hold on,
BTK
hold
killer.
on. Here we go. I think I'm cute.
That's
I know I'm sexy.
BTK,
The
Capitan.
fuck?
I got the looks that drive the girls wild. I got the moves that really
Alex, you're just not something like
There
I'm
it
sorry.
up and I sent chills up and down their spine. I'm just a sexy boy.
Did you stop that, Alex? You're kind of creeping me out right now.
Sorry. So, Q, you're right. Yokozuna
Anybody in the chat, mind you, timeouts are in full effect.
The only one who's not blood related is Snooker. That's the only one that's
Yep,
not
Jimmy
blood related.
Snooker's Tongan. He's Tongan.
Yeah, it wasn't the last time I saw him getting him whacked in the face with a coconut.
It's HKB, not HBK.
The
It is
Heartbreak-
HBK.
It is
Heartbreak
HBK.
Bro, it's
Heartbreak
HBK.
Kid, Shawn
Oh
Michaels.
no, HKB. I'm thinking. Excuse me. I meant to say it the other
I
way
think
around.
you're like a BTK.
Oh,
I think it was
El
HKB or something.
Capitan.
No, it's blind, torture, and kill.
BTK, Capitan.
It was DTK.
Blind torture, kill. Yeah.
Whatever. I
BTK.
can't remember. There was a strangler that was
Well,
out there
isn't
that had
blind,
an
torture, and
acronym
kill
like that.
another name for the Dolphin season?
Jeez, Mark just came in here full shit talk
Stop it,
mode,
Mark.
didn't he? He's shot out of a motherfucking cannon, ain't he?
Your front
Yeah,
office is
Mark,
blind,
Mark,
your season's
Mark,
been
we don't
torturous,
need-
and you're about to get
Mark,
killed on
Mark,
Sunday.
Mark, we don't need none of that right now, bro. We're already
Mark,
suffering enough.
pretty
bro.
good.
No.
honest,
You've been
Mark,
giving
Mark
it
is
to me all
only
season
doing
long,
it
now
because
you're
no
gonna get
one
back
can
full
go
dose
out of
tonight.
bills right now because the low-hanging fruit is distasteful, to say the
But
least.
Mark, it's not like your guys' season. Even though you've had a decent season, it's not like you didn't have to have someone hold your hand the entire time as you've had this season. You had the NFL accommodating you to avoid having to play in the snow.
Still accommodating
Well,
them
nobody
at
could
this
get
moment.
to the game when the
Accommodating
NFL moved that game,
right?
so you're
Bro.
wrong on that, Ali.
All right,
Yo,
oh, I'm wrong on it, bro. How you guys had to play the Browns last year in the snow? Why couldn't you do it again?
because the Browns couldn't get into Buffalo, and there was nobody that could get to the game, and it was unsafe for people in that area.
It was about to blizzard.
You want to just go ahead and kill more people?
Why didn't they move the game then?
See, now it goes. Look at
What
here
game
goes
are we
Mark
talking
trying to
about?
find some moral high ground.
Yep. Sounds like you have to have someone hold you guys up.
What game are you
I
talking
had
about,
to
Ali?
suffer through the snow for so many years, bro, when I was living in New York.
I mean,
right.
Buffalo got to win some point. They've been to so many Super Bowls. They got to win sometimes. So the NFL has to help
The
them.
NFL
somehow.
has done everything in their power to make sure that their prediction of Buffalo being the number one seed.
They've been trying to put an 8-team.
Did they help us beat Kansas City? You like my avatar too? Did they help in that game? By the way,
Good.
by the way, there's 3 losses by a total of 8 points in a 15-game schedule. So keep that in mind. Oh, and aren't you guys negative
fuck
point
is that?
differential on the season? Oh, yes, you are, aren't you?
Just so you know that there's a 7% chance of loss of winning percentages that the Bills have with 14.5 points over the last 25
Hey, we
years.
need the Bills to win on Sunday.
Tua's got a
Okay?
7% chance of increasing his
I can throw a bunch of meaningless numbers very fast and quick with no ability to fact check anything, Mark, and do that. I can fucking destroy everybody with that same time. Go ahead, Greg.
Hold on. If you're a Bills fan, Patriots fans, or Jets fans, you want us to win this game because that would mean Chris Greer, Mike McDaniel, and Tua stays next year. So you want us to win this game.
Actually,
No,
no.
actually,
Regardless
I'd like
of
to see the
us
Dolphins
winning,
win
Tua's
out
not
to see
staying,
what
bro.
would actually happen
You can
if
get
had a
that out
real
of your
front
head right
office in
now.
place.
Regardless of us winning, has nothing to do with Tua stays or not. If anything, if Tua's smart, he's going to take a year off of football. That's the smart move, to be honest.
Yeah, like a crying baby that he actually is.
That is
I got a
super
boo-boo on my
smart.
head 'cause I fall
And I
down on it.
suggest Tua does that. I really do.
Ali, here's the deal. Okay, here's the deal. If the Dolphins win Sunday and we get into the playoffs, then
they'll get immediately bitch slapped, but that's fine.
McDaniel
That's
will
not happening.
stay, and
It
so
would
will
not
Tua.
be
Alex, you're my
Tua,
guy.
would not
That's
get
not
credit for
happening.
making the playoffs. It'll
Hey,
be
hold on,
much
hold
not
on.
What have
happening.
you
I was
seen?
just
No, what
thinking,
have you
hey,
seen?
I
No,
don't
be
want
real.
that
Be
to
real. Let's be
happen.
real.
Can Dolphin
Q,
fans
let's be
get
real.
into the meat of the bone? Can
Hold
we
on,
get to the
Pete.
real
Hold
No,
talk?
on,
let's be
Pete.
real. Let's
You
be
know
real.
What
Have you
Q?
seen
Go
from
ahead.
Skyler that makes you so confident you're going to win this
Well,
game?
I said it in my
If Tua's the
monologue.
best option, what does that make Skyler?
Q, I don't
Tua
think
isn't
I
an
don't think
option
we're going to
at
win
all,
Sunday.
though, Q. That's the
I don't think
problem.
we're going to win Sunday.
But still,
That's the
if
whole
he's
point.
available, he's still your best option.
He's not, though.
It's over, Johnny.
If he's available,
It's
he's still.
over.
I'm just saying.
He's not, though. He's not gonna play. That's the thing. Like we can't count on a guy you can't count on. You're talking about in the
Skyler,
postseason
I haven't
after
seen nothing.
After Skyler carries him there.
I haven't
then
seen
what'll
nothing from
happen?
Skyler.
Hey, Capitan, that's like waiting on a pizza you never ordered.
Plus, y'all going against a tough Jets defense. That defense ain't no joke. The same defense that beat on Skyler.
NFL figured out something. The NFL figured out how to expose the pretenders.
Listen. I'm not trying to do anything.
Wait,
I just want y'all to lose because
wait, Q. The NFL figured out how to expose the pretenders. You just announced the possibility of an 8th playoff game, an 8th playoff team, and watch which fan base gets excited.
How does that expose the fan base?
Fan getting happy about an 8 seed being added.
How does that expose the fan base?
Who the hell is going to get excited
That's
about
how
an
the
8
NFL
seed?
figured out how to expose the pretender teams. You just announce an eighth team in the playoffs and see which fan base gets excited.
MCJB.
Hell, I'm just
What up, Moose?
What's up, everyone? Hell,
What's
I'm
up,
happy if
MC?
we can make the playoffs for crying out loud. So
Yeah, but MC, like it, and I get you. Like, I'd be happy for one more week of Dolphins football in this scenario. But like, I mean, do we want if it's the Jets, we beat the Jets and then we find ourselves against any opponent in the playoffs first game? Do we want to get obliterated? You know what I'm saying?
That's
I get
not
where
what's
you're
going to
coming from.
happen.
But
Well,
We have a quarterback.
Tua comes back out there. He suffers another concussion or something.
Tua,
That's
didn't
pretty
you hear
terrible.
Ali? Ali, repeat it. This guy's done.
What did you say?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Justin Timberlake and NSYNC's coming back to do
So,
bye.
Oddly
the Miami
enough,
Dolphins. That's
think
gonna be
about
the
it like
big
this:
one.
if Tua, Ali, to your point, if
Who do you
Tua
guys want
does,
as quarterback next season?
if Tua
Look,
does take a year off and does
another
the
Alabama quarterback.
does
Who do you
the whatchamacallit, he does the Ricky Williams and like walks away from football. If he comes back the following year, that'll still be his 4th year in the contract. So if he takes a year off and puts together his body away from football,
no, they got to change that rule immediately. Then
Daddy loves you guys.
they got to change that rule immediately if that's the case.
It's the case, bro. He could walk away. He doesn't get his money. He has to give back his bonus because it's in the contract.
That's true.
But he can come back
in a way,
get it all back again.
So in a way, regardless of the fact, he can Tannehill us whether we want it or not.
Listen, no matter what, right now the Dolphins are stuck on the contract for the remainder of the $4.8 million.
And you know what? This is why I was saying get into the real conversation.
Bummer. Huh? This is a bummer, man. That's a bummer.
And that's why I said, and this is why I said we got to get into the real conversation.
That was Chris Greer.
The fan base, look, Chris Greer's safe. And so is Mike McDaniel. And so is Tua. You know why? The playoffs are here after we beat the Jets on Sunday. And that's all they needed to do. That's all this season was about. It didn't matter if we won the division with a 7-11 record. Just winning, going into the playoffs.
This season was about, Pete.
That's all that it was about. It was either you're gonna get it. And
was that Tua during OTAs?
No. No what?
That was Tua getting hit on the ground.
That's what Mama said.
A fucking 10. Gentlemen.
Oh man,
Is that Paul Walker on his right?
So again, how are you guys gonna fire a first-year head coach that made it to the playoffs?
I don't think we fire McDaniel, and I'll tell you why. The whole rumor that Lewis brought up yesterday on Batman's show about Sean Payton and stuff ain't gonna happen. Saints already came out and said they want a first-round pick for Sean Payton. We ain't giving that up.
I don't know, Pete, but I do know what Ross will look like after he leaves the room after having just fired him.
I'm saying, Color, making the playoffs with a first-time head coach, that is almost an unfireable offense. In this situation, Ali, to your point, you would have to either put McDaniel, Tua in a trade package to try to get Sean Payton. And you gotta hope the Saints would want that, or any other team.
Scott Jackson.
How do you fire a coach?
Listen, I'm sorry, but for Tua's career, being in a dome 8 games a year would seriously help a lot. It would be a controlled atmosphere. You get good in that dome. You find yourself in the NFC, a much weaker division, and it would probably turn his whole career around.
Well, doesn't Birmingham?
No, because they got that turf. Dude, his head is like an eggshell right now, bro. It's going to look like an omelet on the field the first time he gets hit in that stadium. Come on. Let's be real here.
Scott Jackson just sat there and put a comment up saying Miami beats the Jets. Scott will have more big games in the second start than Tua did in 3 years.
He's right.
It's true. Right.
What?
It's true. He will have he'll have a playoff clinching victory.
That's something Tua never
That's
had.
a much bigger game. There's more on the line in this game.
But come
all
on.
the big games combined.
But Scott Jackson is a Tua hater.
There'll be no Armstead on the field this year.
Yeah, but Scott Jackson is a Tua hater, guys.
It's not about being a Tua hater.
Tua never had the opportunity. Yeah, but Tua never had the opportunity to go in a one-win scenario at home at the Hard Rock.
You're right, Pete. He never had the opportunity, and it's not fair until they give him that opportunity again.
Yeah, we gotta wait till next year for it to fall on his lap.
That's it, Pete. We just gotta continue to trudge forward to us.
Am I hearing this shit from Pete?
I don't know, bro.
Am I really
Okay, so he clarifies. He clarifies wins. He meant.
He I get it.
What?
But here's something else though. Rappaport already reported.
He's right. Pete,
that-
I'm gonna start drinking too. You're right, buddy.
that Sean Payton wants.
Three points
Listen,
in Tennessee was so stellar.
Hey, Scott, keep drinking the Kool-Aid.
God,
bro.
I'm
Like,
hoping
that
Michael
is
come on.
shocking.
I hope
Listen,
Michael
bro.
will come up on the
Sean
couch so we
Payton-
can have actually two fans of a winning football.
Scott, you're awesome, bro, but that's not a good take, man. That's not a good
I
take.
just
I'm
look.
sorry. As
hold on.
much as I don't want Tua next year, I'm already off the Tua train. I want a new
Wait,
quarterback next year,
what?
but
Yeah,
Alex,
Alex,
that's not
doesn't
what I
matter.
Actually,
Oh,
this is old
damn.
news. It's old news.
It's
Oh yeah,
weird, but-
Q, MCJB. Alex has seen the light and realized that it's hard to have what
Lots
is known
changed
as a
since last
franchise
year,
quarterback,
It's lies.
a guy who
Uh,
isn't
hold on.
there.
It's not the
Out of
light.
all people, it's out of all people, it's Alex.
No, it's hard.
MCJB.
It's hard. Alex is,
MCJB. You ever heard about you got to be careful who you hang around?
Yeah,
You eventually become who you hang around, Alex. That's just what happens,
Alex,
bro.
Alex needs
They
a new
turned him
quarterback
out.
because he can't afford.
You know
to buy
what?
anymore.
You're right. I saw Alex. I saw Alex's initiation yesterday on Batman's channel.
Hold on. Going back
It's
to
been a minute
the
since I've
about
been
Sean Payton, Rappaport already reported that Sean Payton wants to go to a structured organization that
Well, that throws out
actually
the Dolphins.
has a strong owner, which
Yep.
our owner I
That's-
don't feel is strong. All right.
Fucking Mark.
They have a first round pick, which we don't have, right? And basically it's everything we don't have. So it's not gonna happen. He ain't coming
look,
here. So
listen,
this
getting
boy
Alex
is
is just
on
sitting there
paper.
like,
I
well,
think
that's
he's
not the
gonna
Sean
Dolphins.
stay one
Payton
more
is
year.
holding out for the
but
Dallas
getting
job.
getting
Alex
Sean
holding out
Payton.
for the Sean Payton's holding out for the Dallas job. I
Sean
guarantee
Payton
it.
has already admitted that he doesn't like Tua or his game. He's already said that.
That's nasty.
He's retracted the things because Tua played well in, but I think he was just being a little nice at that point. He got a lot of backlash, especially as Tua did decent in the beginning of the season. But
It's my quarterback.
Really.
I can't imagine.
Stop
I
with the
can't
stupid
imagine
meme.
him. I can't imagine him wanting to come here. No first round draft
You
pick
see the thing.
in the year he comes, nor
I got it.
the next year, and he's going to be stuck with Tua for at least a fifth year. You might as well pick Tua up, fifth year option up in May, because that's why Sean comes here. So if Sean Payton comes to the Dolphins, it's because he believes he can win with Tua. That is the only reason. And the Dolphins would give up a first rounder.
And you see that
Yeah.
another scenario
That's a good
that I
point,
think
El
is
Capitan.
impossible. I'm like with Ali
Yeah, like,
because
ooh, that clown.
at this point, I have us making the playoffs, beating the Jets. Bills handle their job, and we're in there. So my mentality right now is
There's
that's
only
where it's
two
at.
scenarios where
So,
I see a new coach coming
hold
in.
on, Q.
He's either
So just
Mike
by
McDaniel
having that
stays with Tua
mentality
and the team,
how do you
or
like?
they get
has
somebody
there
who
Q,
knows Tua.
see,
Somebody
when I
Tua's
talk
familiar,
playoffs,
but I don't
Dolphins, look
think
how
there's
he
anybody out
interrupts.
there. So I
Y'all noticed
think
that, right?
Mike McDaniel's going to
You're
stay.
right, Q.
He's gonna
You're
stay.
right. You're right. Q totally cut you off, Pete. Once you said Dolphins said playoffs, you're
Exactly.
100%. You're
I know that's that
Well,
negative
come on,
energy.
let's not pick up on
But-
Pete.
Aaron Rodgers
but-
and Aaron
Peter's
Rodgers
too busy
wants to
filleting Skyler.
Aaron Rodgers wants to have what Brady has, and that's a head coach that he controls. And I'm telling you, be prepared that we will have Aaron Rodgers as our starting quarterback next year, and our head coach will be Nathaniel Hackett.
Okay, but Color,
Oh,
but Color,
God,
but Color.
that's-
No,
no,
that
that's
all
plausible.
sounds. Hey, that all sounds good.
Nathaniel
But again,
Hackett?
again, are
He
you?
can't hack it, bro. I don't know.
Hold
I don't
on,
want him.
hold on. It doesn't matter what coaches, what
Color,
quarterbacks
I
they
just
want.
opened my
This
mouth
is the
right
first
now
thing they need to
just by you
answer.
saying that.
How do you get rid of a
Nathaniel
rookie head
Hackett.
coach
Thank
that
you,
made it to the playoffs his rookie year? Has that
Pete,
ever
stop
happened in
going
NFL
down,
history?
Stop going down on Skyler.
Maybe
Yes,
you don't get rid of him. And you keep him on a team, and
Has
you bring in
any
a veteran,
rookie NFL
a veteran
head
elite
coach
quarterback like Aaron Rodgers,
Q.
and he controls the situation.
That doesn't matter what that narrative is. It sounds good, but you have to answer this. A rookie head coach that made their team go into the playoffs, has there ever in the history of the NFL been a rookie head coach got fired over taking his team to the playoffs the first year, bro? Think about
I
that.
don't know.
Fired because he's
Oh
incompetent.
no, I have to check that. I don't know. I can't say that confidently. I can't.
You
say
won't find
Real
it.
quick, everybody, real quick. Try hard with the $5 donation. Asks a question. Why don't we give Skyler his comfort blanket and activate Eazy-E for the game? I've been
Hell
watching
yeah.
the preseason highlights,
Man,
and
I
those
haven't
two have
seen
a
that
connection.
dude since.
That's a brilliant. That's a
preseason.
brilliant take right there. It would help out. They got a lot of work together.
And hold up, I wanted to add to the little take that that they said about, at the end of the day, Brady could come here at free agency, and he can be the one that makes Mike McDaniel look.
Well, we all know that Ross wants Brady, and here's the situation that I could see being an absolute reality.
My bad. And in all reality, Mike McDaniel is the perfect little puppet coach.
Well, just wait a second. Here's
Tom Brady. Tom Brady will tell him what to do.
Remember what the Dolphins
Rodgers
are.
will tell him what to do.
Well, wait, Pete. Just remember what the Dolphins are to Ross. Okay? Why won't he just bring Harbaugh and Brady and have his Michigan dream team put together down here?
Because Harbaugh is not going to leave Michigan, supposedly.
Oh, that you see, Capitan, the only way I see us making a coaching change is if we don't
Alex,
make the
check private
playoffs.
chat. I'm dropping
And
you a
it's
link.
and now with the 8 teams,
Check that
it's almost
article out.
impossible for us not to make the playoffs.
What 8 teams? What are you talking about?
The 7
When you say
teams.
color, my bad.
I was
Private
saying,
chat, Alex.
I sent you a link in private chat. Check that article out. It's about.
Listen, I got you, Pete. That's if
All right,
we
let me-
make the
I'll-
playoffs.
I'll take a look. Give me a minute.
Now, even if we make the playoffs, I'll tell you how.
Alcoholic.
If we make the playoffs and he goes out and the quarterback that gets you in the playoffs, Skyler, he doesn't start and he puts Tua in, and Tua costs us the game, or we get booty clapped and embarrassed on primetime because it's a playoff game. They're all primetime at that point. Then yeah, I could still see him losing because it is still a 9-win season that you crept into the playoffs and then got beat up and made a quarterback change after we've seen Skyler get us through here. He continues to make blunders, had a team, you gave him a Ferrari, he crashed it, and now you got to get him out of here because he's too much of a liability. That scenario could be. If Skyler comes in and he loses still with Skyler, they could say, well, why didn't you play Tua? And see there.
Because Tua's got a boo-boo.
Let me ask you guys.
I don't
Let's
see
get
it.
to the Aaron Rodgers scenario real quick. If Aaron Rodgers were to come here, right? However we made it happen. Let's say we keep Skyler and we have him on the bench. I'd feel really good about him learning under Aaron Rodgers. I think that'd be a great mentor for him. What do you guys think about that?
I think it's a
100%.
bad
I agree,
idea,
dog.
Ali, because you can't afford him. You can't afford $50.3 million
Oh my
against the
God,
salary
Mark.
cap.
We can't
Oh,
afford
money
that-
is
It's a scenario.
manipulated.
It's a scenario.
Skyler Thompson doesn't make that much, and he's on a rookie contract, Ali. That makes perfect sense.
Well,
I'm pretty
he's
sure.
talking about Aaron Rodgers. First of all,
in a hole going into
First
next
of all,
season.
money doesn't mean anything in this league. If this
Yes,
owner
it
really
don't mean
wants
nothing to me.
this team really wants him, they'll go get him, dude.
You're
They've
$7
made it
million
happen.
over the cap. You got 27 free
my
agents
God,
on your
Mark.
roster. Where are you going to get
Shut
$50 million
up
to go pay
Where
Aaron
did the
Rodgers?
Saints get $70 million out of the
hold on.
negative? Where
Hold
did the
on,
Saints
hold
get
on.
$70
I
million
want
out
you
of
to
the
tell me
negative?
the players are going
Mark,
to be
they
off
can
your
restructure
roster to save
contracts. They
70
can
to
restructure-
save
Get him,
the
Greg.
money to
They
pay
can
for
restructure
Rodgers.
contracts. They can restructure
Well, I like
Alpha.
your
They
Oh,
can
and by the way,
restructure
you
Howard
can't get
contract.
Rodgers unless you trade for him because he's not a free agent.
You're
So
absolutely
what
right.
tell
I
him.
said,
Greg,
however,
tell
I
him.
did
Trade
say
for Aaron
hypothetical.
Rodgers.
Mark,
However,
they
you
can-
said that.
Right, Mark. And what better place in all of the country would a guy with a weak arm be successful but Mile High Stadium, where the freaking air is so thin my sister can throw it out of the stadium.
Well, what's the compensation?
Yeah, Mark.
Let me just ask
His
you. What's the
sister could throw it
compensation
out of
for
the
Aaron
damn
Rodgers for Green
stadium.
Bay?
What's up, EM Baller?
Hey, what's good, everyone? How's everyone?
Don't answer that question.
What's up,
Sam.
Em?
No, I didn't hear
What's
the
going
question.
on,
Mark.
Em?
Go ahead.
What's
What's
good,
up,
guys?
M?
Just
What's up,
sitting-
Hey,
M?
LCat,
Baller?
where did you get that jacket?
Ask me another
I've
time,
had
Mark.
this jacket for a long time. My
Sure.
uncle gave it to
Oh,
me
wow.
about 8 years ago.
That's
maybe longer.
fire. I like
So,
that.
Color,
jacket.
what are you going on about now?
What am
Good
I
old
what?
Gooden.
Going on about now because I just came in and
No. We were discussing. We were discussing what the
Oh,
compensation would be for
it's
Aaron
like
Rodgers.
that?
Are you like waiting in a bush
If we
to
were
come out and snipe me
hypothetically,
or something?
But you have
I
too many
propose
other
the question, if we
loudmouth, retarded
hypothetically
Dolphin
brought in
fans
Aaron
spewing
Rodgers,
this time.
They can restructure
Yeah, trade.
contracts, Mark. Come on.
yes, we
You know
could. We
that.
could restructure contracts.
Mark, we don't need all these bums, Mark. Don't you realize we don't care about keeping a lot of players on a 9-win or 8-win football team, Mark? We don't give a shit who loses out then.
Can any of you Dolphin fans answer it? What is your compensation package that you're going to offer for Aaron Rodgers?
I don't give a fuck about compensation packages. Christian Wilkins, Tua, somebody else.
Two second-round picks.
I'll give him 3 seconds and my next year's first.
I can't wait till the Jets put you out of your fucking misery on Sunday afternoon.
Mark's
Oh shit!
Yeah, Mark.
Mark.
I never heard you curse
Mark, hold on,
shit.
hold on, guys.
Damn.
So Mark, Mark, let me ask you the same question, Mark, because you're the one that tells us you're the one that tells us we have to run as far as we can from Tua. So who do you suggest, and what package do you suggest?
Mark, what does the Bills fan think the Dolphins should fucking do? Tell us, please.
Culture change on this shit organization.
I'm not listening to a Buffalo fan talk Miami, bro.
No, thanks. Give me some better advice, please. And DTA
Tom Brady's your only choice at this point.
Now.
Mark, you sound like an ex-wife missing her teeth, bro. Just stop.
We could get Jimmy.
Just stop. And you won't listen.
No, but you won't listen, Mark.
But Mark, you've been here on a weekly basis, loud and wrong, and all these.
No, he has not. Because after the Dolphins beat him, he was nowhere to fucking be found, Pete.
Oh, you mean
he runs?
Wait,
he runs.
Correction.
He was on a 2-month vacation until the Dolphins took a slide.
After I told him they were going to lose to the Vikings and the Jets, and they proceeded to lose to the Vikings and the Jets, he was nowhere to be found.
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, we're 12-3, and you're 8. You're
we
8
got it, Mark. We know where we are now. We're just setting the record straight.
Because the NFL continues to help you guys. Dude,
so, Mark, just real quick.
Kid that they just wish they could, and now they need the shove.
Mark, just real quick. Do you realize by cutting
we have any
Byron
other fans,
Jones?
by the way, that want to
Hold on, Mark.
Get 50,000 Mexicans to shovel snow? Like
see, now it's got to be the Mexican culture that shovels the snow, right, Mark?
What do you say?
Hold on.
It's the Mexican culture that shovels the snow, according to Bills fans. Thanks a lot, Mark.
And everybody, and Mark, I already told you. Hey, Mark,
I don't want to show. Do not put that on Mark. He was just pointing out what another Dolphin fan had said.
Okay, all right. I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I already told you, Mark. I already told you, Mark, when we played the Bills, Josh Allen asked for the worst. We are going to see you guys in the playoffs and beat y'all last. You're going to meet Skyler Thompson, buddy, and you better believe it.
Scummy,
you better believe it.
It was a racist comment made by one of your
that was
fans.
racist to you?
And Scummy, you get a chance. Why don't you come up to the panel so I can humiliate you in person?
Oh, Scummy, he's calling your name, bud.
Ooh.
Damn, Scummy, he's calling your name.
Crawl his miserable ass up onto the panel.
Dude,
so I can
it would be a
him.
legendary.
Sure is a ding dang of a hold down. This is a hoot nanny.
Fucking dog.
It would be an amazing day if Scummy came up here to give the hoedown hootenanny with Mark. I would love to host
Scummy.
that.
I'm waiting for you, loser. Come on up.
And you know what Mark did, right,
Mark,
guys?
I'm sorry, but that's the least threatening threat I've ever heard in my life.
It's clear.
I'm rooting for Mark.
Hey, Mark only has 3 takes on the Dolphins, which we heard like rinse and repeat. That's all he says is the same 3 takes.
Because you're too stupid
all he does, he does is he was listening backstage to us complain about our team.
100%.
He wrote down the 3 worst ones that he can save and remember, and he just says and rinse and repeats. That's it, Mark.
Pete, you want to have a football discussion sometime?
No, Mark, just real quick. Just real quick, in case y'all are wondering how the Dolphins can get money. DTA had texted me something from Neil Driscoll. I had retweeted it.
You're gonna sell your ugly wives?
Mark, you can't repurpose my joke, bro. It doesn't work. I already hit on it first. I won. Byron Jones being cut saves the Dolphins over $14 million right away. They can restructure the contracts of several players on the team, and by two restructures, one getting rid of one player and restructuring two contracts pays for one Aaron Rodgers.
Like Mark knows
what's your
defeat.
compensation package for Aaron Rodgers? What are you going to trade? What are you going to trade to Green
Two
Bay
second-round picks, and a third.
You know, you only have one second-round pick this year, or a second-round pick.
Mark, you see, it's because Mark, you see that this is why you don't understand. This is why you shouldn't talk football sometimes. You act like players aren't worth capitals. You act like the Dolphins can't trade a player. Come on now. Like, do you know what you talk about here?
I love Scully, man. This is why I love Scully.
How much would
By the way, Pete, since you're a big Dolphin fan, would you tell me what draft picks the team has next year?
How much value
you're a huge Dolphin
Real quick, Mark, you touch yourself when you come up here and fight against the whole panel. I gotta know, bro. This has got to be a sadomasochism thing.
hold to the Green Bay Packers, seeing as we shelved him and didn't put any
Well,
mileage
you can't
on
trade
him.
Gesicki because he's a free agent. He's walking away at the end of the season. You got nothing for him. Congratulations.
He's walking away to the team we trade him to, Mark.
You can't trade him. He's a free agent.
Don't tell me how things work, Mark.
I want him to sign with somebody. I'm getting a compensation pick afterwards, dude. I mean, come
and
on.
we're trading that compensation pick to the team that we get Aaron Rodgers for,
you
Mark.
realize your compensation pick is predicated upon performance. So
Mark, you don't even understand how to spell compensation, bro. Don't tell me what I'm going to get.
Right. The shittier the performance, the more help we get from the NFL. That's why we put him on the bench all year.
Oh, my God.
Chaos.
Your front office.
Remember, the NFL is all about equity.
You leave the season with a losing record, no cap space, and no money. Great fucking job, Chris Greer. Congratulations.
Losing record?
When you finish 8-9 on Sunday afternoon about 4:30,
Did somebody? I'm hoping to God somebody jotted down the coordinates to our universe before we left.
An ex-alcoholic as a coach
for the rest of my life
grew up
trying
as
to
a
get back
fucking
there.
GM and an owner that's probably
Mark,
his depends right now.
Mark, let me tell you. We have a second-round draft pick. We have 2 third-round draft picks. We have a 5th, 6th, and a 7th round.
No,
in
actually,
the next year's draft.
15th and a 16th and a 17th.
And we also have a first round in 2024, a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a 6th, and a 7th.
No, you lost.
That's right. And the compensation pick for Mike Gesicki.
So the fourth, hey, Mark. First of all, this is why you sound silly. We lost our first and our fourth, but we still had 2 third rounds.
Third, asshole.
We have 2 thirds. We have 2 thirds.
We got it.
You have a second, 2 thirds, and a 6th. That's what you have in 2023.
And we have a 5th that is from the 49ers that we traded, and our 7th.
You don't have your 7th. That's gone.
We got at least one.
Oh, that's gone. Oh my God.
Christian Wilkins.
Well, then you trade Wilkins, and that's great. So you lose your best interior defensive lineman.
Listen, Mark, interior defensive lineman ain't thrown one touchdown in any Super Bowl of all time. I don't need $100+ million D lineman.
Of course, this is coming from the same database.
How many? Hey, Mark, since you know so much football. Hey, Mark, hold on.
Now you're licking balls to fucking get him.
Hey, so Mark, you know so much football. How many draft picks do teams usually have on an average?
7.
And we have 6. What's the big deal? We lost it on. We have 6. We have 6. A second, 2 thirds, a 5th, 6th, and a 7th. That's 6. I'm looking at it right here.
Yeah, can you fucking count, Mark?
And next year we have 7. So in 2 years we have 13 picks. You have 14. So how bad is it? It's only in your dreams.
Even if you have
in your nightmares, Mark. In your nightmares.
As real as it may seem. It is
only
Chris Greer.
Exactly. Did Sue help the Dolphins so much? I think not. Listen, Christian Wilkins stays with the Dolphins. and it will be a contract he'll never be able to live up to. I love Christian Wilkins, but I'm sorry, but because the failures at quarterback, it's time for a guy like Christian Wilkins to get me that Laramie Tunsil deal to pull this franchise out of the fucking problem that it's in.
What do you think the worth is for? I think that Wilkins
how much is the Raiders missing Khalil Mack?
Honest, a first round pick.
How much is the Raiders missing Khalil
Mack? How much do I think Christian Wilkins is worth?
I think he's a mid first round pick.
First and a second. That's what we're getting.
You're not going to get a first and a second for a lineman that's 27 years old. And it's
I think you're.
$1,000 a year.
So what did Khalil Mack go for at the same exact age? Who had less tackles than Wilkins? Wilkins is the #1 defensive lineman in the league this year, bro.
Yeah,
I don't think you might get a first and a fourth.
Bro, he's going to reset the market. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's
also
the latest.
And it's also the contract issue because
Is Mark
teams do not want to take on a contract. If
Mark
you're
is an NFL.
To be honest with you, you should really take on a contract with Roquan Smith because that's what your defense needs.
Who's a free agent next year?
That's what your defense needs too.
Now that's a solid move.
I agree
Your
with that.
defense
I
needs that
disagree
too.
with that.
Don't act like Buffalo hasn't been getting scored on left and right, Mark. Y'all been having defensive problems.
Sucks, dude. They're the biggest fraud in there.
They're just Josh Allen, bro. That's all it is. When you have a franchise quarterback,
bro. That's it.
It gets sold. Everything gets sold bigger than what it is. Josh Allen really elapses a lot of the efficiencies you guys have, Mark.
I'm not saying the Bills don't have inefficiencies because they do. They have weaknesses at the offensive line, and that's been a historic problem.
Weakness at offensive line, weakness in the secondary, weakness in the fan base.
You got a fellow Canadian disagreeing with you, bro.
Listen, first of all, Wilkins will get a 1+, depending on where that 1 is. If it's a top 5 pick, I don't think
I could live with the first and the third. I kind of agree with that.
I could live with a top 8, top 10, depending on how.
First and third is good compensation for Wilkins. I don't know if you're going to get that much because of the contract. The contract really hurts that because he's a free agent.
I don't know, and you don't understand how other fan bases are desperate for a guy like Wilkins too. I mean,
I gotta be honest with you guys. If we could get a first, that'll be good. Captain. Just one first, that'll be great.
Captain, you know what team it's going to be? It's going to be Detroit, bro. They need defensive help more than any other team. Imagine
it's actually a very
Ali.
They could give us 2 firsts, 1 this year, 1 next year, and
not
be
their
done
defensive line.
That's going to be up to Harbaugh.
You think Harbaugh's going to...
I think it's going to be up to Stephen Ross.
Jim Harbaugh
I'm pretty sure. Listen, I'm pretty sure Stephen Ross ipso facto owns the Lions in some way.
I got Harbaugh going to the Colts, to be honest. That's who I think he's going to be the coach of.
Oh, fuck would he want to go to the Colts for?
Well, let's see.
The really fucking awesome. I would say that. The owner
didn't he play for the Colts?
Strong.
Yeah, actually he did. He took him to a championship.
Yeah, you're right.
He did play for the Colts.
Hey, I have a Harbaugh when he was playing for the Colts card. And it's like a movie card, like it's like it almost looks like, you know those old projection TVs with like the 3 lights in them and shit like that. It's made out of that material, and you can like go like this, and it shows them. I have that card. That shit's fucking cool.
They have the potential to have one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the draft next year, so that's kind of why I think it's going to be the Colts. They also have the best running back, arguably, in the league, which is Jonathan Taylor. So.
Oh, by the way, who you missed instead of knowing they get
Taylor might not be a Colt.
Stop living in the past.
Hey, what? Hey, here's a surprise to you guys, and I bet you $100 that this is going to happen.
Okay,
I think Taylor's going to be traded in the offseason.
Wow.
That's a hot take.
That's a hot ass take. That's a broken take almost.
Because he's not happy in Indy. He's not happy in Indy at all.
Yeah, but you know what? First round running backs stay where they are until they got to get paid. Then they go somewhere else and they get injured their 6th year, and then they drift into obscurity.
To be honest with you.
Oh, he was second round. Oh,
yeah, he was the second round guy.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
I mean, but he could very easily be traded because he has value. You know, one other name for the Dolphins really to consider seriously is, what do you guys think about Josh Jacobs as a Dolphin?
Fuck no.
It's yeah, I mean, Josh.
Too much injuries, bro. Too many injuries.
He's having a good season.
Josh Jacobs ain't fucking taking my team to the playoffs.
Josh Jacobs would be really good for the Buffalo Bills. You guys should pay him a lot of money.
Yeah, I know. What do you think of?
Well, also another guy that's going to be a free agent is Devin Singletary. What do you think of him? He was
Hell
an
no.
FIU guy.
He sucks.
No, I
He
don't
can't
think
run.
Singletary.
He can't run between the tackles,
We don't
Mark.
want
He
your junk.
sucks.
Singletary is a
What
very
about
underrated
Kareem
player.
Hunt? Would you guys take a shot at him as a free agent?
I think the
No.
Bills should
No, I don't think
sign
he's got
Jason
speed.
Sanders in the
Before-
offseason.
He's like
Why are we
Singletary.
even,
He's like a
why
4'6"
are we
guy who
even
can catch
talking
a little
about
bit.
individual players when we're going to clean house with a new coach anyway?
Exactly.
I don't think we're going to clean house with a new coach.
Color again. Explain that. How are you? Have you found it? Have you found a rookie head coach that made it to the playoffs and got fired? Have you found it?
So here's what's gonna happen. I hope you all realize
I
what's gonna
haven't looked
happen.
yet. I'll be honest with you.
I'm gonna tell you guys what's gonna happen. Dolphins
It
are gonna
hasn't
win.
never happened.
Friday night.
Not gonna.
Dolphins are gonna win and get into the playoffs, and Tua's gonna come out in that first round in the playoffs. He's gonna beat whoever it is, whether it's the Bills, the Bengals, the Chiefs. He's gonna win that first game in the playoffs. Mark my words. It's gonna fucking happen.
He might. He might use his head powers.
Hey Pete, how many quarterbacks
ass,
have you
bro.
ever seen make it to the Super Bowl, lose to a Bill Belichick defense, and get traded that offseason?
Actually, that's
I
a
mean,
great question.
that's
Who
why.
was,
That's why I
mean,
think
we're in
Connor,
we're in
there's a
new
higher
paradigm,
possibility.
Bro. We're in a
This
new
is what I'm saying.
paradigm, bro. We're in a new paradigm. People do
This
things
is
in
the-
this
look.
league they never used to do, bro.
No,
All right, guys,
Color.
let me
I'm
get up
sorry
outta
to
here.
tell you.
Talk to you guys
I'm
later.
sorry to tell you that you can't do that.
guys.
This is what I'm saying. The only possibility right now at the moment to me that seems plausible after we make the playoffs would be a Saints head coaching trade. Like that's probably what it's like. Almost 98% sure that that's what's going to happen in front of our eyes. If he makes the playoffs, that's how you are going to sell that to the fan base. Connect it with Tua and bring Sean Payton to Miami with Mike
you're
McDaniel and Tua. And you could probably even add Christian Wilkins.
Clean trade, or are we
I'm a
giving
little- I'm a
something,
little
or are we
confused,
are we
Pete. How
getting
does-
something
how
back,
do all those
Pete?
pieces work together?
We're getting
Pete.
the head coach, Sean Payton.
No, but Sean Payton.
Okay,
what else?
okay,
They're
great,
getting
great.
a coach and a
Well, no.
quarterback. I want something else.
Okay, I'll tell you what it is. We'll get a coach and a quarterback. We'll get his puppet, Taysom Hill.
No fucking way they're letting Taysom Hill leave.
Bro,
100%.
Hello, puppet.
And what are you gonna compensate New Orleans? Because Peyton's a first round.
my God.
Peyton's a minimum
Mark,
of a first round pick that you don't have.
Mark, it will be on paper. It'll look really good. If you watch football, then you'll know it stinks. But on paper, it sells. Mike McDaniel did his job here. He had Tua looking like an MVP quarterback. He had Tua winning games until Tua got injured. So that sells. Okay, so Tua. Okay, Mark, let me ask you. How much will Tua, Mike McDaniel, be worth in a trade package? How much do you value that?
About the bottom of my sneakers after I step in dog shit.
You see, you're not being realistic here.
Damn.
The Saints, look, you see, this is the issue with you, Mark. You don't want to understand this. The Saints don't have
The
a head
issue with
coach.
Mark is he doesn't know football.
So they have to
That's what
take
it is.
exactly.
Yeah,
they
that's
have to
absolutely-
take
that's absolutely,
they have to take whatever is good as an offer. And you don't think Mike McDaniel, now we know Mike McDaniel is no coach. We know this, but realistically
Mike
to the fan
McDaniel
world.
has proven he's an offensive coordinator, and that's all he is. He's not yet gained the experience.
Okay,
and he may never be anything.
But
more
if
than
he
an
makes the
offensive
play,
coordinator.
but
He might
he's a
very well
no,
be
you
like
see?
Nate Hackett.
Okay, that's your opinion. But
I'm not
on
going to go
paper,
so
guess
far
what?
as to say that, Mark.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
The book
Mark,
is not
but
yet written on Mike McDaniel.
on paper,
But there's a lot
we
of-
handle
there's
business
been a lot
Sunday.
of pages written with.
It's
blown
not yet
timelines,
written, Mark.
Blown
You don't know the
challenges,
future. That's
bad
all I'm saying.
scheming, Being
Exactly.
stubborn.
All he has to do is make the playoffs.
Bad decisions.
You may talk all that shit now. Come time 5 years from now,
Plus,
and he's still
nobody
in
even
the league,
wanted him at
head
the end of
coach,
last
probably
season.
a Super Bowl
Put him
head
in his
coach.
place, Q.
I'm just saying, you don't know the fucking
Rested
future.
because nobody wanted him.
Nobody
I
wanted
how
him.
badly San Francisco's hurt by his loss.
Evaluate what you've seen this season. Don't go ahead to the future. Stick
I
to
have a
what you saw
question.
this season.
What I have seen in the season is blown timeouts, being badly
Okay.
out-schemed, being
Okay.
horribly
And we didn't see a blown timeout with Josh Allen where he was mad.
And maybe
You
you
guys
can
didn't
answer
even
one
have
more
a
question
timeout
for me,
for us at
guys.
the end of your game.
Guys,
That's why y'all lost. Y'all didn't even have a timeout.
So that's enough to define the rest of it.
Your
His
quarterback
career
noodle
as
arm
coach.
with no
Brandon
timeout,
Jones.
Mark.
Mark.
Your quarterback
Mark,
noodle
answer my
arm with
question.
no timeout.
That's enough to define his career as a head coach. That's
why
enough
don't
for
you
you
just-
to define.
Guys,
That's
Mark,
enough for me to say that I don't want him as a head coach.
Mark is a Dolphins
Okay, then that's
fan.
your opinion.
Mark is a Dolphins fan. Why don't
And
you-
if you bring in Sean Payton, as Pete was speculating, you're
Yo,
going to
here's
have
a
a staff
question.
with Sean Payton and McDaniel. How does that work?
So, real quick, God Soldier, shout out for the $10 donation. One of the OGs in the
Yo, I got a
TFTG
question.
community.
Yeah, he
God
is.
Soldier. He says Sky said he was shaky with the Pats because it was his first live action that he's seen all week. And without Armstead, he's still going through his progression, something Tua still struggles with and needs reps. This is
You
the
should
point I'm
play
trying
that
to get. It's
post-game
what Pete's
interview.
been trying to drill home is that Skyler Thompson can go through progressions like a top tier quarterback. He can do that.
Oh,
He
please.
I didn't see
can.
that. I don't know where you saw that.
Chris.
I don't know. I didn't see that.
The other problem is,
Chris.
and here's the hold on real quick. I just want to get this out real quick since we're talking about Skyler real quick. The problem is with Skyler is that if you go back to the games that he has played earlier in the season, this is the head coaching mistakes that I'm going to fault Mike McDaniel for. He didn't give them all the first team reps at all. They even said it. Whoever they wanted to go with that week got 95 to 98% of the first team reps.
Skyler hasn't got even the practice chance.
Yeah, he hasn't. Dude, it's not even funny. Like, how
They've
can you
never even given him an iota of an opportunity as far as game planning and reps. Fidel Castro, aka Jay.
And what was I saying all week, Ali? I don't know if you heard me.
Hold on,
but
Pete. Let Jay
all
cook.
week-
Let Jay cook. Hold on. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. I just wanted to know if you guys, because you guys live in South Florida, some of you are going to try to get some protests going, like create a website. I know they did this to get Jeff Ireland out of here because we need some real changes. And the fans down there in Florida, they need to start going to the new complex, demanding stuff because this is a fucking joke. Straight up.
Listen, I agree with you, Jay.
Use your
I'm starting to like the content that we.
I am but one man on a network filled with a couple of great, fine gentlemen, like you see to my left, Color and Ali, along with the other team members, DTA and Lou, and you guys know, Tonk and stuff like that, who's not really in the Dolphins community, but HB and you're not a Dolphins fan either. But we'll do anything and we can as the channel and the show and the voice grows. That's the only thing we can do, because I'm sorry, but they lean to the way in which where the masses go. And the reason
they're
that
watching
Tua,
right now.
You damn right, Q. They're watching.
Yeah,
I
it's
know.
probably
I've
the
had
one good thing that
confirmation.
Ross has done
I've had
since he's been
confirmation
here.
1,000 times by people close and in the organization that have told me so. But
I'll be honest
I mean,
with you.
what else can I do outside of pitchforks and torches?
No, I'm just saying
that is an option.
down there need to start. People down there need to start protesting.
We agree, bro.
I don't
but
think. Well, let me.
here's
finish
the
my
problem.
Point, please,
here's
guys,
the problem. Hold on, Jay or Mark. Let me finish addressing Jay and his question. The problem is this: we can make ourselves be heard by not giving them the money, but this is Miami. People are going to come. There's going to be newbies that show up to this fan base, and sorry, but they're in a different clientele now. They're in a higher class of clientele. Some that have money to throw away, that it doesn't matter if they win or lose. They're just there for the I was at a football game, and they can bleed that dry for years and years to come. Plus, all the new people moving to Florida that are fans of other teams fill up a lot of the stadium too. They are content with the resale value of tickets and the minimalist as long as the bottom line is done, not taking care of what the business is at hand, and that's about winning football games.
Not
And
to mention
not going.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Not going doesn't do it. Going and being heard or being heard by the masses is really what's done. And become a TFTG member if you want something done about it. Because when we have enough forces put together, our voice will be heard because it'll be loudest. And when it is loudest, we will get shit done.
Chris, what do you think about the SeaWorld uniforms?
And
they're a joke.
I think my point was actually taken. At this point, that's why the
what they
Dolphins aren't going to move on.
Stephen Ross has bastardized this organization. He's only done one good thing. We basically got a new stadium. That's all he's done. That's huge, but that's all he's
He
fucking
did it for
done.
his racetrack too. And don't forget, everyone, he owns 51%, or no, I think it's like 58% of Formula One racing, which he built all that around there for one race and one race only. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, he cares more about his alma mater. He cares more about Michigan than he does his fucking own football team.
And what is it bought in Michigan, though? Listen,
Like
all
this
the
guy-
work and the Harbaugh and the everything, what is it bought in Michigan? One fucking college playoff appearance?
I'm happy they got beat by TCU. I love Michigan losing.
But here's the other thing that Harbaugh.
Hold on, Ali. I forget who said it, but we here at the Dolphins are Ross's side chick. We're never gonna get the ring as long as Ross is around. You don't give your side chick the ring. The ring goes to your wife. The side chick gets all the nastiness. You get the fun times. You get to go out on the hot dates and go on the business trip. 2-time in the old lady, but you go home to the kids and the wife with the ring somewhere else, and that ain't us. And we gotta fucking get his ass out of here.
We need to make Miami great again. Okay, we need to make Miami great again and drain this fucking swamp. I want the retros back.
Hey, did you guys hear Jeff Wilson asking Tyreek Hill for a touchdown? Did y'all believe that? Can y'all believe that? Jeff Wilson is asking Tyreek Hill if I could get that touchdown.
Really?
In the huddle. Yeah. What does that got to tell you guys?
You're reading way too much into it.
Oh, okay. I'm reading way too much into it.
I gotta say,
and the next play they do a sweep. Tyreek Hill gets it.
Oh, fuck. Pete started talking too much truth, and they clipped his ass quick, dude. Y'all think Pete's crazy, but every time he gets on some fucking tirade that sounds crazy as fuck, but it could be true, this shit happens. They silence
Pete's
him.
not crazy. What he's saying is crazy.
Well, I bring up my
So
point.
I couldn't find one that won the
on this and
playoffs
confirm
and
this.
was fired. Hold on. I couldn't find one that got to the playoffs and was fired. However, Marty Schottenheimer was 8-8 in his only season with the Redskins, and he got fired. And
anymore.
And the other one is Al Groh went 9-7 with the Jets in the year 2000.
1 year, 1 season.
And you heard what Skyler said today?
He was fired.
And you heard what Skyler said today? This is why he's so easy to love.
Look at shout out to the super chat. Mark said love how Mark keeps saying we. Somebody's a big fan. You're right.
I'd like to see the Dolphins do well. I'm sickened
So
by
am I.
the ownership. I'm sickened by the general manager. I'm
Thanks,
sickened
Skyler.
by this loser
We need
coach.
Mark.
I'm sickened with this underthrowing Samoan quarterback. You
ain't got to put Samoan in there,
That's
bro.
why I suggest Tom Brady.
Guys, get in the
if Tom
super
Brady
chat
comes
for the
in,
color
even if
for the
McDaniel
color
is
mark.
still retained as a coach, McDaniel's going to say, "Well, Tom, I want you to do this," and Tom's going to say,
What if he
"Fuck
was
you,
an
fuck you,
overthrowing
Skippy.
Samoan?
Blow ass."
Mark, why do you say we? Because you're a fan. Why don't you just admit it?
I actually like the Dolphins, believe it or not. And that's why it's so goddamn frustrating.
No, you're a fan. You're a fan. It's like
Mark
I'm not a
is the
fan of the
ultimate
Dolphins. I'm a fan of the Bills,
sadomasochist.
but
The
I've
Samoan
ever seen in
sniper
my
is
life.
coming to play for the
He's
Bills.
a Dolphins.
He will
And
be on
hey,
the
Mark,
Bears
do you go to
roster next year,
Bills?
Mark.
Hold on, Crypto. Mark, do you go to Bills chats and your
There
Mark
are
from,
no Bills
from
Bills
Phil's Mafia
chats are-
and you
there
jump
is
up
no
and you're
excitement in a
a
Bills
Dolphins
chat room.
fan?
Mark,
Even
you
though
Okay,
come up with
it's,
clouds and honey.
it's one thing to be a fan of a team that's not in the division and be a fan
Hey
of
man,
the
y'all let me
Dolphins,
know when y'all
but it's
ready to
another
talk
thing to be a fan of
football,
another
man.
team that's
This
in the
is
division
nonsense.
we're always
and
ready.
be a fan of the Dolphins that's
Someone
also in the
time
same
Mark
division.
out. Someone
It's
time these
contradictory, bro.
non-Dolphin fans out. You guys in the chat. $20 gets this guy out, and the Steeler fan out too.
Don't worry, Pete. Tua's going to beat out
All right,
Josh Allen
Pete,
for
get
the
it done,
$20,
Tony.
drop
20
them, drop
bucks.
them.
Come on, Pete. Let's see the money. Let's show me the money.
Anyways, look what
Show
Skyler
me the
Thompson.
money.
Look.
Pete's
This is
saying
what
he'll
the
put
fan
5
base
on
wants
it and
to.
make it a 2 for 15 deal.
This is what the fan base wants to hear. Listen to the quarterback that we have right now. This is what he said today, right? I just got to be Skyler Thompson.
Yeah.
That's what I'm excited to do. Smile, have fun.
Oh
And
man,
get
they
cut
get
off.
him every fucking time, bro.
Yeah, I heard that.
The two guys are coming after you, Pete.
Because Skyler is smart. He doesn't let nobody talk him up. Skynet just got to Pete like, yo, don't jinx me, man.
I'm ignoring everybody that calls me right now.
Hey, Color,
Can you
what's
hear
with
me
the
again?
TV hologram on
Yes,
your
Pete.
thing?
So let me finish up real quick. He says, I just got to be Skyler Thompson. That's what I'm excited to do. Smile, have fun, and play the game I love. When have you ever heard Tua say he loves this game? And he goes, I got 2 of the best receivers in.
Oh my God, it happened
I think
again.
someone's doing it on purpose, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
it
believing
is.
someone's doing it on
Somebody
purpose.
is
In
bothering
the
Pete,
NFL,
trying to
he was
stop
gonna say
his
in
greatness.
the NFL, which means not for long with an internet connection like that.
Man,
No,
I'm
it's not
telling
the
you, man.
internet
You got to
connection.
give up that cricket.
I'm gonna have
Pete
to
is
be
getting
like you
called.
guys and get on a
Somebody is
computer.
trying to
booming.
stop Pete from speaking the truth. Go
We
ahead,
got that
Pete.
Pete, you might
cricket
want to go with
wireless.
Verizon.
Dude, it's
Blame
like
Russia.
sometimes being on a phone sucks when they're calling you. But well, look, I'm gonna just repeat it because I love it that much. How about that?
Yeah.
I just got to be Skyler Thompson. That's what I'm excited to do. Where is that? That's what I'm excited to do. Smile, have fun, and play the game I love. I've got 2 of the best wide receivers in the league on my team. Can you guys believe that? Like, there's no excuses. He's letting people know he has 2 of the best wide receivers. He's just going to go out and play ball. This is
play the game he loves, Pete.
Well, I would hope he wasn't curling.
Yeah, but I'm saying you saw the comment earlier.
Curling Lombardi trophies, Color.
This is what I'm saying. Look, we're hearing not Cedric Wilson, Jeff Wilson asking Tyreek Hill for touchdowns. This is not a joke, bro. We know that Tyreek Hill is the face of the franchise. So the face of the franchise, Tyreek Hill, is the receiver carrying a rookie quarterback, bro. This is going to light a fire into the fan base once we're in, and it's just, we beat the Bills. It's going to ignite something this fan base has never felt. This is going to be a veteran locker room carrying a
All this
rookie
because
quarterback.
a guy looks like a regular quarterback on the field. Holy shit.
Right. Dude, I'm drooling over finally a regular quarterback, Color. This is what we needed. Mechanically sound. He has it down pat.
Oh, man. Like I said,
Yeah,
man,
I
I'm not
think this
saying
fan
the guy
base.
ain't it.
Hey, Pete, can you believe that Skyler's going to save
we are
everybody's
so
job this
starved
weekend,
for
Pete?
normalcy at
You think
quarterback.
Skyler's going to save
Made us
everybody's
look
job
better
this
than he
weekend,
is.
including Tua?
Pete, what are you going to say if old man Flacco leads them
What
to a
was your
10-0
prediction
lead?
yesterday
Skyler's
again?
like 1 for 6 with 2
I said
interceptions.
14 to 12
Oh my
Jets.
God. Shut up.
Like, Pete, be
Oh.
honest with yourself.
Right
If
there,
Tua
man.
is as bad as you think he is and have said he is, then wouldn't Skyler, like, wouldn't anybody look awesome to you?
Hey, what did Mark say?
Going to
What
save
did Mark
Greer's
say?
job, McDaniel's job, and Tua's job tomorrow.
Let me
I
just
wish
put
it
this
was
way,
tomorrow.
guys.
I wish we played tomorrow.
If you're on a submarine and you've seen nothing but 100 men for 2 months, and the first woman that you saw was 200 pounds and 5'2",
Exactly,
look hot
Mark.
to you. That's how.
Mark
That's
sounds
how
like
any
he knows
quarterback,
from
any
experience.
quarterback who can actually stand up in the
But
pocket.
he's making a very good point, and that's
Mark
what I was
must have
trying to say
a
to
lot of
Pete.
experience
That's
in
the
that.
first.
He probably knows what he's talking
I
about.
am. I was in Navy.
He
US
done with the
Navy
booty
submarine
holes.
service, so I can tell you what it's
He
like
could
to
have done
be
it
on
without
board
the
with 100
fat
men.
shaming.
All right.
But,
Well,
you
thank you
know.
for your
Quite a few
service.
200-pound
I was in the Air Force,
submariners.
but yeah.
And the first woman on the dock, even if she looks like a Samoan slug, looks good to you.
Hey, y'all know when someone drinks
Whoa,
too.
dude,
Hey,
that was a shot at you.
That was
Mark.
you, Q.
Mark,
Saying that
Mark,
dugong
Hey,
would
hey,
look
Mark,
right.
You can't
you
even
have to
begin to
open up your
fathom what
jaw.
Samoan woman can do to you, bro.
Mark,
They will knock you out of your ass, bro.
I know. Hey, Mark,
No,
open
I'm
up
not
your
even.
jaw a little
I'm
bit
not
more
even
when you
phased,
talk,
though, Cap.
please.
I'm not even phased. I'll let this older man talk his shit because he's gonna die not ever being a champion.
Since he said he was in the Navy, one thing is for sure: at one point he was a seaman.
I was, as a
Well,
matter of fact, not
to
very
be fair,
long.
at one point we were all seamen.
I was a
To be
seaman.
fair, at
You
his
really
second point, he been a seaman 2 times and maybe for a third time later this evening.
You know what they
Isn't that
say
right,
about
Mark?
submarine sailors, don't you? They're good people.
Maybe
that
that's
love
why
seamen.
Mark don't want to see Samoan women. I'm telling you, Mark, Samoan women can give you that good loving. Maybe you prefer men.
No, I don't know. I don't know. 5'4" and 220 is
Hey,
not my
Mike
style,
started.
but
You heard
whatever.
Mike started? Yeah.
I'm telling you, Samoan women are thick, bro. They give you that goosh.
Man. Damn.
Yeah, thank you very much, but I think I can pass on Samoan women.
Okay, I know you stick to men, though.
Hey, Mark.
Actually, there's not much difference between a Samoan man and a Samoan woman. They both look the same.
Mark, you're messing up this Dolphins content. And you're doing it on purpose.
That was a good one.
Damn. That's bad.
This one's getting demonetized.
Yep, we've been on. We got the episodes back on track just in time for a whole week. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh man.
No, just the video, not the whole
Jerry, Capitan. All right, listen. First of all, the Dolphins are going to win. It's going to be 26-10. Skyler Thompson going to light it up. The defense is going to close it out.
26 points, lighting it up.
That's a lot of points for a young QB against a good defense.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Who's
going to
the
be
Jets
all
backup
Skyler
since Flacco
Thompson
is starting?
all the time.
Is it Mike White or Matt?
No, it's Joe Flacco.
He's got 5 broken ribs.
Super Bowl
By the way, by the hit by Matt Milano, he broke 5 ribs.
By the time the Jets even notice what hit him, Skyler Thompson is gonna have 4 touchdown passes already. Mike Glennon is gonna hit the field with 7 minutes left, and we're gonna see Mike Glennon finish the Jets off because the game is over by then. Dolphins are beating the crap out of the Jets, who are tanking, and they're done with. 42-6.
Plus Pete, Robert Saleh does Mike
playing.
McDaniel the solid.
He
'Cause
owes
he's
Mike
more
McDaniel.
secure in his job versus
Mike
the other
McDaniel.
way around.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
Pete, if the
You may
Jets
try
win
to throw
on
him a
Sunday, are you
bone.
going to go away for
Now
a
we're understanding why Tanner Connor was in on that
Skyler
play.
loss?
No, but Mike Glennon might not even be on the active rosters. For sure, is going to be Teddy Bridgewater backing him up. So Skyler Thompson is throwing for 6.
Pinky.
He has a broken pinky, bro.
Yeah, but he's going to be the backup quarterback.
He's looking like he might be on track.
He might have to wear the Mickey Mouse gloves to hold the ball. So
why he can't just tape 2 fingers together?
Oh boy, you
It
can all
wasn't
sing
broken.
who's the leader
it was
of the gang.
dislocated, and it probably was just sore for a couple days after they reset it.
Teddy Bridgewater should be able to play. You tape those 2 pinkies
Liz
up
is
together.
saying that
the
she
2
was
fingers,
the someone.
throw that ball.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
see that.
thank you, Liz.
Teddy's probably had 2 fingers up to his ass.
See, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Giving 2 of that loving, that loving.
Need to bring up the exam.
Hey, don't lie, Mark. I know you jealous, bro. I know that got you jealous. I wish Teddy had his 2 fingers up my ass.
He's probably in Hillcrest with a toy like Matt Lauer.
I finally
playing with
found
it.
the girls that Mark is really into. Put it on the
Damn,
big screen, Captain.
Joe wrist with the fucking swish. Teddy Two Fingers.
Teddy Two Fingers.
Damn. Too much. All right.
Cap, this show
This
is.
is the
I'm
milk
sorry.
bowl.
I've helped really degenerate this show. I am so sorry.
I mean,
Oh no, we didn't need your help, bro. Trust me.
yeah, Mark, it was generated about 8.5 months ago. I tried to start
You
out
guys are
some
good
kind
guys.
of way, and I was like,
I don't want you guys to take any hits on my account.
my whole life's been taking hits, bro. I know how to deal with it. I ain't no bitch. I don't
Chris,
get
is it
concussed.
cold?
I don't
Where
get
are you?
concussed like that,
Chris.
bro. I can take the fucking hits.
Chris, are you cold,
seriously
brother?
about the game on
Am I
Sunday.
cold?
Yeah, how cold is it? You got to be in northern Florida, maybe.
It's fucking cold, bro. It's like
Well,
40 degrees, 39 degrees. It's
I'm
fucking
currently in South Florida, and it's 59 degrees. We got a cold front coming through. So
Yeah, it's fucking cold as hell for
We're in Canada. You guys are
it was like in the friggin' mid 70s. When it drops 40 degrees in a day, it's fucking cold. I don't give a shit what you do.
Yeah, Mark. Where are you at, Mark? Is it cold over there where you're at?
California, man. It's
He's in
55
San Diego.
55 degrees in San Diego.
He's in Hillcrest.
Oh.
No, I'm in Chula Vista, actually.
No, you're in Hillcrest. Trust me.
Come on, I was in Hillcrest earlier. Don't tell on me.
Damn, now we go round and round. I don't know what Hillcrest is, but it sounds like you guys know a lot about some.
No,
weird
there's a great
shit.
adult bookstore down there where you can get a 17-inch black dildo.
Oh my
God.
Again, Mark knows from experience. He
What the
buys
fuck?
them one at a time.
Jesus, wait a minute.
And they got the really
Google
they got the good fixtures.
Mark,
Hillcrest in San Diego.
Yes,
See
don't.
if it's gonna make me throw up.
Y'all know why Mark is so
One in the
spicy,
pussy,
right?
One in the bun.
Y'all
That's
know why
the
Mark is
song
so
for it.
spicy. This is how a mad Buffalo Bills fan acts after their game gets canceled. This is what's going on.
Pete, honestly, honestly,
cancellation thing's
he's
a big
not.
mess.
He's not a Bills fan. I honestly don't like. Gun to my head, I think he's a Miami Dolphins fan. He's just so angry.
I
understand it.
I truly think he knows. In my opinion, Mark knows more hockey than he knows football. But go ahead, Mark.
No, I watched Super Bowl. I was like 14 years old when the Dolphins went to Super Bowl 6, got beat by the Cowboys, and then of course they won Super Bowl 7 and Super Bowl 8, and I was crushed when they lost in '84.
He's that guy assigning everybody jobs at the zombie apocalypse. And the doctor walks up and he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna have you being the blacksmith." And he's like, "Pretty sure I need to be the doctor." And he's like,
But
like,
yeah,
no, I see blacksmith
the
in
franchise
you.
has gotten disgraceful over the years especially under Ross's ownership. But I do have a legitimate football question. With the Jets offensive line down so many players at this point.
It's definitely a battle of the backups.
Can I actually finish my football question?
How old were
No,
you when
with
you
it-
saw your first Super Bowl, Mark?
Hey, let's look at it. Y'all listen to EM right now and CB. Look.
Well, don't give me that bullshit about
Are they making out?
I don't know, but you should fucking play that shit. You should play it.
I don't know.
Wow.
I'll end up getting hit with a copyright.
For sure, you'll get 3 strikes. The Tuaneers are willing to do anything right now to get back at Tua about it. They're going down, holding the. Oh,
But I
poor
did have a
Tuaneers.
legitimate
Hey, fucking Tuaneer, Mark.
New excuse? Hold on. Have you guys heard the new excuse from the Tuaneers that the Dolphins?
There's a new one?
Oh my God! That they're purposefully hiding Tua away. That's the new excuse that they're hiding Tua away, that the concussion isn't real, and that the team.
Well, you know what
Bro, you know where they got that excuse from, though?
To hurt Tua. I swear to God.
Captain, you know where they got that excuse from, though, right?
Who?
Right here. I said that this whole concussion thing is fake. The guy played so shitty. They brought up they made up a concussion just to make him.
No.
The poor guy had a concussion. That's why he played like shit. Go back to the USFL.
It's made up, Ali. Y'all going right.
Time.
If they're going to use that excuse, I'm giving that excuse to everybody.
So if we squeak into the playoffs, that gives McDaniel enough time to design a new playbook for Tua that none of the defenses have figured out yet.
Yeah, the only problem with that is unless it's spelled with large 4-letter words, Tua's not going to understand it.
All right.
Ali, I've already decided that I've given Jason Sanders the concussion excuse for missed field goals since the quarterback want to use that as an excuse. Everybody's bad performance now. I'm just going to say they got a concussion. Jesse Davis, all of them. They had concussions when they were playing. Liam Eichenberg had a concussion. By the way, can anybody explain to me why Liam Eichenberg played on Sunday?
He played
because he's an NFL player, Mark.
Football.
While you sit on your couch, you watch Liam Eichenberg.
He's a football player.
Really? As a football player and you're an offensive lineman, don't you actually have to block somebody?
You're going to see what Liam Eichenberg does to Gregory Rousseau. You're going to see. You're gonna see.
I'm very disappointed.
I watched a long film about Liam Eichenberg plays and watching him whiff on every Patriot lineman that went past him.
Now he watches Liam Eichenberg
over and over.
You see, like people say anything on the internet.
You've got the film on Liam Eichenberg.
Yeah. Hey, Capitan, he sits down. He watches Liam Eichenberg run all 73 plays. He like no.
Then I look at his PFF grade, and it's like, microscopic, kind of like my dick.
There's his tell. He's a fucking PFF-ineer.
There you go.
PFF-ineer.
He goes by PFF. This guy don't know Jack.
Mark.
This guy don't know Jack.
Yourself about this bitch.
Into that
He's a PFF.
No, TD was a pretty good damn fan.
You walk into the Lions Den, Mark. Welcome.
Tailgate.
He's going to turn it around on you, Ollie, and make you feel bad. Trust me. Don't walk into that one, bro. I'm working with information you're not working with. Trust me. Don't walk into that one, man.
And by the way, Tua had a
Chris, you drinking what were you drinking? Rum? Whiskey?
Stellar games.
Listen.
I don't know. There was like a third of a bottle left. I'll be done here soon. I could drink infinitely.
What flavor is Ross is going to walk into the press conference.
It's the apple
Monday
kind.
morning.
I've had it since Christmas. It's all right.
With you with that, you look like a Titans fan there, like some country guy drinking your whiskey.
Bro, I drink. I love to drink whiskey. I can drink infinite amount of whiskey.
It's like better than the shit I get from my dispensary. Is that weird?
Ain't Florida a country?
Ain't
that part of the South?
It's the swamp, so yes, you're right, Q. It is the South. It's the most southern motherfucking place in all of America.
No, we didn't.
One of the last free places left.
Do not walk into that one, man. I'm working with information y'all ain't working with. Mark is baiting you. Do not walk into that one.
What? Oh, the microscopic?
There's a reason he self-deprecated. Do not walk into that one.
I walk into nothing, color, unless I bring my sword with me.
And yes, he's made the reason public, so it's not like I'm like busting anything on.
Now, Chris, I gotta ask, I'm obsessed with the iguana invasion of Florida. Have you killed any?
No. I've killed
haven't?
plenty of iguanas, yes, but they're not up north.
Because when I go down on my vacation, I'm going to kill some of them.
That's turkey bacon right there.
You can kill as many of them as you please.
They're destroying Florida.
They actually have a thing here where I'm at in Florida. I know a guy that lives about 5 minutes from here. There's like a bounty on certain lizards.
Yeah,
he gets paid if he traps them or whatever and brings them in.
Well, if you were like homeless,
like William Wallace right now telling
you could
everybody
do
to
that.
hold. He's like,
You can
hold.
make,
He's
that could be your
letting
full
you
time
walk right
job.
into it.
That's what he does. He's retired, and that's how he's making like side money, dude.
So,
to go to Vegas. And stuff
oddly
like that.
Does he shoot them with a pellet gun or a
Yeah, 'cause
BB
you
gun?
can't-
What's he
they're
do?
usually they're usually in city areas because you
Trying
can't
to
shoot a
save
weapon
them, Mark,
like
but
a
they don't
gun.
hear me.
No, we don't want to listen, Color, because it's disgusting, and we don't want to talk about disgusting.
But they're all walking right into it, man. Look at
No one's
Scubby
walking
Mark
into
is a
anything. We're
female.
talking about lizards now.
What, you want
Anyhow.
to talk about mice for Mark or something? Fuck. Little
The one
gerbils?
thing that's good about the iguana
Hey,
population,
not gerbils are the best thing I've ever had up my ass.
the one thing about the iguana population that's good is that it creates a new food source for all the mammals that were hurting, like the bobcats, the panthers, stuff like that. The problem is that the damn pythons are getting so out of control that they're eating everything now. So
yeah, I
we gotta-
saw this documentary. You guys are bringing in guys from India to catch
You know what?
them.
Honestly, bro, I wish I could figure out the way, because it's all government shit now. It ain't like city or town wise. So to get the money, you already gotta be rich to do some shit. But I'm promising you get a couple of these friggin' rednecks, or myself included, out there hunting a bunch of snakes. I'll come back with a shit ton of snakes for your ass.
If I lived down there, I would kill these iguanas for money and everything.
Hey, Ali, check the group chat. I'm in the group text on your phone.
Chris, will they give you money if you get iguanas? Will they give you money, the state?
I don't know. I'm sure there's some sort of something somewhere and something that'll give some money for them, because yeah, they're an invasive species. But I don't know, because like there's invasive species of fish everywhere, and they don't give you nothing for that.
Yeah,
I
like
saw those
what's it called
Asian
again?
fish,
the lionfish,
Asian carp fish, I think.
The lionfish. I
It
think
ain't
that's an
lion,
invasive
Ali.
species in Florida.
That's why y'all are walking right into it, bro.
It's weird. It's weird because I can't get the group texts on my computer, but I get all the other ones.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's weird, right? I think it's because not all you guys are Apple users or something. You guys need to get
Fuck Apple.
Yeah, well,
Well, you
you
know,
get rid of your
if you
junky
come
ass
off with them
Android
donations and buy us
program.
all an apple, we'd have one.
Yeah, well.
Apple are for people that need to follow directions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Android's
If
for
the audience
people
would
who like
kindly
to have
donate
shit
to
that don't work.
TFTG, we could all have apples.
Android's for
pancakes.
people who like shit that don't work.
Is there any possible way the Raiders beat the
no problem
Chiefs?
Actually, I'm predicting a Raiders win.
If the Raiders win, Buffalo will be forced to beat Patriots. We beat Jets, that's automatic. And then we play the Chiefs. That will be the first game in the playoffs. We'll play the Chiefs instead
Did
of the Bills.
Tennessee make it at all? Did Tennessee make it or no?
They have to win.
That's tomorrow. Tennessee versus
Because I wouldn't
Jaguars.
mind us going up against Tennessee if possible, if that's possible.
No, that's impossible.
It's not possible.
Impossible.
The only two teams we could face are either the Bills or the Chiefs.
Unless we face them in like the second round. No, we'd have to face them in the AFC Championship game.
They would have to win their first playoff
We're going to
game
be
too.
the lowest. If the Dolphins get in, we'll be the lowest seed, which means we'll face the highest seed every time. The only way you can
And
face
you know
the
what?
lowest, like Jacksonville or Tennessee, which will only be the fourth seed, is if we find them in the AFC Championship game.
I'm glad we're the lowest seed. We're the underdog. We're going to be underlooked with the rookie quarterback. Man, I can't wait.
Well, no, there's 7 teams going into the playoffs, so that means the Dolphins will be facing the Bills. Because don't the first seed get by?
Yeah, but exactly.
Yeah,
We're more than likely going to face the
you don't
Bills
want to
because
face McDaniel. You don't like his offense.
we're probably going to face the Bills more than likely, but hopefully the Chiefs, because I got the Chiefs beating the Raiders for sure.
I mean, listen, I think that the Chiefs beating the Raiders makes all the sense in the world, but maybe the Chiefs do the NFL a solid by having a loss on Saturday to keep all the interestingness on Sunday.
And a bye week kind of sucks. It's only good having the home field advantage. You want to keep playing in all reality. That bye
And if
week
the
will make
NFL does add an 8th team and takes away that bye, then the Chiefs really don't have anything to play for anyway.
But you would want your team rested before a big game.
Yeah, but nobody's going to get a bye, is what I'm saying.
Here's a fair question. If we actually got into the playoffs and won a game, isn't there a fair argument that actually would hurt the long-term success of the organization?
Yes.
Because it would allow
Color check group chat.
Greer and the rest of these swamp creatures like Ross to continue to get away with this.
We own a zoo. It's a zoo down here in Miami. You got Mike Glennon with the long neck. You got
penguin. You got the cheetah.
But let me ask you. Y'all think Greer has done a horrible job? He's bad.
Chris Greer is a swamp creature, in my opinion.
All right. Yeah. Why?
Because he fucked up on all 3 first-round picks. They're all busts. And Charles Harris was a bust too. There's 4.
But
you got
you know
Bradley
what?
Chubb. Why? We need a linebacker. We already have Phillips.
Should have got
and
a
we have
DB.
Ogba locked up long
Look
term.
at that. Y'all can say all of that, but guess what?
Oh.
This is all in all reality. Look, listen to me, Pepperoni. If he would have just took Herbert instead of Tua, and he could have done everything else identically the same, he would not be on the hot seat right now. He could have still drafted Austin Jackson. He could have still got Noah.
He should have
Everything
drafted Chase over Waddle. Chase is better than Waddle.
Yeah, but he could have done that. He could have done Waddle still, and he would still be good.
Hold on, Pete. I got to make this clear because it makes me sick when I hear people say that, oh, if we just drafted Herbert, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Talk to him.
That would be correct had we have the appropriate coaches to make sure Herbert did what Herbert did at the Chargers camp. Just because he comes here and the dysfunction of a team and organization we have, you think he's going to do the same thing? Hell no, he's going to do the same thing.
100%. 100%. And we would have probably kept Flores, and we would have used the capital to build around Herbert.
That's like bringing in an anteater and a dodo bird and expecting the same result in the same game.
We'll have Herbert.
We probably will be talking Super Bowl right now.
We're turning into a freak show, ladies and gentlemen.
No. Am I wrong? Are we not a swamp that needs to be drained in Miami? This organization.
No. I mean, in a way, you're not wrong. He has made terrible decisions, and he's relying on free agents to build this team. You cannot win like that in this league. But at the end of the day, if you look at this team, if you look at this team, you got
neck bone. The neck bone.
You got
to the other neck bone.
You got you got almost the whole NFL. You got most Dolphin fans. You got everybody in the media thinking you plug in Brady, this team is Super Bowl ready. You plug in Deshaun Watson, this team is Super Bowl ready. You can plug in a bunch of quarterbacks in this team, and they can tell you they're Super Bowl. Kirk Cousins almost puts this team in Super Bowl contention.
DTA cracks me up sometimes.
Well, we need to get a left guard.
So
and
if you could if you could do that with quarterbacks, so has Greer done a really bad job?
You can't do it quarterbacks. Jordan Palmer does his quarterback thing. Herbert wouldn't be who he is without Jordan Palmer. Mahomes wouldn't be who he is without Jordan Palmer.
Mahomes wouldn't be who he is without Andy Reid.
You guys have a good night. Take care of yourselves.
Take it easy.
Andy Reid is amazing.
Jordan, do you guys are you aware what Jordan Palmer does for quarterbacks?
He's basically a trainer, right? He basically trains them and gets them ready for the NFL.
Exactly. That's exactly what he does. He picks who he wants. That's all. He picks who he wants to train.
Yeah, it's not like they come to him; he comes to them.
He's just another stiff, like fucking Trent Dilfer that trains them. Okay,
and how many?
He's nothing much. Jordan Palmer. Really? Yeah, he's nothing much. He's not like an Andy Reid. That's a real quarterback whisperer. Andy Reid make Donovan McNabb look amazing.
He made
He did?
Donovan McNabb look. Did you see what Donovan McNabb looked like in Syracuse?
Yeah, I did. And he
I don't
threw to
know, but
Marvin
I think
Harrison
we got
and
exclusive
Olindo
footage.
Amare. Yeah, I watched Pete. He was a good quarterback, but he was
So
playing
how you
great.
saying he made
I
him?
think we got exclusive footage.
Y'all need to stop that. In
I
our
think
reality, players
Pete,
make coaches a lot of times.
Pete, I think I found exclusive footage of Odin while he was designing Mike Glennon's neck.
More wine, more women, more table.
Yeah,
Well,
Glennon's only got
how long was Brock Osweiler's neck? That was pretty big.
not as long as Steve Grogan's.
I don't know. Glennon might top Steve Grogan, bro.
Hey, at least Glennon's with his neck, he can see over the offensive line.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Hey, you ever see them? You know them aliens that created the stormtroopers in Star Wars?
Dude, I was just thinking that too.
But there's no timing. This isn't baseball or hockey or basketball. There's no timing with the receivers for Glennon. He's not going to be on
I know you're
target.
searching, Ollie, but if that's highly licensed, I'm sure to show.
Oh, I'm
that.
not
That's
looking for that. Hold on.
LucasArts.
I'm not looking for that.
Or Disney now. I'm sorry. Sorry, Disney. Don't strike me down. I mislabeled your copyright.
So why didn't Jordan Palmer go in? If Tuna was so good, why didn't Jordan Palmer seek him out and bring him to his camp?
it's a good question, Michael. Okay.
You know, he's had Burrow, he's had Allen, he's had Mahomes, he's had Herbert. Who else has he had? Lamar Jackson.
He's had a lot of other quarterbacks that didn't pan out as well. You're just only naming the really good ones.
Well, it's not that they didn't.
Didn't he have Mariota? Didn't he have Mariota as well?
I don't believe so. He didn't have Josh Rosen. Josh Rosen wasn't there. He only takes like 3 or 4 a year. He's only been doing it 7 years maybe.
Could have sworn he had Mariota. I think he worked with Winston as well.
You know, I'm gonna look that up. Jordan Palmer.
Yeah, look it up. But Ollie, you actually you quoted Ian Rapp. What was your quote on what Ian Rappaport said?
I just looked it up on Google. Here's the notable ones: Josh Allen, Sam Darnold, Jared Stidham, Drew Lock, Deshaun Watson, Joe Burrow, and Trevor Lawrence.
Oh yeah, Lawrence is the other one. And Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. What I had said was on the Pat McAfee show, Rappaport reported that Sean Payton wants to go to a well-structured and organized program. Basically, he wants a strong
that's
owner
all bullshit though.
and
Sometimes Ollie.
wants to make sure they have a good QB and everything in place, as well as their first-round pick. In addition to that, the Saints said they want a first-round pick for Sean Payton, and they told everybody, hey, we're open for business, but it's going to cost a first-round pick. That's why I said there's no way Miami's going to give up a first-round pick, nor would I see Sean Payton coming here. The only place I see him going is Dallas, and that's how it's been since he's been in the league. It's going to be Dallas.
Why would he go to Dallas when Dallas is they're a playoff team? Why would they
because he's always wanted to go down to Dallas. From my understanding, he's from that area.
Yeah, but is he gonna not butt heads with their owner? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they love each other. He was their quarterbacks coach years ago, Chris. They love it. Jerry Jones fucking loves Peyton.
Yeah, who's Dallas's coach right now?
McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, do you really think Jerry Jones, they have a chance to win the NFC? You think Jerry Jones is actually going to fire him to bring in Peyton?
Yeah.
I think
see
he'll
that.
threaten that to see what Mike McCarthy does, and how far they go in the playoffs, depending on circumstances. If they suffer injury or something like
Jerry
that.
Jones fire Jimmy Johnson after winning a Super Bowl?
After winning 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, then he had 2 shitty seasons, and that
So
was
it's
that.
But we
Did he have
can't
2
fire a
shitty
first-year
seasons?
coach if he makes it to the playoffs.
Did Miami make the playoffs in Jimmy's second year? I think so, and they won a playoff game.
You guys remember in the beginning of the year, all of Mike McDaniel's jokes. The fan base ran with it on Twitter. They loved it. Now they're actually backfiring. Now that he's still joking, they're mad at him for joking because they're saying, you're not supposed to joke when you're losing.
Well, I caught so much flack when we were about to hire Mike McDaniel because we were talking about this and the rumors were coming out. And I said, look, when I was hearing the rumors about Mike McDaniel, I reported on it and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, they're really interested in him. But I also said, look, I don't like the idea of hiring another first-time head coach because it's kind of a guy that they set up for the lame duck for whatever reason. And it's more of the same. But I also pointed out that, you hire these gurus, you hire these whisperers, quarterback whisperers, these innovators, all these, adjectives to describe these offensive minded guys we've brought here. And when they fire them, all that stuff, that quirkiness, all that things, that's the stuff they then turn around and use against them. They're like, yeah, it's kind of like the Philbin stuff. They're like, yeah, he's just this eccentric guy. It's all football for him. He's like on the spectrum, but he's a genius with football. It's shit like that. And then they'll do the same thing. If Mike McDaniel loses his job because the Dolphins lose or win and don't make the playoffs, they will use every single thing that Dolphins fans cheered about and said that they loved about Mike McDaniel to hang him out to dry. They're like, he's a fucking weirdo. He's kind of a nerd.
Just that quick, right? Just that quick. Hypocrisy at its finest.
They will use the same blueprint of the shit they built him up to tear him the fuck down.
And you know what, Capitan? I know you heard me earlier on the Twitter space, and this really has me looking at people the wrong way. Okay, I've never felt this way, and I'm not nobody here. I'm just saying, if you listen to me, it's like Twitter, some panels as well, but I don't want to say names. But think about a Tua falling in love with Tua. These guys praised, loved him for weeks, went at people, okay, and they have no belief in Skyler Thompson.
Oh my God.
Can you believe this?
They're not real fans.
They are saying the Dolphins are going to lose. Skyler Thompson sucks. He's already lost 3 games. He's a 7th rounder for a reason.
He's only
but
lost.
they fully believed in Tua. It makes no sense to me.
They're wrong. Skyler only lost 1 game.
Well, is Skyler getting all the snaps this week?
Yeah, because
you want to know what else? You want to know what else Skyler said? He said, I've had the opportunity to be the leader that I am this week. Take ownership of the huddle and do the things that I feel suit me the best.
God bless him.
Yeah.
Well, let's just hope they give him the reins to do what he can do. And that's the other. That's where McMorron's going to screw things up. Is they're not? I don't think.
Well, not only that, you already know that Teron Armstead isn't going to play.
That's true. That's true.
Tua's not playing. Teron's not going to be there.
If Skyler scores 5 touchdowns and no interceptions, I'm going to start chanting MVP at the stadium.
Let the games begin.
That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
That's what's going to get this fan base to be divided. It's going to continue to be divided. And it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy.
That's why Tua needs to pay for that speed rail train ticket and get the hell out of here, bro. That's exactly what needs to happen. We need to send him to Washington where he's wanted by a team like that, the Seahawks or whatever. So
I don't think anybody wants him.
I don't know. I could see him going to Seattle. That's really close
Carolina.
to home.
Carolina has love. Carolina's
right
owner is more in love with Tua than our
Bro, Carolina's current quarterback is better than Tua.
I'm telling you, he is beloved by that owner, and the owner also loves even more.
I'm gonna give
Alabama
Pete,
fan base.
Pete, hats off to you, Pete, for this. Pete, midseason, and I believe it was right before the trade deadline, Tua was at the highest point of value ever because of what he just pulled off against the Buffalo Bills. We should have traded his ass right then and there.
Exactly.
So, did you see TD's podcast yesterday, or it might have been earlier today?
Yeah, he was
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Chargers.
What's that?
He was showing the video of the Chargers and how they were breaking us down.
Yeah, well, he was talking about how bad Tua actually did against Buffalo. I wasn't really paying attention to it. I kind of had it on in the background, but he didn't show the guy any love at all.
Listen, Mike, I didn't see, but I remember looking at the game film myself, and I can imagine what TD pointed out, and it was the constant, even on the completions, the bad targets. They were constantly behind him. They were never out in front for the throwing space. They were just thrown into zones. Tua essentially is like the ultimate zone quarterback. He's great at zone. He can put it into areas. That's it.
Well, and that's the problem with Frazier and McDermott is they didn't go by the game plan of the 49ers and the Chargers. They stuck with their nickel defense and their zone.
Well, it still got them the win because they have an offense to counterbalance an offense that,
Michael K.
Outscore.
When your team is dead last in rush attempts, it's not gonna fear. You're not scared of the run. It's smart to play nickel. They're gonna be more pass happy than if not. Chances are they're gonna show run and still pass. You have an advantage. Just shut them down.
I think they blitzed through 13 times that game. The first game they didn't blitz them once.
0 the first game.
Yeah, they didn't blitz once the first game. They ended up blitzing them 13 times the second game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know what that was all about either.
And there's something to say that Tua gets rattled in the pocket once he starts getting smacked around. It's the truth.
I think any quarterback does.
Tua just doesn't let a play develop. He doesn't process the field. He's just gonna say hike and like a 5-year-old playing on a 1-button remote. Just press that button and throw it to that guy.
The problem is that Tua, once he becomes affected because of pressure and hits and sacks, he doesn't have the arm to overcome throwing off of not perfect mechanics. And that's the bottom line. That's the thing that separates Tua from what will make him a great quarterback is,
and with all
everyone
this
gets affected. They play scared at times. All these guys do. You got to do a job. You got to look downfield. You got to use your peripheral vision, but still focus on your target 40, 30, 20 yards downfield, seeing and waiting for the window to open up, or scanning the field, finding someone looking back to you that's open while still keeping your peripheral working, and then not knowing who's behind you. So you're playing scared, and he doesn't have the arm to zip it out there in that way without stopping, planting his feet, and resetting perfect mechanics to deliver a ball. That is the thing. Out of everything that anyone can say about Tua, that is the one thing that will stop him in this NFL game, is exactly what I just said.
100%.
Plus, his eyes are real close together, so I don't think he has peripheral vision.
I could add more, but you're spot on. He has bad technique. He has bad technique.
He doesn't have bad technique. It's that it takes perfect technique to be effective.
And another thing that I wanted to add, he doesn't give us no hope on second chance plays. And with an offense with this much speed, imagine the first 2-3 seconds, everything closed out. Quarterback can buy some time here and there and launch the ball downfield to a wide open Tyreek Hill.
Pete, what happens?
We should be able to get that.
What happens with other teams that have big arm quarterbacks when they only bring 4 and shit breaks down on the routes.
I can tell you,
they then buy time. They step forward. They step back. They
ask the guy they got a pass interference call in the Buffalo game.
They kind of step in and out, and then they deliver bullets to wide open guys. Because once if in the route concepts, in the plays designed by the coordinator, by the play designer, by the play caller, Tua is superiorly effective. He has been. But when there's time for when you have to improvise, he doesn't have the elite arm talent to then make up for that type of stuff that I'm talking about, where things don't go wrong because he's not sacked. He's got 3.5 seconds, but he's got a clean pocket. So he has to then either maneuver out or step up and really push more into it to push it down. All of those things work out.
He should do a quick hop sometimes so he could see over the line. But
I agree, but it is what it is, man.
Well, hey, did you ever watch Eli Manning as Chad Power?
Yeah.
Who?
Eli Manning is Chad Power.
Yeah.
Well, rewatch it and watch his feet, because that's like the best thing to do. You see it in all quarterbacks, but you see it there. You just watch his feet; they never stop. You look at Tua; he doesn't hop. He's not on the balls of his feet. He stands flat-footed. He can't move. But you notice that with these quarterbacks, and Herbert's probably the best at it. Just the way he moves, he's constantly moving, even when he's just standing.
Yeah,
in the
but
pocket.
you notice, even though Herbert's a big, tall dude, you notice he still stands on the balls of his feet to stand high to see further down the line and stuff. I mean, Tua can't. He has to operate in throwing lanes, and I understand that. And there's also something to say about, stepping up or stepping back to give yourself better vision. But even then, if he steps up or steps back, does he have enough strength to put it up and over if he steps up, or does he have enough strength if he steps back to heave it down and enough time to stop a DB from coming down on him?
Teddy Bridgewater versus the Patriots step back like 12 yards on a play.
No, it bought him time, and it bought him vision.
100%.
I'm gonna say it just like this. Tua looks like a regular person throwing a regulation size football. Most other quarterbacks look like an NFL most other quarterbacks look like a regular person throwing a junior ball.
G makes a great point, and he doesn't really make it, but are we going to get Tim Tebow'd here with this whole situation? Goes in.
I mean, it could happen.
Bro, I'm just
That's why I keep asking that
guy,
question, bro.
The guy cannot throw the football without hurling it.
Who's that?
And the ball takes forever to get to places. When you're talking about beyond 25 yards, the ball takes forever to get there.
Well, he's got to put air under it.
You got to put some velocity under it.
He doesn't have that arm strength. He doesn't have the mechanics to throw that.
I mean, I'm just saying, we saw last week, even with Skyler making some throws, and I said it during the stream, it's just effortless. It's like a normal quarterback, like somebody throwing a junior ball. He just flicks it with his wrist, and it's 30 yards down the field.
Well, Frank Smith on his latest interview already said Skyler Thompson has a really strong arm.
And it's not even so much it's not so much that Tua can't throw or don't have a strong arm or can't heave it deep. It's just the way that he has to do it because of his arm length, hand size, and various other things.
And the velocity on his ball.
He has to put
he just doesn't
full
have
rotational mechanics into every throw. And it's just, when you're scrambling and you got to make a 30, 35-yard strike at a moment's notice on a rope, he can't do that.
That's actually when I've seen Tua throw some of his hardest balls. That's what's weird.
Yeah, but that's
when
he's
on
range,
the move.
bro. But that's at short range. We're not talking about 15 yards out from the end zone.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like 15, 20 yards downfield.
Bro, when you see the ball go up and take a dive, it's because it left his hand a certain way.
Well, I'm not saying they're really hard throws, but I'm saying from Tua on the run is some of the throws I've seen him throw the hardest. On the move. Even that's just what I see. At velocity strike throws. He's thrown far throws out of the pocket deep, but that doesn't matter. Those rainbow shots to me don't really matter.
I'm not just talking about out of the pocket. I'm talking off platform in general.
Off platform is a quarterback scrambling and throwing a ball.
Yeah, but he scrambles and gets set and throws with proper mechanics.
See,
if
that's
he's not
nothing.
able to do that, he doesn't have the arm strength to heave it downfield like that.
I'm talking about him throwing and running at the same time. I've seen him throw and run, and I've seen him those little. That's when I think he has.
Are we talking about Tua or Skyler?
Tua.
Those are the shorter.
I think you got your numbers mixed up.
You were talking about Skyler?
No, I'm saying what you're describing to me is something Skyler can do.
Oh yeah, Skyler can do it better. I'm not saying Skyler can't do it. Skyler has a stronger arm and he can do it better.
I'm not even just talking about mobile on the run. I'm talking about standing in the pocket. Tua thinks that he can stand there flat-footed, as Michael said, and throw it like all these other quarterbacks. He can't.
No,
he doesn't have the arm.
And Michael is on the point. Tua plays as if he is the same quarterback in college against the same competition. He hasn't made the adjustments that the limited quarterback that he needs to make himself as good as the quarterbacks that don't have his limitations. That's the problem. We've seen quarterbacks with the limitations that Tua have still compete with quarterbacks that are far superior in talent with arm strength, size, ability, what the fuck ever, run the ball, whatever. He hasn't made the necessary adjustments to overcome that, to have the equality in a game. It's the reality of the situation. It's a great point, Michael K, and well executed. And
Tua cannot overcome.
He can, but he hasn't overcome them in the ways that quarterbacks with his same limitations have in prior years, a la Drew Brees, a la Steve Young. These guys, they weren't known for having rocket fucking arms. They could heave the ball. Even Russell Wilson, he would just fucking heave 9 routes. But he's not hitting the timing right. He's not rolling out and doing it. He's not evading the pressure in a broken down play to make that happen. He's just
arm tackles.
He thinks he's Josh Allen and that he could drill one in there, and he's fucking not. It's different now. And people close to him in the organization need to quit sucking him off and tell him the truth, because it's going to be the best thing for him in his career, unless he has no wish to make those growth and changes in his fucking game.
I gotta blame the quarterback coach on that one, because obviously he's not.
I don't blame. Here's Michael K. Hold on, Color. Let me address it momentarily. I agree with you, Michael K., that I would blame it if he was a rookie or if it was the same coach from his rookie year to this year. It's a whole new offensive work with this motherfucker. Everyone brought in here was here to do it. It's Tua and Tua alone that hasn't taken to the coaching now. It's his own fault for his own shortcomings as an NFL quarterback. He needs to have his own coming to Jesus moment and accept his limitations and accentuate his strengths. That's the cold hard facts. No one else is to blame other than him. Now everyone else's failures, are to blame.
Right.
The fact that either
to follow that up again, Darren Bevel, you might be on something. The thing of it is, we don't know, because what it would be like continuing to hand a beat up old truck to somebody and saying to them, "Hey, you're not worth your weight in gold if you don't make this perform like a Corvette."
Right.
Well, you can bring 10 other guys in, and not one of them are going to be worth their weight in gold, because not one of them are going to be able to make that perform like a Corvette.
Yeah, to Color's point, I could bring the best driver on earth, the best of all time, but they still can't make it perform
Chris?
to the up.
Well, he's dead now.
Chris, I want to ask you a question. Is it not fair to say that Dan Marino has failed us since retirement? He hasn't used his influence, his clout to get anyone really here to help us.
Jay, I've heard people not necessarily want to blame Dan because that's never the case, but I know what you're saying is what I mean. But like, listen, and I love Dan, but Dan's a fucking jock, okay? He's a quarterback through and through. His father and him had a great close relationship. He wasn't a guy, you guys remember, the movies, the commercials. He was a little difficult to work with, admittedly, and
of course,
because he's not an actor. So he's not a GM, he's not an owner, he's a fucking doer. He tells Tua, pick a guy, let it fly. But that's because he's like, bitch, you need a stronger arm. He's not going to say, hey, strengthen your fucking arm, because you really can't do that. You can't really blame Dan.
I just want him to, I look at what Elway did. He lured Peyton Manning to Denver, and I know Elway hasn't been perfect, but he's done more.
I think
for Denver.
Dan, actually, listen, Jay, I know for a fact Dan has done more. It's the people around that haven't followed through, because the coach in Jacksonville wanted to be here and thought he was coming here, and probably
I wanted Doug Peterson.
I know that. I think Doug Peterson would have put together a better offense for a limited quarterback like Tua than Mike McDaniel. I'm fucking sorry. And it wouldn't have taken a Tyreek Hill. I'm sorry, but if Doug Peterson was here, we would not have Tyreek Hill, because Doug Peterson wouldn't want a Tyreek Hill. He would have rather spread those assets out for the limited quarterback he's fucking got.
And the players would have respected him more.
It's not Tyreek Hill's fault. It's not Tyreek Hill's fault for being here, and I love Tyreek, and he's great, and I love having him as a Dolphin. In fact, I'd rather have a quarterback that can use him. But Doug Peterson coming here and expected to come here, and Dan and him expected him to be here. By all the sourcing I have for certainty,
is precisely what I think Peterson didn't want to do.
He didn't want to come here and do this shit.
Right, you're asking a big game hunter to come in, and you're handing him a pistol.
Yeah, he would. Well, no, he would have worked with Tua and worked it out great and fine, but he wouldn't have gone the way they wanted it to go, the great big show passing game. He would have installed a massive brick wall, a fucking running game that couldn't be stopped, and then had elite speed weapons and timing routes for Tua to chew him up or go deep down the field where he could step in with his wall and put it over their heads. It would have been simpler. It would have probably been fucking
he can't
cheaper.
See over that wall, bro.
Well, I know, but Color, if you look back to Breeze in the end, Breeze would take a 4-step drop with a 1-step up and had that brick wall, and it created
like Breeze. We can talk.
Well,
I know that. I know that, but he would have been trained as such. It would have been, look, if you have man-to-man coverage, okay, on the outside because of the route concept and the look you're getting and your fucking running game. You would easily,
smarter, Chris.
I know, but
Drew Brees was much smarter than
there's
Tua.
a way to make it simplistic. There's a way to make it simplistic.
Who's to say we had? That's not what we've done.
I got that, Color, but Breeze did the thing Tua didn't do or couldn't do. It's notice the outside man-to-man coverage and throw it out there no matter what, with enough air to have distance for your guy that you want on man-to-man with no over-the-top help to run underneath. It would have killed him. It would have spread him thin, and then the pile driving fucking run defense would have worked. And it's just something they didn't conceptualize. They didn't execute or conceptualize, and because of that, it looked like a team that was a high-powered offense with a quarterback that, once the limitations came to fruition, it was going to show its ugly head.
Well, Breeze also had impeccable accuracy too. That guy could throw in a double coverage, no problem.
Yeah, I know.
You know, that's
But
a limitation.
Tua, to his credit, has decent enough accuracy. But then again, there's games where you're like, yeah, he had great completion percentage, but his accuracy was terrible the whole game.
Oh, that San Francisco game was
somebody
the
was in his
worst
way.
game I've ever seen from Tua.
Which one, the Chargers game?
No, when Miami played San Francisco, he missed like 5-6 fucking open targets.
There were some drops in that game though too. But I know what you
Yes,
mean.
there was. But
I don't know.
mean,
To me, the Chargers game was one of his worst games ever. I don't know. He's had a lot of worse games ever this year. It's all contextualized.
I don't think
he's not starting next year. We all know that,
bro.
I don't know that. I don't know that, Jay.
Okay, we don't know 100%, but I mean,
well, Jay,
like
listen,
if he's starting, I can't watch the team because he's just going to get injured again.
I'm telling you, Jay.
I don't.
Dolphins win. They go to the playoffs, and Tua comes out and either balls out in a loss or wins, and you will see us run this motherfucker back.
That's what I'm worried about.
You will fucking suffer like
that's what I'm worried about.
I
think for the greater good, it's better that we don't make the playoffs or that we make the playoffs and Tua fucking plays like shit. So we just move on. I don't want this 7-year fucking shit with Tannehill. I just want to move on. Cut our losses. Same with Austin Jackson and Iggy. Just cut our losses.
What about let me get your take on this. So Color alluded to this before about Tua going to play with the USFL at, what was it, Birmingham or something like that?
Where else would it be?
XFL. And why? That Samoan connection with Dwayne Johnson.
I'm down.
That's why.
Because it ain't going to take the Bama fans away from here, and you're missing my point, my bigger point.
I understand your point of why, because it would take the Bama fans away. I get that. But the XFL is, in my opinion,
I don't care if he was easier if he banishes his fans.
I understand, but the XFL, I still feel is going to be a bigger league than the USFL in the end.
Yeah, I think Tua would make a good CFL quarterback.
He can go there too. I mean,
the field is bigger.
Yeah, but don't think the Argos are getting away for less than a case of maple syrup, dude.
Well, he won't come up here. He won't come up here. I don't think.
Yeah, I still think the XFL is a major option because they already have the TV network already set up. They got the ABC network, which is big, right? Okay. And they already have the coaching that they have are right on par with the college style coaches that he had before that he loves, right? And some of them are big names. So, yes, the former Oklahoma coach is there too. It's ridiculous. Yeah. So I think that's going to be a place that he may consider going to. And if they sign someone at that level of, being Tua, he'll be in his league of his own. He will be playing that college speed game that Captain was talking about.
Did you just insinuate that he's going to be playing with a bunch of women?
No, I insinuated that he's going to play the college speed.
You said it's going to be a league of his own.
No, essentially what it is taking a professional hockey player and sending him to the minors.
You can say it that way. I'm saying because Captain and I think Color said that he never transitioned from the college speed to the NFL speed of things, right? And I kind of
funny.
Go ahead.
It's funny, Ali, because I forget what quarterback they were showing these videos from. They're like, oh, so-and-so's got some zip on the ball. And I'm like, yeah, he's got zip on that fucking college football. He's got zip in fucking a shirt and shorts throwing around, and it looks clean. It looks good. A lot of these assholes look good. They don't look good once a 355-pound defensive lineman just gives them a shove and they're like, oh my God, they have that come to Jesus moment. You know what I'm saying? All of these guys are elite now. What separates the
Then they
men
got to
from
go
the
home and get
boys?
slapped by their wife for scaring the shit out of them like that. you
Yeah,
know?
no shit. Then they deal. Yeah, Color makes another great point.
By the way,
then they got to
Color,
deal
I
with
got a
adult
beat on
man
the.
issues.
I got to beat on a bet that Color, that Color, that Tua's wife is going to beat him with those golf clubs one day. It could be Tiger Woods all over again.
Damn, dude. I took too much sleeping medication.
I mean, I think there's a certain amount of truth to like what we saw portrayed in movies like Jerry Maguire. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a certain amount of realism to that.
Yeah, that's
With the
true. I mean,
whole-
there's a
with,
certain
with,
truth. But,
what's his name's family and all that. You know?
but in all seriousness, I do see him going to the XFL, bro. You have the Samoan connection with Dwayne Johnson, and I think the other co-owner is also Samoan, I believe. And in addition to that, it's already a major league that they're trying to grow a brand and everything, and they already have the network. They already have the in some cases some big name coaches.
They'll bring a nice, healthy ecosystem of a fan base with the Tagovailoa pick. But how does the NFL find? I'll tell you what. If Tua goes to that league and there's some sort of payola involved, if the NFL recognizes the compensation from Tagovailoa's contract being purchased from the Dolphins to the XFL or whatever the fuck it is league, it's a wrap. It's a wrap that we will have a league that coexists with the NFL. It's a wrap.
Well, that's what they want. NFL is
They do want it.
envisioning
They
a
do want
literal farm system for them. You know
They
what I
do
mean?
want it. Well, they want that buffer between the college and the NFL for financial reasons.
I thought we already had that with the CFL.
We don't. We don't.
They do get the game times are the same. That's why you guys have like different rules on top of it. So I mean,
Well, sorry, I just think of Warren Moon, Doug Flutie, Cameron Wake. I'm sorry.
No, I
It
get,
worked-
I get
it
you,
worked
bro,
in
but
the 80s.
I'm more talking like in a quasi-official capacity. You know what I mean?
It worked in the 80s, but the financial gap has stretched so beyond.
Joe
that the
Theismann, too. Sorry.
Theismann? Are you serious, Jay?
He
Come
played
on,
in
bro.
CFL, yeah.
I don't even
Theismann
think I
did?
was alive for Theismann, bro. I mean, let's be real.
Yeah, he played for the Argonauts, Joe
Doug
Theismann.
Flutie played in CFL,
Yeah,
didn't he?
I know. I saw
Yeah.
fucking.
Hey, I
pooch
watched
kick
the man's
Dolphins.
leg get folded up on live television the night it
Listen,
happened.
I'm not denying
Oh, yeah,
that
that was
there's
Monday
some
night. That was a
special
Monday night game.
scenarios. Warren Moon probably
Jeff
being the greatest.
Garcia.
Warren
Back
Moon
then, you know,
probably
Ali,
being Jeff Garcia.
Today they would
fucking
shut down the
sucked. He
game,
wasn't
right?
even a
And they
good
wouldn't
coach.
show it. And everybody at the networks would be like, "We're not going to show the footage, ladies and gentlemen." Bullshit. That night that happened,
Did he really
they
suck,
were
Jeff
putting a little
Garcia?
highlight circle
He
on
was
the shit,
fucking
bro,
terrible.
on the replay, man.
He made Pro Bowls. He made like 4 or 5 Pro Bowls, Jeff
for
Garcia.
Tampa, and then he was terrible.
Yeah.
Listen, Jeff Garcia was like a Rich Gannon fucking type of ordeal. He was like, he had his moments, but he never did anything.
You know, honestly,
This
if they
is my
have,
point from Son of Liberty is that the networks would love another thing to have happen. You know what I'm saying? As
Yeah.
far as football goes, a summer league, arena
Mhm.
football. I remember when that clicked up pretty good.
That's trash.
But if the NFL is involved in some form of compensation where like this team can give money and it equates into some form of draft pick credit or something, some form of recognition in the NFL, it would be the tip the cap approval to this league that they will do business, and it'll create like a D league type of thing, and for like basketball has, but even more so important. Could be really good.
Yeah,
like
the way
guys
that-
that are like Tyreek Hill that have, you know, questionable things coming out of college with, you know, the law and shit like that. They could really seriously use that league to protect high investments. So
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. It depends on where they go with it. I just feel like that would be a good move for him because it allows him to continue to play football, but also do like a reset. You know what I mean? At the same time, you know what I mean? He doesn't have like the same pressure of the defensive lineman of the NFL chasing after him.
Yeah, but
He
it'll
can
come
get his
down to
mind right,
dollars
work
and
on his
cents.
craft.
It'll
That's
come down
true.
to dollars and cents because, like, if a team trades for Tua, the team will offer him a contract that trades for him. Or at the bare minimum, the Dolphins pick up the 5th-year option, then the team trades. Then that team, Tua comes out. And now I'm just being real. I wish Pete was still up here, but I'm just being real that, like, if the Dolphins pick up the 5th-year option, that means they're on the hook for $20+ million in the 5th year, no matter what. So the team that trades for Tua would pick up essentially $25 million for 2 years of Tua, that being the year they trade for him and the year prior. Anytime a team does that, typically they either have a contract already put together or they pick it up, they sell it, and then after like a quarter, 4 or 6 games, if Tua does good in 4 or 6 games, the PR team from the athlete can then put the pressure on the organization to say, hey, you traded for us. You believed in us. We've, shown you what we are. We want to talk turkey. And before you know it, the extension is written in. So then the team has 25 years over 2 years, no matter how it's sliced. They give an upfront amount of like $20 million. So the 3rd year, they're paying like, say, $30 million over the cap, yet they've now paid this guy $50 million over those 3 years. So $30 million is counted to the cap, plus a signing bonus of $25 million or whatever. So 50 to 60 million is paid over 3 years. Then the 4th year, they're on the hook for like 27, 28 million. And that now gives them, 75, 80. He could get $100 million contract for a 2-year or 3-year extension. And the team is only paying him 25, 27, $28 million a year. And teams jump all over that type of shit.
He'll legitimize the league.
Well, not just their league. I'm talking about an NFL team right now, Color, trading for him. Not that other league. I'm talking about $100 million contract picked up by Tua or picked up by the team that trades for Tua and gives it to him at a later date after the Dolphins pick up the 5th-year option. It's a realistic thing that happens. I've seen it done in this exact capacity. And that's how things happen and move. And the guy gets a second breath, a second chance, and he's going to be somewhere for the same amount of time he was somewhere else as a rookie. 4 years, after 3 years, there's the 4th-year option, and they can pick up dead cap money and get rid of him, and his 5th year is non-existent. So it's literally, I've seen this same scenario throughout the NFL with other quarterbacks and other teams my entire life.
Well, you're going to see it with Lamar Jackson.
That is exactly what you're going to see out of Lamar Jackson, Michael K. I'm glad you're picking up what I'm putting down, Michael K.
Well, that's the whole thing. The Ravens came right out and said he's lazy. They want to get something for him. So they're going to franchise tag him, and then they're going to try to move him. If not, they're going to lose him, and they're going to get nothing for him.
I emphatically disagree. They're not going to trade a top 5 quarterback. They're not trading him.
Jay,
you don't want to be there, bro.
Jay, not only does he not want to be there,
it's not the NBA where players control and manipulate and get their way.
Not only
it's not
does
the
he
NBA.
not want to be
it's
there,
not working.
Not only does he not want to be there, the organization is over him as well.
Yeah, if that's what you think, okay. Jay, I don't think they are at all.
But Jay, you say it's not the NBA, but you saw Deshaun Watson leave the Texans really bad the way he wanted.
That had a lot to do with the sexual allegations. That had a lot to do with PR.
You saw Russell Wilson leave. You saw who else left recently in move teams. There's been movement all over when a big time player wanted to leave.
What did Detroit say to Barry Sanders? What did Detroit say to Barry Sanders?
Listen, this is
They
not
told him, "Fuck you,
1990
retire
anymore,
then."
bro. It's
No,
not
they didn't. He
1990.
just retired.
It's not 1990
These guys,
anymore.
Barry Sanders didn't have a Instagram, a Twitter, a fucking YouTube channel. His family has all that. Facebook accounts. They let their family go talk to people like fucking other YouTube
Okay,
channels.
let's go get
or other
Lamar
Twitters.
then. I'm down for Lamar. I'm down. I just don't think we're getting him. I don't think Baltimore will do that. But if he's available, then we should go. We should give him a call.
Everyone's playing extremely coy in that situation, but
Nobody wants to pay. Nobody wants to pay Lamar what he thinks he's worth.
Stephen Ross will.
Well, Stephen Ross apparently wanted him. I don't know if it's true, but he advocated Greer drafting him from Louisville. I don't know if it's true.
No, I think it's true. He wanted Lamar.
Greer, I'm pretty sure there's a quote of Greer saying that, or excuse me, Ross saying that he wanted Lamar, like an actual quoted in a snippet saying how badly he loved the Lamar.
Yeah.
When did Lamar go? Like the 26th round or something?
He went the last pick in the first round.
20, well, been 32nd then. It would have been the 32nd pick.
I remember.
Who'd you pick instead?
Well, we took Minka Fitzpatrick in like the 11th pick. So we could have traded back in to get him, but I guess they didn't want to do that.
No, Minka was picked at 19. We got Austin Jackson with the 19th or 20th pick from Pittsburgh.
Oh,
for Minka, with Minka's pick that they gave us.
Because we took Minka on that draft with Lamar.
I think Lamar might have been in the Baker Mayfield draft.
Lamar was in the Baker Mayfield draft.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was the last quarterback he was the last quarterback in the first round.
Yep. There was rumors about the Saints trading up to get him, but they took Marcus Davenport. I remember that.
Because that's when the Bills took Josh Allen, everybody was saying wrong Josh. Everybody wanted Josh Rosen. I didn't know anything about either of them because I don't follow college football.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go on YouTube and you watch all the reactions, all the idiot Bills fans freaking out that they took Josh Allen because he had a couple of nasty tweets about song lyrics.
Bro, Josh Allen was my third quarterback in the draft, I think, that year.
He's my favorite. I like the size, the arm strength.
Lamar.
I knew nothing about him. I'm not one of them Bills fans that said, "Oh yeah, I wanted him." I didn't know anything about him when they said his name. I'm like, "Who?" But everybody else is, "Oh, that's who I wanted. That's who I wanted." But all the videos on YouTube, people recording themselves and stuff, getting all depressed. I'm like, you gotta be friggin' kidding me.
Bro, I should have recorded myself when we drafted Tua. I was pissed. Because I watched college. He sucked. He sucked in all the big games.
Look at A.J. McCarron. He won 2 national titles. He didn't do anything.
Exactly. And Bryce,
we had A.J. McCarron. I think we had him when Allen was here. I think it was A.J. McCarron, Peterman, and Allen. And that didn't go well, obviously.
How can Nathan Peterman still be in the league? He's starting for a team this Sunday, I read, or Saturday.
Was it Chicago? It's Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago.
I don't know. He had 4 picks on 3 passes. How do you do that?
Yeah, he stinks.
How do you do that? It's like, what the hell? Fuck. Is it really 1 o'clock? What time are the games tomorrow? 4 and 8, right?
Yeah. 4.
Yeah. Color, are you there?
Jags are at 8.
Yeah, I'm here.
Look at Captain's message in the private chat.
Yeah, I saw it. You want to bring it? You want to bring it home with one more topic or what?
I don't know. So, do you got a topic to talk about? I mean,
not really. I mean, not myself, but
No,
I don't want to be a party pooper either. But
No, I don't. I gotta do that pre-record after this, so that's why.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I guess we could.
Might discuss how you're going to be stuck with McDaniel again next year.
I hope not. I don't want to see that on this no more.
Well, because
haters gonna hate.
Ali made reference to that Rappaport thing. Did you listen to that whole?
Essentially, what it is. Here's the deal. They're trying to say that the whole Brady and Sean Payton rumors are all heating up again. The issue is Saints came out and said they want a first-round pick. We don't got a first-round pick. In addition, Sean Payton has stated that he wants to go to a strong organization that is well-structured. In addition, a strong owner and a good quarterback, which we don't have any of that. He ain't coming here. Get over it.
Right.
All right.
Well,
if he's going to go anywhere, he's going to Dallas. That's probably where he's going.
I personally, I think he's going to go to the Colts.
I got Harbaugh going there, bro. You think about it. Harbaugh was their former quarterback. He's from he knows like the Midwest area because he's from the Midwest technically.
Yeah.
With everything that Harbaugh's going through with the level 2 investigation is now a level 1. I don't think any NFL team will touch him.
Bro, if we fire McDaniel, the only one I want is Harbaugh. Nobody else. If we don't get Harbaugh, if we fire McDaniel, don't hire Harbaugh. I'm gonna be.
Rappaport came out and said that there's going to be between 4 and 6 teams looking for a head coach.
Oh yeah, that was the other part. He said it could be. Normally, it's anywhere from 6 to 8 teams, but they're expecting up to 6 is what they're expecting.
Yeah, it's the Colts, the Broncos, the Saints.
There's
the only ones the Commanders, but I think they'll keep Rivera.
The only other we got fired the Cardinals, Saints, Dolphins,
Texans.
Texans
the other one.
The Jets, but I don't see it. Commanders, I don't see it. Raiders, I don't see it.
Nathaniel Hackett.
Dude, Nathaniel Hackett can't hack it here, bro. That's what I'm saying ain't gonna happen.
Well, there's not enough qualified people to take all the spots. That's the problem.
I mean, I heard the 49ers DC could be a top candidate. You got Eric Bieniemy as always.
I don't think Hackett. They're talking Frazier. I don't think Frazier will leave Buffalo.
No. I don't think he was a good coach anyway.
I'm telling you guys, McDaniel will be the coach for one more year. Boyer won't be here. He's the first one out the door, but I think that they'll have him here one more year.
All I'm gonna say is if Chris Greer somehow gets fired, which I don't see happening, if Greer gets fired, you have to fire McDaniel. You can't keep one and fire one. You can't fire. You gotta. If you fire one, you fire both at this point.
See, here's the deal. That's the other part of it, though. It won't be a firing to Chris Greer. It'll be a promotion.
Yeah.
And let me tell you why. Because Chris Greer knows where all the bodies are buried, man. He's Ross's right-hand man. He knows all the shit that Ross has done. You think he's gonna fire him?
No.
Well,
he's
where's
his right-hand man.
Where's the promotion from general manager though?
They'll do like what what's his name? Yeah, it'd be vice president of personnel or something, or president of personnel, just like Tannenbaum. It was like Tannenbaum's position. Tannenbaum wasn't GM, by the way. He was something. They called it something else. That's basically what it'll be.
Yeah, but then who do you get as GM if Greer goes? I don't even know.
I don't know. Personally, if I'm the Dolphins, and let's say you're promoting Chris Greer and you're starting fresh, not only do you get a new GM, you clean house. That whole recruiting room needs to go. The entire room, McKenzie and all. To being honest, I know a lot of people like McKenzie. I liked him when he was here too, when he came as well. I just think in the last 2 years, we've really missed the ball. We've picked players we shouldn't have.
Exactly.
Eazy-E hasn't seen the field at all, which has me really worried. The defensive linebacker we got in the 3rd round.
Yeah,
has he even played? Has he even played?
I haven't seen him.
I think maybe I saw him play one play. honestly. So, it's one after another. We can't. Our offensive line picks suck. I mean,
Yeah, I mean at this
we got
point,
lucky with be able to get what's his
Hunt.
name?
Robert Hunt.
Hunt was lucky. We've gotten lucky here and there with some picks, but mostly it's been complete shit, dude.
If Stephen Ross called me up and told me to be the GM, here's what I'm doing. I'm calling up Baltimore, giving them whatever they want for Lamar. Okay, I'm going out and getting the best scouts in the country, and we're gonna moneyball this thing, and we're gonna replace who we trade to get Lamar with these guys that are, undervalued. That's what I'm doing. Will that work? I don't think so, but that's what I would do.
Well, it saves money. You got to get rid of.
Here's the deal, though. For that to work, just like it did in New England, because that's what they did for several years and won championship after championship, you have to have Bill Belichick or a Bill Belichick style coach that can actually coach. That's how that works. With the coaches we have and the coaches we've had in the last 2 seasons before this, that would never work, and that's why it has never worked.
Right. You're talking about bringing back last year's team. That's precisely what Brian Flores was trying to build here.
I understand, but you have to have the championship coach to do it.
I get it. I'm just saying that we'll never know if that would have happened or not. But that's what he was trying to build here. He was trying to build a system for a guy like a Deshaun Watson or a Lamar Jackson, which is what TD suggested the entire last year, is that this team was built for Deshaun Watson. And when that fell through, it was all she wrote for Brian Flores.
Yeah.
See, if Ross was smart, he would go the route of Sheila Ford. What the hell's her last name? Hamp. And he would relinquish everything, get a GM and a coach, and let them run the whole thing, and just sit back, collect the money, and sign the checks.
That's true.
Supposedly, that's what he's doing, but
he's got his hand. He's got his hands.
Nobody wants to attribute anything that's gone wrong to him because he supposedly, is macro managing when he's really not.
See, like we have the Sabres here. Pagula owns a. Oh shit! Hey, hold on. Trying to open a beer. Pagula's owned the Sabres and the Bills. When Pagula bought the Sabres first, he made the stupid mistake of saying, "I'm bringing a Stanley Cup here." They did nothing. They sucked for the last 12 years. They finally actually look like a good team.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good this year.
They got a bunch of young guys. They brought in I can't remember what the GM's name is now. Hockey player, played for Hartford, I believe. And they got Granato as a coach, and he's got them kids actually skate.
Yeah.
When they hired Bean and McDermott, they actually hired McDermott first and brought Bean in after. He stepped back. He let his wife do something stupid. The only thing she's good at, really, is coming up with ice cream flavors. That's the only thing she can do. And she got sick, and she hasn't been around. He's worried about her, so Bean and McDermott are doing this, and the Bills have actually built a pretty good team. But Ross he's too worried about having his fingers in the pie and taking credit for success when he doesn't have any success to take credit for. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
You get somebody like Dan Campbell, who last year he didn't do too well, but this year he actually got him winning after a shitty start. And if Ross does that, then you got the roster.
Wait,
you got to get somebody to put it all together.
Did the Lions are 1-7 this year?
I don't know. No, they didn't start that bad.
Who?
The Lions, they didn't start that bad. It was like 1-4, 1-5.
Yeah.
I think they started, and then they started winning. They had like 4 or 5 in a row, and then they lost. They lost the Bills on Thanksgiving. Then they won like 2. Then they lost.
It's crazy, dude. They had like the top offensive scoring team for like 3 or 4 weeks in a row too. It's ridiculous, and they still lost.
I wonder what they're going to do with Goff. I don't think they can afford to get rid of him.
I don't think they will get rid of Goff. I think they'll keep him, and I think that they're going to address the defense hardcore. That's why I said if we're going to trade Wilkins, let's say this is it. We're going to trade him. That's how we're going to rebuild our capital. You send them to Detroit. They have 2 first-round picks. You get one of their first. You get a third or whatever, and they get Wilkins, which they'll take in a heartbeat. That Wilkins alone would make that defense much better than what it is now.
Yeah, Hutchinson.
Yeah, having Aiden Hutchinson and Wilkins on the defensive line, come on. Detroit's already calling Greer right now. I mean, come on. That's the truth behind it.
Hutchinson's probably going to be the defensive rookie of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
Between him and Gardner.
Yeah, Sauce.
I think it's going to be really close. It's between him and Sauce, and Sauce is good too.
Woolen.
Yeah, but I think Hutchinson's been more of an impact player than Gardner has.
That's a good point.
You know, I mean, just the I mean, the kid's got 4 interceptions as defensive end.
Yeah, I mean, that's
another one.
What about? So I just want to say I saw this in the comment section. So we fire Greer. What about go get Louis Riddick to be our GM?
Remind me who he is. I'm sorry.
He's on ESPN. The guy on ESPN. He's bald. African American. He did commentating on Monday Night Football.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he was GM job, but
who is the guy that was the GM of the Raiders that they pulled from? Like, it was from NFL Network or something.
Oh, Mike Mayock.
Yeah, I'm afraid to like take guys like that because they sound like they know what they're talking about on air, but look what he did to the Raiders. You know what I mean? It was trash. So.
He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it, but a guy that would be an awesome GM is somebody like Pat McAfee because he knows college football.
He does know
that's what GM does, is they build a team. They build a team. It's like Bean was. He was.
Cap?
Huh?
Cap for life isn't here.
I was just saying hi to Cap for life. Sorry, Mike.
But yeah, so somebody that follows college football for the draft picks, and then you get your scouting team that deals with like 3 or 4 NFL teams. This guy has 3 or 4. This guy has 3 or 4, and that's all you got to do. You just need somebody that's good with numbers.
Well, I just think they need to bring in a whole new recruiting room, and in addition to that, I think they do. I think it is time for a GM change. I think that's true.
I'll tell you what it's time for. Ain't nothing going to change around here, Ali, until Stephen Ross realizes that he don't own the players and he don't own the fan base. See, that's his problem, bro. Stephen Ross is under this impression that he owns the fans, that he owns our thoughts and can make us think and feel and buy into whatever he wants. And it just ain't true. And the sooner he realizes that, the better off we're going to be.
I'm starting to realize the 40 years old and the 40 plus olds only have that mindset because I agree with Color, and that's a problem because you guys that are just coming, we're already going.
Young people want to be owned these days. Young
well, they're
people
not
have to be owned by
people.
something, or they can't, because they can't own themselves anymore.
Well, younger people aren't free thinkers anymore. They've had helicopter parents, and
that's precisely what I'm saying, Michael K. They have no ownership of themselves anymore.
Yeah, it's like they're sheep,
and that's by design. But I ain't gonna get into all that,
Well, and I don't understand it. I'm 52. I never had any kids or anything, but a lot of my friends that have kids that are 14, 15, 20 years old, 25 years old. These kids are such pussies.
Well, you remember the old saying, you will own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, and they'll have a credit card at 10 years old.
Yep.
Yeah, or a cell phone.
Who's giving kids?
They'll tell you which quarterback to like. They'll tell you he's good. You have to, if you don't believe he's good, you're not allowed to be part of our fan group. We'll still take your money for our tickets though, and $5 bottles of water.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
If I go to a game next year in Miami, if I do, I'm not spending a dime at the stadium. I don't think.
Well, let me tell you something, man. I'm going over there Sunday, and I got a feeling there's going to be a lot of people that are not going, which sucks balls, because it's a the environment is a must-win playoff game, and everybody's defeated. I swear to God, everybody that I hear right now is like, why are we going? For what? To get embarrassed? I just don't understand that, man. The last game of the season, and everybody's treating it like if it's a funeral.
They'll still go. They'll still go because, number one, they want to get something for their tickets. Nobody will buy the tickets, so they're not just going to, use them as a fire starter. So they're going to go.
Don't underestimate your average South Floridian, Michael.
Yeah, exactly. It's a playoff type of game. It's a playoff atmosphere type of game, a must-win game, and everybody's like,
I mean, sometimes a motherfucker needs a rolling paper, you know what I mean?
I don't get it, Cole. I don't get it, man.
I know, Cap. You know what, Cap? It'll be a better experience than you're expecting. I don't know how many you've gone this year, if any, but I know we like to crap. I mean, I crap on it a lot, but while you're there, it doesn't seem like it's that bad. You know what I mean? It seems like, yeah, everybody's there having a great time. Everybody's all, painted up and, and all that. It's not as bad. Just when you reflect back on it though, and you're like, the product they put on the field for us with what we go through and spend, what happens is you start thinking about all the little irritating negative things, because going to a football game is much like going to an airport, dude. I mean, there's a lot of things you gotta, there's a lot of things grabbing your attention, and you're spending a lot of energy being there, and then so when they put the product they do on the field, it's too easy on that hour drive home to be thinking of all the little things that irritated you all day, like the $5 waters and the walk to the stadium. Oh, thank God they have that F1 track, because it's like, a 3/4 mile walk to the stadium from a parking space you paid for.
I mean, look, I know what I'm getting into, but the biggest irritant is going to be if I see more Jets fans than Dolphin fans. You best believe you're going to hear from me, bro.
Well, we didn't see that. We haven't played them there this year yet, so I don't know. But I was there last year for the Jets, and it wasn't that bad.
The problem is it's January, and all the snowbirds from New York are down there.
That's true.
Yeah.
It hasn't snowed much up here.
I mean, we had a late game against them last year. Second to last game of the year was them.
Last time we were up there, I think, what was it? I think Chris, that's how I met Chris. He gave me a ticket. He pretty much gave it to Batman, and he gave it to me. And that game was the one that pretty much Tua was losing the whole, pretty much up to the third quarter, and the defense stepped up. So hopefully we get the same outcome, man.
That's the game we have video of that I'm actually allowed to show, because it's owned by me, YouTube. Try to strike us on this one, YouTube.
Last time it was all about the defense last year. Hopefully we get the same outcome. Because right now, man, nobody's talking about any type of optimistic move that we're going to make as far as us being offensively dominant. Everybody's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Well, I think it's just because of the unknown when it comes to quarterback and all that. Everybody's anxious to see just how Skyler is going to perform in a game where he's obviously had to be game planned for with the number ones all week.
And I've been asking around the community, bro. I've been asking around the community like crazy, getting everybody's 2 cents as far as I want to say hypothetical, because right now we're playing the hypothetical, but.
So this was the Jets game last year, so you can see the atmosphere in the stands is much like what you could expect. It wasn't actually that empty, to our credit, for a game, that late in the season and, that. But
it was pretty packed.
Well, you guys were winning then, right?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, guys. If we're winning this game and we pull it off, and we do it with Skyler in condition, in like pretty much a no contest type of fashion where he dominates, do you bench him the week after, knowing that this guy's in a clear concussion protocol?
No.
Well, if we win and we somehow make the playoffs, and I see Tua, I'm not going to be happy. You got to go with the hot hand here.
Like, what is this, by the way? I've showed this play a lot, and we were using it to illustrate Gesicki dropping the ball. But do you all notice this play? Like, look at this. Like, there's nobody else on the field to throw to except the guy in the corner of the end zone in triple coverage.
Did he catch it?
No.
No. I'm back. Ross called. He said, keep his name out of my fucking mouth. So I said, okay. Then he took my internet away. So I had to fix that.
Oh, man.
Because he
So
owns
how do
my
you feel
internet
about
company.
that? Ali, how do you feel about that? You talking to the owner and the owner telling you after you it's going to be the same next year. Get over it. How do you feel about that?
It's been Groundhog's Day, man. 30-some years, same thing. Same
So are
result
you okay with
over
that?
and over. Hell no, I'm not okay with that, bro.
But you're okay to like pretty much bow down to what they say at this point.
No, I'm not. That's why we have these shows. That's why I'm up here speaking out against.
Why do you think I ain't going to be there tomorrow, Kat?
Bro.
Well, I mean, I've got mixed emotions because I'm going over there because win or lose, I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to hear my mouth. So I don't know,
Trust
man,
me,
if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I already said two things. One, I'm taking a paper bag with me to the game, and I'm not afraid to do it. Two, actually three things. Two, if Skyler scores 5 touchdowns and no interceptions, I'm going to start the MVP chance for him. Right? And then 3, I'm going to boo Ross, Greer, anybody that I see that caused this or as direct related into all the bad decisions we made. I'm going to boo them the entire time.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, if Skyler pulls it off, what we need to do is start a QB1 chant.
Yeah.
Real quick.
I think that's the you just hit on where I think the other part of the anxiety is coming from, Cat for Life, is there's a lot of people, that believe in Skyler, that invested a lot of energy in him, you know what I mean? And it's like, if he fails, it's not so much that they were wrong, it's that we are in a world of shit at that point, you know what I mean? Because if he does show, like, really prove that he's a, let's say way better than Tua or something, then we can all feel a little more comfortable that the sky's not falling in the near future. Now, granted, this season may still be lost, but if Skyler performs well, then we're not sitting here on our pity pots for next year already. You see what I'm saying? And I think that possibility is weighing so heavily on people that love Tua and people that hate Tua. You know what I mean? Because if Skyler ain't the answer, we're in a world of shit, man. If the fans weren't right about Skyler, what are we going to do then, man?
Well, I mean, look, this is exactly what we wanted. A stage that's set to find out. The only thing that'll be pretty much a bad scenario is if we find out he's crap. But at least we find out now. We don't hold on to it.
But I want it to be fair, though, Cap. I want him to get, which supposedly he has.
No doubt.
He's got all the first team snaps during practice this week. That's what I want from the beginning.
I think you're touching on why the rumor, quote unquote, got released this week, and basically McDaniel's feet are being held to the fire to say, hey, don't think you're going to play this whole not upstaging to a game, because remember what the report said. It said that Ross would think about not holding. He might not hold the 5-game losing streak against him if we get to the playoffs. Didn't say he wasn't gonna. It said he might not hold it against it. What was it? It said he might look the other way.
Remember what I said before, though.
Losing streak.
Remember I said this season would be about making Tua look like really good to package him in a trade at some point. Remember I said that in the beginning.
Right. Well, currently, to your point about the concussion, which you verbalized a little more directly than I did about thinking it's fake and all that.
Oh, it's fake, bro.
But there's the thing, though. The day after, or that week, TD pulled up the PFF grades. Tua's still rocking a B+ on the spreadsheet. So we can rest and we can say, hey, the concussions are no big deal because he's gotten the rest. And then we can shove that spreadsheet in front of a trade partner because we're not running the risk that he puts more bad film down the rest of this season.
I don't think Tua is going to be here next year because I don't think he's been at any of the practices. He wasn't at the game last week. I think he's gone.
No. Let me tell you something right now, Greg. Right now, if you saw Barry Cunningham's podcast today, bro, Barry Cunningham is pretty much on the same boat I am as far as where the hell is our captain? Even though he's concussed, be there for your team. Teddy got concussed. He was still there supporting the team. This guy's nowhere to be found, bro. And at the end of the day,
he doesn't show up for the game this Sunday. I mean, that's a clear indicator that he's checked out on the team and the organization.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you can be on the sideline if you're in concussion protocol.
No,
you can. He was at one of the games during the three-game losing streak. I think it was the second or
Michael
third
K.
game.
When we asked last week about why he didn't travel with the team, the excuse we got was concussion protocol because of the flight.
That makes sense.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't because he flew home from Cincinnati the night he got that concussion.
And he watched
You're actually right about that. Now I think about it. That's true.
Everything's a witness protection program with this guy. So covert. I mean, I don't understand.
Because I'll tell you why. It's really easy to understand, Cap. The reason that they're doing that is because Chris Greer's a charlatan, bro. He's going to make shit look like gold. He's done it the entire time he's been here. That's why he's able to wheel and deal his way out of things sometimes.
I get that.
Ali, here's the thing. You know what I think is fun that keeps getting missed? We all argue about whether they want to get somebody like Brady and Peyton and whoever else in the other, right?
Yeah.
But one thing that nobody has pushed back against, they just forget about it and conveniently not talk about it and stick their head in the sand, is that it is now proven fact that we have now multiple times tried to move off of Tua, even when we were out in public saying Tua was the guy. He is not taking another snap for the Miami Dolphins.
I don't know how much clearer people need to see this, that we're pretty much, the owner got suspended, a doctor got fired, a coach got fired, a trainer
right, after life, and now in an article that's claiming and now in a new article that's claiming we're going after him again. People can dispute whether that's true, but what the article reminds everybody of was we already did go after him and got in trouble for it.
Did you guys see the article?
Here's the narrative that the organization is truly telling us the truth when they say Tua's the guy.
Did you guys see the article that Anthony brought up the other day about Bleacher Report and Yahoo talking about Ross was trying to get involved with Green Bay?
Oh, because he wants Aaron Rodgers. That's why.
So that's legit.
Yeah, that actually was reported originally by not Bleacher Report.
What week was Nathaniel Hackett fired?
The week before the Packers.
The week we played the Packers. Right.
Yeah.
So you don't think there was some, off the cuff meeting about, hey, what do you want, Aaron? I want a coach I can control. Just like I wanted in Denver, and that's why I didn't go to Denver, because they weren't going to give it to me there. They hired Nathaniel Hackett and then brought in Russell Wilson because that timing didn't work out because Green Bay gave Aaron the contract.
So we have contingency plans, but people are going to be upset about our contingency plans. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And it starts with trading Wilkins, bro.
What's Aaron Rodgers' biggest problem in Green Bay right now? He don't get along with LaFleur. Why not? Because LaFleur don't let him be in control like Brady controls Todd Bowles.
He wants controls of the game calls, and he's not getting it.
Yeah.
What do you think? Who do you trust more, the quarterback on the field that's a Hall of Famer or the coach in Green Bay? I'm going to tell you it's Aaron Rodgers, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, it is.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, I don't see Chris Greer going in there, though.
But again, what's not in dispute now is the fact that we have tried to replace Tua on multiple occasions.
Well, let me ask you this: didn't Aaron
Even
Rodgers
while
win
the
MVP
organization was out in the media telling everybody Tua was the guy and gaslighting the rest of us?
Didn't Aaron Rodgers win MVP twice with LaFleur, or once?
No. He won it the last 2 years.
That was with LaFleur.
I think so. Yeah. No.
Yeah. And with Nathaniel Hackett as the OC.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they're not lying, Color, and maybe he is the guy to get his ass out of Miami. That's what it was.
I just don't understand. After 3 years, people are like, "Why do you guys always want to move on from the quarterback we have?" I mean, it's going to be freaking 3 years.
Ain't nobody asking the Cardinals that question.
I just don't get it, man. I just don't get it.
Oh, and it's already been 3 years since they done that.
Am I off? Am I off?
No, you're not off, bro.
And I'm hoping 3 years from now, Tua will be a memory just as well as Rosen is in the minds of a Cardinals fan.
Oh, Jesus, bro. If we would have signed Rosen, Pete would have had a freaking carnival.
Look, the truth is...
These guys might be able to sign the 2017 Mr. Irrelevant. He just won a Grey Cup with Toronto.
Bro, somebody at this point, man, we need to start, like, every draft, start getting quarterbacks like we used to do back in the day.
Back in the day, we were shit too, bro. Back in the day was less than 25 years ago, Cap.
I get it, but at least have something on the roster. Every time it comes down to injuries, we're stuck with our pants down.
You know what I would do? Hey, what do you guys think about this?
The opposite of what we've done.
What
and the opposite of what we've done would be to get a quarterback first and then rebuild the team.
So you're saying microwave it? Are you okay with microwaving it now? Because I've been saying it for 3 years. Please
what
say
I'm
yes.
saying, Cap for life. Listen.
Yes, please say yes.
Listen, why are we so frustrated as fans? Because we've rebuilt this team 5 times in the last 30 years.
Yep.
So if we've been able to, and that's at about a rate of about every 5 years, we burn it to the ground and build anew.
So as far as with McDaniel,
so my point is, look where we're at now. Everybody's all, no, don't get rid of Wilkins. 3 years ago, we didn't have Wilkins, but we had somebody else. Cameron Wake, was it not?
Yeah, it probably was Wake.
So who's it going to be next? My point is, in 30 years, we've gotten 5 Christian Wilkins. We've gotten 0 Aaron Rodgerses.
That's the only leverage we have right now, Color.
Let me ask you guys this though. Would you guys do this move? So the top 2 quarterbacks in this coming up draft are going to be probably Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, right? People are expecting CJ Stroud to announce for the draft. There's a slight chance he might not do that. He might stay 1 more year at Ohio State. Slight chance. If that were to happen, would you be okay with trading Wilkins for a 2024 first-round pick?
I don't want nothing to do with Ohio State.
Hold on. Let me finish.
I don't want nothing to do with Ohio State.
Let me finish. Because you might like what I do with this. Would you be okay with trading for 2024 draft capital, which maybe you'll get more at that point, possible, right? And then in turn, you still sign Tom Brady as free agent, so he's your starter for this year. But next year, when Tom Brady is probably going to either have 1 year left, or maybe he's really going to finally retire. Then in 2024, when CJ Stroud comes out, then you go after and get the number 1 quarterback with all that draft capital you have now. Because you're still being competitive. You're still being competitive for 2023. Come on, we got Tom Brady and we still have a shit ton of weapons on this team, right?
Yeah.
And then in turn, you already got the quarterback for the future lined up for 2024 because you're going to trade everything to get that one guy anyway. And this is the difference. You could say you don't want Ohio State quarterbacks, but here's the reality of it. This Ohio State quarterback is actually a Ryan Day product, and he's actually really, really good. He's put up 2 complete seasons where he's put up shit tons of numbers. He was a finalist for the Heisman Trophy, right?
I want this year's Alabama quarterback.
And the other Ohio State quarterback that came out last year, Justin Fields, even though he didn't win the game, he still beat the shit out of our defense.
Right.
Yeah, well, I mean, Pete told you guys about Justin Fields. You guys
real quick, everybody. Thank you to Craig
I don't want
Sebring
nothing to do with Ohio State guys. We have Brian Hartline.
Cap.
Who else?
Who is a really good receiver, bro?
Life. Hey, Cap for life. Do me a favor. I want you to personally thank Craig Sebring for the $2 donation and read his super chat.
Okay, Craig Sebring, $2 dono. We appreciate you, brother. At 1:40 in the morning, it goes a long way. And the mindset you have right now is Derek Carr will be a Dolphin.
That is a possibility.
That's almost the most sensible track at this point. You know,
and they might cut.
I think Larry L kind of points that out.
So we don't need to trade for him. He's going to be a free agent.
No, we would have to trade for Derek Carr, but it'd be a lot less than Lamar or an Aaron Rodgers.
They might cut him. They might.
That's true. They might cut him. I forgot about that. But also, Jimmy G is going to be a free agent.
Bro,
here's the thing. Here's the thing that gives me hope for Sunday, Cap for life. Here's the thing that gives me hope for Sunday. Maybe I can transpose some of it to you.
Give me something, bro.
And this is, I think, I don't know if this is some of what God Soldier's trying to say here, or at least he reminded me of it by saying it. And Pete said it before. Somebody else has said it before. A couple people. Mike McDaniel, like a coach comes in with an existing quarterback. That's rare, first of all. But if he was shoehorned and Ross is true to his word, like his back behind the scenes word to him, then Mike McDaniel stays, and that's all hinging upon, does the guy that Mike McDaniel did pick pan out? And so maybe there is some truth to Mike McDaniel has, quote unquote, secretly been in on Skyler and was his personal pick, like they're like the new coaching regime's pick. And maybe they're about to unleash something nobody expected Sunday. You know what I mean? That's like, you know.
No, I mean,
in which case Mike McDaniel keeps his job because his guy is poised to be the project.
True.
You see what I'm saying?
And in addition to it, Color, that plays into that whole line that this year was to make that rental car look like a BMW,
exactly, like
or
Capitan's been saying the entire year. Capitan put that out in the offseason.
Did you see the video show today, bro? When he was talking to Omar Kelly, Omar Kelly was pretty much saying that, and I agree with him to a certain extent with Stephen Ross, because he does not like to fire people, bro, and that's his downfall. I mean, he'll only do it.
Stephen Ross don't like to fire people.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, he might hold on to it for another year.
The reason for my optimism, Cap for life, is that if Mike McDaniel still has a job when this is all said and done, it's because Skyler did do what we're all hoping he'll do.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we just need him to work out, and people are like, "Oh, if he works out, he's still."
I wonder if they have a trade-in program for my jersey. I need to trade in my Tua jersey for a Skyler jersey.
Yeah, me too.
So,
just buy a new nameplate and a number
Did you all
9.
see Mike Glennon? Did you all see Pro Football Reference has Mike Glennon's career record is 6-25?
Oh my god!
Who are the 6 teams that he beat?
Oh my god,
that's freaking sad. Like, can you imagine the Sunday? Like, I don't even remember any highlights. Like, oh, Mike Glennon won today, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even remember that happening.
I'm willing to bet one of those teams was us that he beat.
You better hope the point differential was real small.
It must have been like in his first year with, I think Tampa drafted him or somebody. You know,
yeah,
like,
I think he might have beat us.
I don't know, man. I don't know,
but I'm just gonna say it for the record. That dude's got one long ass neck.
That's our advantage. I don't understand why everybody's feeling defeated. We have a secret weapon.
He only plays if Skyler gets hurt at this point.
But I don't think he's going to even be active, to be honest with you.
No, that's true.
I just don't understand why everybody would give this guy a
Everybody
free pass
keeps
if
calling it
Skyler
a
wins
break,
the
but
game,
it was
bro.
just dislocated.
If Skyler wins the game, I just don't understand how this guy gets a free pass and just gets to start over Skyler, bro. We need to win this game, bro.
Bro, if Skyler wins this game, just put this in perspective. If Skyler wins this game, right, and we get into the playoffs, imagine they roll with Skyler the whole way. All the way to the Super Bowl,
go
dude,
with the
that'd be
hot
sick.
hand, bro. That's a given, bro. You go with the hot hand, man.
I understand, but it just kind of it reminds me of like
In
the
other
whole
words,
Alex
politically
Smith
speaking,
and
nobody
Colin Kaepernick
politically
thing.
speaking, nobody would fault McDaniel for that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
if he went
you
with the hot hand.
understand. I understand. Everybody understands on this panel, but everybody, for some certain, I don't get it. I don't. At the same time, like, be fair. Don't be entitled to this guy, bro. This guy he hasn't done anything, and you're trying to make him entitled to take over the spot if he's been missing a month. That's not fair, bro.
The truth behind it is that those people aren't really Dolphin fans. Most of them are Alabama fans, bro.
Exactly. And you notice the downfall in the community, Ali. No one's going online anymore. Freaking Reason took down his Tua poster. Barry Cunningham is about to jump ship talking about go get Tom Brady. Larry's freaking about to go postal. Bro, it doesn't matter, man. One guy does not make this team, and everybody's going
Dan
to
the man fan 44 is throwing in his lot tonight for the scummy comedy Olympics.
I like him.
Having a neck that long has got to be tough to swallow. My bad.
He's got good stuff. Dan the man, bro.
Funny.
He's got quality burns.
I did some research about Mike Glennon. Four of those 6 wins was in his rookie year, and then in his second year, he beat the Steelers as one of the teams.
Yeah, he beat Miami, Atlanta, Detroit, Buffalo, Pittsburgh.
I don't know who the 4 teams were in the first year, but all I could see was the Steelers in his second year after coming in for Josh McCown.
Well, you know, if it wasn't for a hell of a performance by Gaskin, we would have lost to them too last year.
Talk about it disappearing. Yeah, Gaskin's like completely disappeared.
Dude,
he's on IR, bro.
I know. I'm just saying, like, even when he was healthy, just like nothing.
Never there. He was just
That's the one thing that we're actually missing from this offense. That, like, regardless that even though it's kind of like gotten better the last 2 games, I want to say the last 2, maybe the prior to the last 2 games, the running game, we were promised a running game, bro. It's like non-existent at all.
Let's be real, man. McDaniel's been playing Madden with his friends and losing.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I see here. But then again, that also can be pointing towards his career at the same time.
Now, remember, though, I want to submit something that when we went with Skyler against the Jets, because he came in a situation where he wasn't supposed to start, we actually started off running the ball with him, smartly.
That's true.
And we were doing pretty good with it and then got away from it for some reason.
Yeah.
The same story it's been all year.
Exactly.
That whole thing. I mean, we were running pretty well in the first couple quarters against the Jets, our first meeting.
And that's one reason.
To your point, Ali, that's actually the last time we really saw Gaskin. And it was it was a series where he came out on 1st and 2nd down and gashed the defense for like big gains. And Mike McDaniel went to him again on 3rd down, and he went into a brick wall. We never saw him again.
I remember.
And I had thought, well, I actually faulted McDaniel a little bit for that series because I'm thinking, no, Gaskin, you got to know your player. Gaskin is the type of guy that you get a couple of good gashes, you don't go to the well a 3rd time. You know what I mean? He's just that type of runner, And it was like 3rd and 2 And it was like perfect. Okay, we got a couple good runs out of him on first and second down. Then it's like 3rd and 2, and he hands it to him again, and Gaskin runs into a brick wall. Like, that's just uninspired play calling, in my opinion. And then ever since that run, we ran into a brick wall. That means we're not running the ball. Might as well get away from it now and start passing the rest of the game. It's like Mike McDaniel has one bad run, and that's it. That's his signal to get away from it for the rest of the game.
Oh, my God.
That's what it seems like. Because we'll be running along at a good clip like last week.
I just don't like how he
And then
tries
all
to
of a sudden,
transition
hit
the
a brick
game.
wall and that's it. Let's not run anymore.
See, here's the issue. Even Tua, the problem with Tua is the fact that he's such a rhythm quarterback that when he's in rhythm, he doesn't know how to transition and slow the game down, but still stay hot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's almost like
that's the off script plays.
It's almost like, and this is the problem. What I was trying to say is that McDaniel purposely tries to slow the game down from Tua to make it look bad. I'm telling you, this is a whole setup, dude. I think the whole plan is to freaking sell Tua from the beginning.
Tua has
Tua
has zero backyard football skills, bro.
It is so bad, bro.
If the play breaks down, that's it.
So one-dimensional that I don't see how you could bring anybody here to fix this. You need to freaking get Tua out of here. That's why a guy like Skyler, even Mike Glennon is better than Tua at this point.
Ollie, did you see TD's live stream earlier today?
No, I haven't watched
video of the Chargers, and the Chargers
bro. That was a great breakdown.
Broke down our plays we like to do, and that's how we got shut down. I recommend you go check that part of the video.
I will. Because I worked during the day, and then I've been on this the whole time. So
Ali, they knew every play we did, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the 30 minutes.
That's because there's these rumors that came out in the offseason that Tua still didn't understand the playbook. I wouldn't be surprised if they dubbed it down for him. And that's maybe why we never got to see this big black book of plays that everyone was expecting that they were supposedly hiding from us. Probably because they look like shit because Tua doesn't know how to run them. That's the truth.
There's more conspiracies than the Kennedy assassination.
That's Tua's fault too, man. Tua was the assassin, bro. I'm telling you.
You guys laugh, all right? I saw Barry Cunningham. No, I saw Barry Cunningham's stream also, and he started saying the same thing I was 2 weeks ago, as far as like me thinking there was a cover up for the concussion protocol fiasco. And he's pretty much been on the same narrative. He's like, why can't we not hear from our quarterback? Why has he been hiding? Why is he in witness protection program?
And ask Color and Captain, and I said it right after that game. I was like, watch, bro. They're going to come out and say he had some injury or some concussion or something. And just like clockwork, he's reporting he's concussed. We had to put him on protocol. Oh, so you're telling me that he played like shit because of the concussion or this right ankle injury that he's had the entire season?
Ali, he's been gone for 3 weeks. They just said he's getting in the first stages of concussion protocol.
That's bullshit.
Bro,
That's bullshit.
Done. Get him out.
Get the fuck out of Make the NFL better again and get that Tua out of the NFL. That's what I'm going with.
And you're telling me he's in the first stages? Barry Jackson reported it, bro.
Yeah, I'm just so over it, bro. I'm so over it. I'm ready for this season to be over. I really want to.
When I tell Stephen D and I say there's a cover up going on, he makes me look like a nut. So far, what do you think's going on? We have no answers. We don't know if the first concussion was a concussion.
I can tell you what's going on, bro. I'm going to tell you right now. They have the best output they've ever had in Tua's existence as a Miami Dolphin, right? And what they're doing is they're protecting the books. They're making the books look really good so they can trade his ass. That's exactly what they're doing. You keep him out there for the last 3 games playing like that, those numbers are going to go way down. And of course, they're not going to, no one's going to want to trade for anything. So you protect it as much as you can. That's what they're doing. I'm sorry, but I wanted Tua to work out so bad this year because I just wanted the whole back and forth Tua this and that just to be done with because it gave me a headache. But at this point, get this asshole out of here, man.
Yeah,
He's
bro, it was a good soap opera,
opportunity and ruining it. Get this fucking asshole out of here.
It was a good soap opera for 3 years, but right now it's too much and it's killing the fan base, bro.
Yeah,
it's killing me, bro.
It's killing
me. I spent like $1,500 on season tickets, bro.
Damn.
And you got to understand that this is the first time I did that because I believed, I bought in to the process. I bought into the fact that I really
when
felt
I say
like
when I
do something
say
different.
when I say that they're playing with our money, and then they're like, "Oh, well, you should not be playing with their money." No, dude, they've been playing with our money for 25 years.
Yeah. The charlatans are doing it to us. They're selling us trash and saying it's gold. That's exactly what's happening.
Are we wrong for saying? Are we wrong?
We're not wrong, bro. We're not. That's the truth behind it. How do these other teams that we call trash all the time come out of nowhere and they have, franchise quarterbacks and beat us all the time, right? They do it all the time. Look how many times we lost to the Jaguars of all people, bro.
I just told you, bro. If
We
Trevor
lost
Lawrence,
to Atlanta. They didn't even
if
have a
Trevor
quarterback.
Lawrence, Kenny Pickett, and Trevor Lawrence make the playoffs over Tua, that's 3 draft classes that made the playoffs, and we're still waiting for ours.
We lost to the MILF Hunter. The MILF Hunters team beat us, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't think we're off. I do not think we're off at all for complaining.
It's just crazy what's going on right now.
Yeah, and you guys accept it because you let everybody else accept it. Don't let nobody brainwash you, man.
No, I was not. I should have went with my gut instinct because, to be honest, I'm a college football fan as well.
Me too.
I hated Tua, bro.
Me
I
too.
didn't like Tua at all,
bro. I
wanted
wanted to like him, bro. Ali, I wanted to like him.
I wanted to also, but
I like the
went with you, bro. I should have went with
when
my gut instinct. And said
when
no.
I saw people beating on Pete left and right, and I'm like, no, this guy has a point. I said enough is enough, bro. Enough is enough.
I was upset when we drafted him. I was so upset because I didn't see nothing in college. And all the big games he lost.
I just don't understand why you took a risk on a quarterback that had potential to be paralytic after the season.
Because of one throw, bro.
If we would have took our free first-round draft picks and drafted like position players, and Tua fell to, let's say, the second round and we took him, I don't think I would have a problem.
That wouldn't have been so bad. That wouldn't be so bad at all. That'd actually be really good. I mean, like, look at what the Eagles did. Eagles took Jalen Hurts when?
Like 40 something pick. Yes, 40 something.
And look at him. He's going to be like MVP of the league almost. Yeah. That guy's ridiculous now.
Well, we were saying last during the preseason, Ali.
I want to show you guys something real quick.
Kenneth Walker Jr. He's about to be the freaking rookie of the year, bro. On offense right now, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't need a bell cow. That's overkill. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we got Tyreek Hill.
Well, hey, that's the other question, Kefferline. So after this season, you only got you have no running backs on
we have nothing.
No
we
running
have
backs.
no capital, bro. We only have players as
and the one guy I thought we were going to be able to get, by the way, is now considered the number 4 prospect in the NFL draft. He's even being predicted to go number 4, and that's Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, well, look, I have a great question right now, bro. Color, Ali. We have no draft capital. We have no draft picks. Is it safe to say if you're an owner of a franchise, you have a liability at quarterback? Don't you just go ahead and cut losses on a product that's not making you any type of revenue? And you're just breaking even at this point?
Making them revenue, Cap. That's the whole reason.
Yeah, he has the number 1 selling jersey in the league, bro. Yep. That's all the revenue that they're getting. They sold out. They sold out on season tickets.
And on top of that, it's the same reason people watch NASCAR. Everybody that hates the guy is waiting to see a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
So it's propaganda.
In all those games, I don't mean to interrupt you, Cap.
I'm saying they tune in to watch him.
No, I'm saying it's a propaganda at this point.
Yeah, and all those games that we had during the season, like the Packers game and other upcoming games that the tickets were selling for ridiculous prices. When season tickets are sold through the Miami site, they're getting a cut of that. Doesn't matter how much you sell it, they're getting a cut. So they're making money on top of you selling your tickets too.
So guys, I want to explain why I've pulled this graphic up real quick. And there's more to it than just pointing out the stats from the Packers game.
Hey, that guy
Although
looks
that's
familiar.
the main reason. So this was a stat.
He looks like a clown.
This was a stat graphic that was displayed on Mike Florio's show, Pro Football Talk. This graphic is courtesy of Pro Football Talk. Thank you much, Mike. You guys do a great job over there compiling this information. Now, real quick, before I get into what it illustrates, I want to say that when Mike Florio brought this graphic up, you can go watch the video clip. It's on YouTube on the NFL on NBC channel. When he brought this graphic up, it was actually him, believe it or not, Mike Florio defending the idea that Tua was affected by the concussion.
What?
Yeah.
The guy,
and it was kind of surprising. I'm like, wow, because I look at these numbers myself. First of all, it's odd to hear Florio, kind of in defense of Tua that way, kind of reaching, right? Because what he did was he circled the pass yards per attempt and the pass yards and use that as the difference in the reasoning and saying, look what he did before the hit. Look what he did after the hit. Right. And I'm contending that, okay, he was 9 for 12 before the hit and 7 for 13 after.
Yeah, I think he's trying to look out for us as far as draft.
Right. But but
here's
the thing. Here's the thing, though. If you take it, the pass yards, if you take away the 80-some yard bomb, didn't we have like a deep shot to Tyreek Hill?
Yeah, at least 3
before the hit. So not only that would that lower the pass yardage to something a little closer to what he had in the second half, but it would also lower the pass yard per attempt to probably right down around 13. I haven't done the actual math, but I'm pretty sure if you take away that deep shot, that pass yards per attempt percentage ratio goes down.
So you're saying the Green Bay game?
Hold on. Not only that, if you were to take away that deep shot, let's say it never even happened, then Tua would have been 8 for 11 in the first half and 7 for 13 in the second. Not much different. The only thing that's different is those 3 interceptions. So if you're going to tell me that the concussion affected him on 3 specific plays and nowhere else, then I'm not buying it. Miss me with it, because I'm not ever going to buy that. You can't just pick and choose which plays the concussion affected him on.
I mean, are we nitpicking at this point? We're trying to solve if he had a concussion or not?
No. The point is that what Ali was alluding to is that the organization came right out and the fans themselves made it out to be that, and even the media has run with it, that the concussions affected his play negatively.
Yeah, because a guy from Twitter, shout out to that guy. I hope you guys get that guy, interview him, bro.
So my point is, it doesn't even matter if the concussion was real or not. It did not affect the play of Tua Tagovailoa.
Let me ask you this. Did social media have a play in everything that's going on with us as far as Tua missing a game?
But here's the thing, Cat for Life. They've already created the platitude, real or imagined, that the hit in Buffalo was not a concussion, right? So that means this is only his.
We all know it was.
So that means that this is only his second concussion.
Nah, bro. Everybody has their consensus already. Everybody knows.
I'm not here to put that out. Look, Cap, I'm not here to argue that point. That's the platitude. Whether you believe the platitude or not, that has become reality. Unless you've got access to his private medical records, the man has only had, this is only his second concussion, regardless of whether you believe he had a concussion on the first one or not. My point is,
no, I get you. HIPAA semantics.
for the purposes of optics, okay, it's his second concussion, and there was enough time between the two that he could have healed to the point of never having had one. So what I'm trying to say is, if they put out there, if they can convince everybody that the concussion affected his performance in Green Bay, they can still say, look, he's gotten enough rest because it was only his second concussion. A doctor will sign off. Hold on. A doctor will sign off after enough rest, meaning the whole offseason. A doctor will sign off that he is healed and at the point of never having a concussion. And then the Dolphins can throw his B+ resume in front of a trade suitor and get the job done. You see what I'm saying?
Real quick. You did your research as far as with everything going on with concussions. Because I remember what you said, takes at least 90 days for the brain to have some type of
that was why it was so important for them to convince everybody the first one was not a concussion.
Yeah.
Because they know that too. They're just gaslighting all the people that don't know it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And the information that you and I got, you saw the video that I showed. So you know that the video, the information we got was from that Concussion Institute that's got 1 million some odd subscribers and a doctor with real credentials saying it.
Okay, so when I say that someone is lying, that's not a stretch.
But they still have the ability, Cat for Life, because the science is not completely in on concussions. They still technically have the ability to say, wherever your source is full of shit, nobody knows anything about concussions. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
But you and I know what we saw. We can point at people to the YouTube channel now. We just ain't going to show it again because, you know.
Nah, bro. At
YouTube
this point,
don't let us do what everybody else does, apparently.
Look, we've lost our shit. We've all gotten hot. We've all freaking gone crazy. I'm not losing my shit anymore, bro. At this point, it is what it is. I know who's the cause to blame. No one's going to make me think different.
Well, here's the thing, though, Kat, is that if you and I are right, let's just say for a moment, you and I are right, and this was all a cover-up to make sure nobody thought that the first one was a concussion and all that. Whatever they convince the public of doesn't matter. When it comes to the life decisions that Tua has to make and that his family is pressing or pressuring him to make and everything else around him, and the NFL is, you know, trying to ward against liabilities and all this other stuff, when it comes down to the stuff that's going on like that behind the scenes privately, they go by the man's real medical history. So it doesn't matter what they've convinced the public of. If that was in fact a concussion in Buffalo, it's a matter of private medical record, and nobody can avoid that in the behind the scenes discussions as to what he's going to do for his future.
I call BS. He only had 3 concussions career long.
I'm just saying it really doesn't matter to us. My point is, in the private discussions he's having with himself and with everybody else involved in his private life, if that was a concussion, it is a matter of his private medical record, and they're not going to avoid that being part of their calculus and their decision making. So we, as people on the outside looking in, will always make a flawed prediction as to what Tua is going to do because we don't know what the private medical record says. And that's where everybody's wrong on the issue, on both sides. And I'm the only one that'll say that shit. The fact of it is, the reality is his private medical record. It don't matter what they've told people about Buffalo.
So
When
his
he's
career.
making his decision, he's not going, he's not basing his decision on the facts that are coming out through the media. He's making his decision based on his own personal private medical record. And none of us have any idea what it says about that Buffalo, the day against Buffalo.
Yeah.
If it was a concussion, bet that his private medical record says it was. Or his doctor's committing malpractice. That's why, it's Occam's razor here.
Bro, I've been saying that for months. I tell Stephen D. No, everything to you is a conspiracy theory. No, bro, I've dealt with it firsthand. I've seen it.
Right. But now you and I still can only apply an opinion based on what we think we know.
Bro, I've dealt with neurologists.
And what we've learned. Okay.
I've dealt with neurologists.
Might be an educated opinion, but it's an opinion. And the opinion that I have is based on what I suspect his real personal medical record says. And if it says what I suspect it says, he's not playing again.
Did you see the Joe Rogan show today, Color?
No.
Bro, at the end of the conversation, if you want to look it up.
Flat earthers, dude. I really don't care to watch his show, but whatever.
Well, at the end of the day, everything you're saying, he pretty much said the same shit. And that's a guy that's on the payroll.
Well, that's also a guy that has legal responsibilities in watching what he says.
He's about to retire. He doesn't give a shit.
You can't be misconstrued to be giving medical or legal advice. You know what
No,
I mean?
I get that. But at the same time, he's pretty much saying the same thing as what we're saying. He's like, hey, man, at the end of the day, we don't know what's going on, but we're not going to be freaking told something about a car that we think it's a brand new car, but it's a lemon. Like, we want to see the Carfax.
Yeah, and hey, a third concussion too soon is not really the end of it yet either. He could still get his energy levels back up to the point he never had one before. But now it takes like 3 or 4 months of healing to do that.
Not for us.
You can get it back. So my point is, he's not damaged goods per se when it comes to outright trade value if the trade isn't going to be made for 6 months. A doctor can still say, yes, his energy levels are back to the point like he's never had a concussion before. There's like when I heard Joe Rogan say that, the consensus is pretty much, and I'm not an expert, okay, but the consensus is pretty much that 3 times is like the max. If you go 3 or 4 months of healing, you got a shot of recovering one more time. But much beyond that, you become prone and you become a point where your energy levels can't get back up to the point where you never had one before.
Let's not overthink this, man. 3 concussions in 3 months. Let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be real. Medical records are not
with 3 or 4 months of healing. It's still possible to come back to the point of never having had one.
Even though you said it takes 90 days.
That's if it's happened like three too soon. You see what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, bro. You and I know, bro. It's happened more than 3 times. Come on.
I don't know anything. I only know. I only have an opinion based on what I saw. You know what I mean?
I get that, but come on, bro. We bought a car with a bunch of body damage, and it got pretty much bundled up. Let's be real.
Well, I think that for other reasons, not because of concussions, but
yeah, I get that. But like I said, at the end of the day, everybody's making the playoffs except for him.
I don't even think we got a lemon. I just think we got I think we got the Subaru Impreza, except we forgot to put the NOS canister in it. You know what I mean?
Subaru is a good car, bro. It's a good car.
Yeah, but we forgot to put the NOS in it.
Fucking millennials, bro.
I don't know, man. Either that or we're that what was it, a Ferrari or a Lambo that they were racing in Fast and Furious?
Oh yeah, drifting.
Yeah,
totally
and you know, that's Tua, and we really needed something with, you know, like a little rice rocket with a NASA package in it. You know what I mean?
Oh God, bro.
Either that or that's what we got, and our engine block is already burned out. I mean, you only get like 2 or 3 passes with those little 4-cylinder blocks, man.
So right now, we're just hoping that the bearings hold on Tua.
I don't know. Dude, I'm serious, man. I just don't think from a corporate standpoint that the guy's gonna play again.
It is what it is, man. I mean, I've been saying it for weeks. If you were a doctor, would you clear him?
So guys,
doctor got fired.
So guys, I know you guys are both on board with like a heavy, like you're not just on board with Skyler, but there's certain things about him that you guys I know believe in, right? That you've gained a little bit of faith in certain things based on what you've seen.
Bro,
right?
give me something. If he's that guy,
Bro,
just give me
how
something.
about
I see preseason Skyler.
How about that rollout? How about that rollout against Philadelphia in the preseason when he rolled out and threw across his body like 45 yards and flipped it like it was nothing in a freaking basket, man?
Bro, I want to see preseason Skyler, man. I want to see the
Get
Skyler
America's
preseason.
Hey, let me tell you something. Exactly, bro. You read my mind. You read my mind, TDR. He produced.
I wish
with,
I could
with
show
freaking
you guys,
Easy
man,
E,
but
bro.
YouTube's
Preseason,
been
all he
really
did was
great
catch some
hosts, but
Easy
they
E,
haven't
bro.
been that good.
Bro, Easy E.
Easy.
Yes, TDR. Yes.
Bro,
Has to happen.
if I see Easy E inactivated, I'm calling for Mike McDaniel's job.
Bro, all hands on deck. Come on, bro. He's not that hurt. Come on, bro.
Bro, to be honest with you, what I saw last week from Teddy and Skyler, it's excusable. Teddy, not so much. And I have a feeling because of the circumstances, they didn't really change the game plan much in the scheme much from what Tua runs when it comes to the passing game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what I noticed a couple times, there's a certain play, like you can tell. Look, if the Chargers figured this out, don't you think I could have? I mean,
yeah,
like
exactly.
But I've noticed that, and you even go back and look at the film yourselves. Every time we've gone deep down the middle to Tyreek or Waddle, it's come by way of play action. But the type of play action is this sort of lazy drop back and act like I'm handing it off, spin around real quick, and if Tyreek is got a step, bomb it. You know what I mean? Or even if he ain't got a step, you know. And I noticed a couple times last week we ran that exact formation in play, and I think that our guys just didn't pull the trigger.
Bro, if you see what TD did
they're actually real quick, they're the actual type of quarterbacks that wouldn't necessarily throw into double coverage like Tua has been on that Tyreek bomb, even though Tyreek's been coming down with
Nah, bro. If you look at the TD breakdown, bro, he was pretty much looking to the right, making people bite.
Is if
and he still threw the ball.
My point is if McDaniel's getting in his head this week saying, hey, look, you got that, and you got the arm to put it so far out in front that don't worry about double coverage. We may see some freaking fireworks Sunday, man, and see that freaking ball get thrown deep quite a bit.
Hell yeah.
Well, what McDaniel said that some guys on this roster like to force things. He said that today. And honestly, I just want to see Skyler check it down like Teddy and then make some throws. If he can do those things, we will fucking win.
Who do you think he was referring to?
I know he was referring to Tua. Because he's talking about forcing things. I mean, he was
you caught that too, right? You peeped that too, right?
No, 100%. I think that they're hiding Tua, like you guys were saying. Honestly, it just doesn't make
Barry
sense.
Cunningham, he's been.
I think they're hiding. I think the reason to me, TDR, what could explain that because look, I get the same sense, but from what I had said about, you know, his viability and all that, they could be hiding. Like the reason that we get the impression that they're hiding them could be that they're hiding those facts that of what they already feel about them.
Yeah, so what?
You know what I mean?
What's the big deal?
Like it both could look the same way, is what I'm saying. Could give the same
So
impression to
what?
people.
What's the big deal?
Like
It's
you're
1 week.
valid for thinking what you're thinking, for the same feeling that I'm valid for thinking of what I'm thinking. You know what I mean?
Okay. So when I say I'm valid for thinking that, everybody else on freaking Miami sports music tells me, "Oh no, bro, you're crazy. You're smoking
Well,
crack."
no, because most people don't believe that there's anything to hide. Like, what could they be hiding? He just sucks.
Mental health. I think he has mental health problems.
No, I think he was lying to McDaniel.
No,
That's
I thought
it.
you meant hiding him as like.
No, he was lying to McDaniel.
Kind of
They're
secret
saying,
weapon or
they're
something.
saying
You know what I mean?
he's in no further than stage 2 concussion protocol in 11 days, 12 days.
Wow.
That's not possible.
That's
We
a
didn't
punishment,
see
bro.
any-
If you were lying to the coach, you think that's not a punishment you would get?
I think
Come
he's
on,
got
guys.
mental health issues, and I think he buckled under pressure, and now they're
Tomato,
hiding him for a trade
bro.
value. Like
If
Color
you
was
can
just
get
saying.
cleared in 2 weeks and you still haven't been cleared in 3, you're getting punished. You didn't tell the coach you got hurt. That's going to be a liability on the coach.
I just think
If
they're
that's what
hiding
he
him because
wants.
they don't want another piece of bad footage on tape
I
before
mean-
they trade him.
I mean, whatever, man. And I'm sticking to what I think, bro. At the end of the day, from what I saw, you're gonna get paid, and you're getting concussions. You're gonna shut your mouth up if you're gonna get a concussion and get paid in the same contract year. If I was him, let's just be real.
Tua's going to Detroit, and we're getting Jeff Okudah.
TDR, I'm saying,
Something
bro,
like
you bypass what I just said. That means you agree with me, right?
I mean, I don't disagree.
Hey,
because I don't know.
Cap for life. If that works for your style of debate, then I guess sure. We'll go with that.
Bro, every time I say that, I have no pushback from no one.
That's funny.
But they
That
never
is
give me a
that is
debate.
funny, though.
They never give me a debate.
Wait, say
Oh,
it
you're
again.
just
What
smoking
did you
crack.
say?
Shut up, Cap.
He
Oh,
said,
man, that's not a debate,
what
bro.
did he say, Greg? Did you catch it verbatim again?
He said we should trade Tua for Jeff Okudah.
No, I'm talking about Cap. He said, oh shit, what did he say? He said something like
Man, Greg is corrupted right now. Greg is a young mind who's been corrupted right now, bro. We need him. We need to bring him back to the light.
Cap, what did you say?
he said something like you changed the subject or something, so you must agree with me or
No,
something
but
like that.
what was he saying that I agreed with him?
As far as me thinking there's a cover up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been saying that, dude. There's something going on.
So when I tell Steven that, you don't know what the hell you're doing, you're overreacting, you freaking Fairweather fans always have something to say.
Well, Steven, he's got value in the sense that he's like kind of more of a
Man, he's
cheerleader.
corporate
That's
right now.
whatever,
Come on, man. Let's call a spade a spade. Steven has turned corporate.
I mean, if it's working for him, man, that's what he's chosen.
We need to bring him back home. Jesus, man. I just didn't think I would have to play CSI and freaking Law and Order and all this freaking bullshit for people to be like, hey, we suck.
Just wanted to highlight Kevin Sean Hans's comment. He's over on Facebook. Appreciate you watching over on Facebook, Kevin. If anybody else over on the other platforms, head over, give us a subscribe on YouTube so you know when we go live. And then you can certainly head back to your favorite platform to watch us.
And I don't care that we suck.
You guys
bro.
watch
We
it
have
from
one more
Facebook.
shot.
He says
If I
we
say
aren't going to.
suck-
He says we aren't going to trade Tua for anyone. He's on his last year and hasn't proven anything yet.
All right. So with that being said, I have the right to criticize him all off season. That's it.
Yeah.
Fair game. I don't want to hear shit from nobody. All right.
Well, he ain't gonna get none from me.
That's all a college player is. Somebody who
Ah,
hasn't
just-
proven
yeah,
anything. And
you
they
have to
still
give him a
demand
year. You
high
have to give him
draft
all the
capital.
weapons, man. Keep talking to me. I'm gonna just look at you and just play the smallest violin while you're.
So what do you guys seriously though? And I know this people have taken this as a joke, but we could find ourselves needing a placeholder for a year. And a
That's the least of our
placeholder, believe it or
concerns right
not,
now, bro.
with the weapons that we got, a placeholder could actually take us all the way. You know what I
Bro,
mean?
Yeah.
replace the whole special teams for all I care, bro.
So I know everybody's poo-pooed this right out of the gate, but given that certain teams are moving forward, I think with their new guy, that new guy being Malik Willis, do you think we bring Ryan Tannehill back on a 1-year retirement deal?
Yeah.
God, no.
Just to piss off the fan base.
Sarcastically speaking, now that we've given him all the weapons we promised him.
I mean, look, that'll be another name people say no to. We're bringing names, but people say no, no, no. Stick to the plan. What plan, bro? The plan is not working.
But he needs an
Well, what if
offensive line.
Tannehill is willing to come home for 10 or 11 million bucks?
Man, you tell that to your buddies. You tell that to the excusioneers and the Tuasexuals. You tell that to them, bro.
Now, can you imagine the internal war between Tannehillites and Tua?
And that's the Miami Dolphins' fault, not ours. And I'm waiting for that because you're talking about that now. I play chess, my friend, and I've been waiting for you to say that move. And you know what? That's their downfall.
And you know what? They can all choose sides too, because you know what? You know where I'm going to be.
I'm not
You
going
know what
to.
I'm going to be doing? Watching that whole thing.
More wine. More
I'm gonna stay.
More table.
That's going to be me watching the whole war.
Nah, bro. I'm gonna say, color. Hey, roll this up, bro. I'm looking over here right now. These people are like losing their shit.
Who's these people?
The people we've been trying to warn. We told you guys you're buying a freaking false prophet, the left hand of God, the fourth quarter king. Really? We can't even find him in Miami Gardens right now. That's your captain? That's the guy you want to invest a 5th-year option on.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, we're learning a lot right now about
Yeah. At what cost?
My time, my effort, my money.
Yeah. But when Cap says it, Cap's always loud. Now you know why Cap is always loud.
I'm surprised.
I don't get it, man.
Tom Brady coming here next year.
I don't care, bro. I just don't want to hear people say, no to every type of option. Everyone says no to every option.
Except for Tom Brady for some weird reason.
Tom Brady plagued us for 20 years, man.
No, bro. I hear Jason Sarney today. No. We got to stick to the plan. What plan, bro? The plan is not working. Well, the front office is freaking about to have the worst collapse in NFL history, bro.
You know, all I know is my Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan neighbor. Yeah, he was excited for like a week, but you know what? All this time out from that Super Bowl they just won, he don't look like he has any other day as a Tampa fan ever, since before they won it.
Bro, they got hockey, they got baseball, they got football.
It's so cheap. I mean, I get that people are starving and they want a championship and Brady, whatever. I get it, but it is so cheap. I'm telling you, it's not going to feel the same.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want to microwave it?
Well, I'll microwave it, but not with Tom Brady, man.
But you would want to microwave it at this point?
I wouldn't mind.
Well, so let me.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of Nathaniel Hackett. So if Aaron Rodgers' stipulation is he's got to come here and be our head coach, I'm not afraid of that.
I mean, we've been trying to do everything by Chris Greer's playbook, and it has not worked.
I don't fall into the trap of saying in the macro, oh, he just got fired by Denver. He's trash. Look what he did out there. I have no faith in Russell Wilson whatsoever.
Me either.
Number one.
After that Subway commercial?
Number two, I'm pretty sure he thought Aaron Rodgers would be joining him there.
Exactly. Because all I heard was Denver.
Number three, he was born into the people that created Shanahan and the West Coast system.
So
he's a student of Mike Shanahan and Bill Walsh.
I don't know if I caught the segment where you were like picking Stephen Ross's brain. But if you were Stephen Ross right now, from a business perspective, what would you do?
I would get Aaron Rodgers and hire Nathaniel Hackett.
Cut your losses.
Well, I mean, if McDaniel wants to hang around and take an OC demotion, sure.
You have no draft. You have no capital.
He won't do that.
I'm just saying, at this point right now, would you trust Greer with a new cap?
Look, man, you got to realize Greer is in a position that I don't think people realize that he's in. If he gets fired, he's not leaving the building. He's going to get promoted.
And that still leaves us with a GM vacancy.
Well, I mean, then it depends on, okay, do you bring in a coach that also operates as the GM? I mean, that's another thing we haven't done that some of the winners have done.
What about the owner of the team starts being an owner and starts listening to everybody else?
I don't know.
I don't think they get rid of McDaniel. I think they get rid of Boyer.
I mean, I like McDaniel. It's tough, bro. I like the scheme. I like McDaniel. I do.
He's got shit to learn for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to do that, bro. I mean, I'm just bringing up hypotheticals with Harbaugh and everything, so we have a game plan for the future. But
I just cannot shake. I cannot shake Aaron Rodgers saying that he would love, outright standing on our football field that he'd love to play here. You know what I mean?
Saying, he knows LaFleur's system.
Well, we'd have to trade for him, though, right?
McDaniel knows LaFleur's system.
We'd have to throw him picks or something, right?
He was an MVP, once or twice in LaFleur's system?
We know we can get a pick for Wilkins, so that's one right there.
I agree, but people don't want to do it.
I don't give a damn what people want to do.
Me either, bro. If the numbers work, it works, right?
And in case they haven't noticed, neither does Chris Greer or Stephen Ross care what people want to do.
Exactly. If the numbers work, how are you going to debate the numbers?
But who's going to grab Josh Allen's scrotum?
The next guy we train up and draft and find, like we found
another
Christian Logan.
Crowder, bro. Somebody that has the freaking cojones to grab cojones.
In the meantime, we got a guy that can put up 29 points a game with our offense. So what if we slide one more point giving up on defense?
I think Sealer is due to get paid as well, right?
Don't even get me started, bro.
I was going to
get me started on that, bro.
He's flying in under the radar, so he may not command as much, even if he is ready to get paid.
Wilkins has
I'm telling you,
snaps.
he's every bit as much responsible for our front four as any of them.
Skyler has 832 snaps. Wilkins has 902. That's what? A percentage of what? 832 to 903. That means
that's why I'm not worried about giving up Wilkins right off the bat. Because
that's what I'm saying. That's a starting number for Skyler, and he's considered a rotational player.
You ever notice whenever their running back, our opponent's running back, looks like he's about to break through our line, and you're like, oh no, and at the last second he goes down for like a 1.5 yard gain? That's Steeler, man. It's like diving over from wherever he's at on the line.
No, I got one for you, bro. I've seen him going down with a tight end and covering, bro. Covering a tight end.
You know what really keeps going through my head is how do we fix the secondary? Is it going to look like linebackers? Are we going to move towards there? Or are we going to try and rebuild the Byron Jones, Xavier Howard man?
Whatever it is, we need to get some guys that know how to tackle, man.
No, that's the truth you don't want to hear right now.
Our
the money we spent in the secondary,
Noah,
we spent what money on Byron and X, and they're not producing. Let's be real. We're gonna take a hit.
It's going to be no one need him.
I think Cater Kahoo is probably our best tackler.
Yeah, and Boyer found him, but everybody wants to fire Boyer.
Pretty sad though. You know what I mean? Like, why is he?
The
why is he the only one that can seem to bring somebody down to the old boy?
Well, it's not. Like, I understand that Boyer was shorthanded, but it's the calls that I just can't understand. And I know you know what I'm talking about. Every fucking
Can I
third down.
just offer this a little bit? I understand it's the calls, but it could be said for the same reason that McDaniel throws out some off-the-wall offensive calls. It may just be simply that the personnel can't run those things that he needs to call in those situations.
I know what you're talking about, but the offense is 5th overall on the season, and the defense is last on third downs.
Because McDaniel gives the option to audible. But on
Fair
defense,
enough.
these guys are freaking not doing anything.
I do notice a marked improvement over the season, even when it comes to road games. We haven't been hit hard by them 30 and 40 burgers in a couple games.
Yeah.
But
it's always
New England. We held New England to 16, which is getting closer to our home average. You know what I
That's
mean?
been the average, 17.
But hear me
You
out.
did the math.
15, actually.
It's always.
Yeah, you did the math a month ago. Almost 2 months ago, you did the math. We were giving up 17 at that time.
But hear me out. It's always the one score that kills us, and that score always comes off of sending the 5th man up and leaving somebody completely open by themselves. It's Austin Eckler, Christian McCaffrey. Last week it was Jacoby Myers. And the guy's just blown coverage wide out and open and easy.
Because we don't have a middle linebacker to call plays.
I know, so you don't blitz then.
I agree.
All I could say would be that, again, it's reactive. I mean, when it comes to defense, probably is a more important stat to look at. You're talking about points per game than it would be for the offense, because that's the only real way we have to measure whether our defense is doing its overall job, is stopping the opponent from scoring. It doesn't matter how ugly it looks during the game. For instance, when we played the Bills the first time around, Cap, could you throw your mute on, bro? You got feedback coming in. Thanks, man. When we played the Bills the first time, Josh Allen did Josh Allen things. He ran up and down the field. I mean, they have over 400 some yards of production on us, but they only scored 17 points.
Which was a freaking anomaly. I mean, we had
same with the Patriots. It's like, look what the Patriots did to us when we played them just now in Foxborough. It wasn't much. They scored 16 points on us, but at home they scored 7, which we could erase because our defense scored on them that day. Mm-hmm. So we effectively shut them out. Or, not technically on the scoreboard, you know what I mean? But since our defense scored.
Well, the pick
What
6.
about now? You hear any static coming?
A little bit.
It's more background noise than
all right, let me get out of here, man. I just want to say, man, you guys are doing a great job. We'll talk tomorrow, and this too shall pass. Love you guys. Man.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, we'll wrap it up here in a second. I want to get TDR's kind of last thoughts on this little discussion we're chomping on.
Nah, man, I'm just kind of having active thoughts here. I don't know the right answers. I mean, I'm thinking about it from the perspective of what can we do against the Jets. Joe Flacco had it for us pretty good last time we played him. I'd like to see Skyler blossom right here. Do I think that that's going to happen? Is he going to have 400 yards? No, but I think we could win with 250 possibly. So we'll see, man. It's going to come down to the defense. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, in some respects, I at the same time I trust it, because generally, again, in a fairly large sample size now, our defense has held down the fort at home. And it's funny because you look at a game like Houston, right? Mm-hmm. And everybody thinks, now granted, you could see how the stoppage of offensive production immediately how it affected our defense. See, our defense is just built that way. and it's not an unfortunate thing. It's designed for, hey, we've got this high powered offense. If we get out to a couple score lead early on, our defense is designed to pin its ears back and go. We have never been to that point this season, except maybe in Houston.
The Baltimore game in the fourth quarter, the defense turned it on like crazy.
Well, because we had no choice at that point.
Yeah, it was do or die.
You know, so that's the other way it can happen too. You know what I mean? But that's not the good way. It just so happens our offense, you know, did what they needed to do. You know, now as far as Houston though, we're at 30-0. You know, Tua goes out. I think we end up with Skyler in the game, and everything kind of gets shut down. Couple 3-and-outs, blah blah blah, right? And all of a sudden, they boom, they put 2 scores up, and it's all of a sudden it's 30-15, right? And that's how the game ended. Well, guess what? Averages are averages, bro. It don't matter how it happened. Our defense gave up the same 15 points it's given up all year at home. So not only do I expect it, if I can expect it to not even be less than that, why should I expect it to be more than that just the same? If it's consistently been that, you know, even on the inverse side, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I don't think
we had them shut out, and then they still put up their 15 because that's what they were supposed to score against us.
Right. And I don't think it's going to look the same as last game because they had Breece Hall running all over us. So,
agreed.
You know,
I do expect us to rely heavily on our run game, and hopefully we don't get away from it because Skyler's going to, obviously, he's still going to need all the help he can get as far as keeping the defense off balance.
I hope they've been practicing checkdowns this entire freaking week.
And mainly, I just hope he relaxes. If a guy like him can just relax and let it all hang out, I think we could get a surprise above average performance.
I'm hoping. What do you think the score is going to be?
I think I had it like, I can't remember what I said on Ms. Finn's, but I think I had it at like 28-20 or something like that.
Okay. I got it 23-14.
You know, it's last game of the season, so maybe we won't hold them down to 15. But there again, their offense is kind of struggling. Like they're who they're putting on the field is like diminished, and I don't know. Maybe they can't. Maybe they can only struggle to get to the same 15 everybody else has scored on us at home. You know what I mean? Then again, the team quits on McDaniel, and we could be looking at a bloodbath.
We'll see. Either way, it's kind of exciting because it's going to be something new. Either we go to the playoffs or, like you said, maybe everybody gets fired. So
now I'm gonna let Greg chime in here for a second, but and kind of lead him with this thought. You know, I can say that based on what I've seen talent wise and some of the smatterings we've been able to see, I don't have this like dreadful pessimistic feeling going into Sunday. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like there's a part of me like last week I wanted us to lose and everyone gets fired, but now that Skyler's playing, I want to win this game.
And let's face it, the pressure's off.
Yeah.
It's a big game. But the more people that crap on Skyler, the less the pressure there is because their expectations are so low, you know, that it's not going to really take much. Just execute. That's all it ever is about, man.
Yeah. Skyler, baby.
I have confidence. What do you got for a score, TDR? I'll end the show with you guys up here, man. We'll do it the easy way.
No, I said 24-13. That's what I
24-13, yeah.
24-21. Skyler leads us on a game-winning field goal drive.
All right. I don't know if that's enough points, guys, for to hold off Tua. You know.
I don't know if Tua's got a future here, man. I've been a Tua guy, but I just don't.
He's gone.
You guys think Buffalo's going to play to win?
Yes.
Of course. But we'll find a way to lose somehow.
You know, we got to take care of our business, but as fans, we can also take care of that business too.
Well, I'll be watching both games. I'll be watching the Dolphins on my television and then the Bills game on my phone.
They've been saying that they're playing for DeMar Hamlin. So if they're saying that and they come out like junk, I just don't see it. The world's
and look, if anybody owes the NFL, it's Bill Belichick. If they're looking for a storyline, you know what I mean?
It's time to retire, Bill.
I hate to say that. I hate to be so cynical, but you know that's how the NFL is, man.
That's true. Well, anyway, guys, I appreciate you letting me on.
Yeah, appreciate
I'm gonna get to bed here.
Yeah, we good. All right.
Sure thing, Greg. Sure thing. Hey, TDR, is there
Have a
anything
good night, y'all.
you too, buddy? Is there anything you want to tell everybody, a way to find you, or services you might offer, or something? I don't want to always speak for you when I tell people, you know what I mean? But
Hey, I like it, man. I'm so appreciative when you do that. I mean, you can find me on Twitter, on Instagram, TikTok. It's that Dolphins Realtor. You know, I will admit I have not been on TikTok as much as I normally had been because the vibe just hasn't been there for me in these 5 freaking losses. But yeah, you know, I'm a realtor. I do a lot of residential. I do some commercial, and I definitely help out my Dolphins fans. So
sweet.
Yeah, so I appreciate
that, man. Appreciate that. Everybody like and share, subscribe if you haven't, hit the notification bell. Make sure you're donating to Cash App, $the Fins Tailgate, or Venmo the Fins Tailgate. Check out all our links in the description below for Fanatics, Backroom Collections, all of our merch. And everybody fins up because we're going to win this bitch.